Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to HarryFix. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if stories where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker, untold secrets of the wizarding world. Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. What if Gringotts summoned 10-year-old Harry and crowned him the true Lord of Potter, Gryffindor, and Slytherin? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe to HarryFix. Now, let the story begin.
The dust in the cupboard under the stairs had a taste. It was a dry, fuzzy taste that settled on the back of Harry Potter's tongue, a constant companion to the darkness. He knew each splinter of the wooden step above his head, each crack in the foundation wall by his cot. The thin strip of light under the door was his moon, his sun, his clock. Right now, it was pitch black, which meant it was long past midnight, and Uncle Vernon's snores were rattling the ceiling like a contented dragon. Harry wasn't supposed to be awake. He'd been sent here hours ago after the incident with the frying pan. Aunt Petunia had been scrubbing it, complaining about stubborn grease, and Harry, dizzy from a day of weeding the garden without lunch, had thoughtlessly wished it clean. The pan had instantly gleamed, spotless. Aunt Petunia had shrieked. Uncle Vernon had turned a color so purple it was nearly impressive. The word, freak, had been used several times, each one a small, sharp stone added to the pile in Harry's chest. So now he was in the cupboard, his knees pulled to his chin, trying to make himself small. The problem was the anger. It was a new kind of anger, not the hot, quick flash that came with a shove or a cruel nickname, but a cold, heavy pull in his stomach. It was the anger of the frying pan, of making glass disappear at the zoo, of growing his hair back overnight after Aunt Petunia had sheared it off. Things happened around him, impossible things, and they only ever made everything worse. He pressed his forehead against his knees. The darkness pressed back, a physical weight. A soft pop, like a cork being drawn from a bottle, shattered the silence. Harry froze. It wasn't a house sound. It wasn't Uncle Vernon's snore or the groan of the pipes. It was close. Inside the cupboard, a pale, bluish light bloomed in the corner, near his empty water glass. It wasn't a light bulb. It was a shimmering, self-contained sphere, and within it, something moved. Harry held his breath, his heart a frantic bird against his ribs. The light solidified, stretched, and resolved into the shape of a creature. It was about 3 feet tall, with spindly limbs and skin like polished walnut. It had large, bat-like ears that twitched independently, and eyes that glowed like molten gold coins in the dim light. It was dressed in a neat, dark suit of leather and finely woven metal, immaculately tailored. It looked at Harry, and its gaze was not unkind, but it was sharper than any look he'd ever received. It saw the dust, the cramped space, the 2 large clothes, the lightning bolt scar half hidden under his fringe. It saw everything. Harry James Potter, the creature said. Its voice was dry, precise, like pages of a very old book being turned. Son of James Charles Potter and Lily Evangeline Potter, née Evans. Harry couldn't speak. He could only stare. The creature inclined its head. I am Ragnarok, son of Boric, account manager of the ancient and most noble house of Potter, at your service. The phrase sounded ritualistic, heavy with meaning. I don't understand, Harry whispered, his voice cracking from disuse. Are you, a dream? A slight, almost imperceptible smile touched Ragnarok's thin lips. Goblins do not dream, Herr Potter. We deal in realities, assets and debts, contracts and inheritances. And your reality, as it stands, is in severe violation of several hundred magical bylaws, not to mention the most basic tenets of our client custodianship agreement. None of the words made sense. Goblins. Magical bylaws. My parents, they died in a car crash, Harry said, the familiar light tasting even more bitter than the dust. Ragnarok's golden eyes flashed. A car crash. He repeated the words as if they were a particularly foolish kind of fungus. No, Herr Potter. Your parents were murdered. By a dark wizard. You survived. You bear the mark of that survival. His long, claw-tipped finger gestured toward Harry's forehead. You are a child of magic. And you have been hidden here, in this cupboard, for a decade. Without oversight. Without training. Without knowledge of your legacy. This is an intolerable breach. The words murdered and dark wizard should have been terrifying. But they weren't. They were keys, turning in locks Harry hadn't known were there. A strange calm washed over him, colder than the anger. This was an explanation. For the odd things. For the feeling of being a square peg in a round, Dudley-shaped world. Who put me here? Harry asked, his voice firmer. Your magical guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Ragnarok stated, a hint of a growl underlying the polished tone. A placement we at Gringotts were informed was, for the best, in a protected, loving home. Our annual review petitions have been denied, our requests for welfare checks ignored. Standard procedure for a dormant account. But new evidence has come to light. Evidence that changes everything. Ragnarok reached into the air, and a scroll of heavy, cream-colored parchment appeared, sealed with globs of red and black wax. A mandatory audit, triggered by a line succession contingency. You must come with me. Now. Come where? Harry asked, eyeing the door. My uncle. Your uncle is ensorcelled in a sleep of profound depth. He will hear nothing. You are under the protection of Gringotts now. The question is, Heir Potter, do you wish to know the truth? There was no choice. Not really. The cupboard, the dust, the anger, they were a prison. This creature, with its sharp eyes and sharp words, was offering a door. Harry looked at the strip of light under the cupboard door. It was weak, borrowed, pathetic. He looked at the goblin's glowing sphere of light. It was his own. He nodded. Ragnarok extended a hand. Harry, after a second's hesitation, took it. The goblin's skin was cool and tough, like old leather. Hold the scroll, Ragnarok instructed. Harry took it. The parchment hummed with a faint warmth. The destination is Gringotts Hall of Ancestry, London, Ragnarok intoned. The passenger is Harry James Potter, by right of blood and summons. The world dissolved into a whirlwind of color and pressure. It felt like being sucked down a giant drain. Harry's stomach lurched. He screwed his eyes shut, clutching the scroll like a lifeline. And then it stopped. The silence was immense. The air changed. It was cool, dry, and carried a scent of stone, metal, and something ancient, like the air in a museum. Harry opened his eyes. He was standing in the center of a vast, circular chamber. The ceiling soared hundreds of feet above, lost in shadow. The walls were not brick, but seemingly carved from a single, colossal piece of dark marble, shot through with veins of gold and silver that pulsed with a soft, internal light. Around the circumference of the room, towering stone statues of goblins in armor held aloft crystal orbs that glowed with a steady, white radiance, illuminating the space with a clear, shadowless light. Beneath his worn-out sneakers, the floor was an intricate mosaic, a map of swirling constellations and mythical beasts crafted from gemstones and precious metals. Directly before him, on a raised dais of black onyx, stood a throne. It was empty. To his left and right, in tiered rows of polished stone benches, were goblins. Hundreds of them, all dressed in fine, severe clothing, all watching him with those piercing golden eyes. The silence was not respectful. It was evaluative, weighing him on a scale he didn't understand. Ragnarok, still holding his hand, gave it a slight, reassuring squeeze. Before letting go, he stepped forward and addressed the assembly, his voice echoing powerfully in the hushed space. Before the conclave of account managers and the ancestral stones, I present Harry James Potter. Summoned under Article 7 of the Goblin Wizard Accords, Right of Legacy. The audit commences now. An immensely old goblin, his back bent, his beard white and braided with platinum thread, stood from a central bench. He held a staff of obsidian topped with a diamond the size of Harry's fist. Let the vault ledgers be brought forth. Let the wills be unsealed. Let the bloodline scions be awakened. Goblins moved with efficient grace. A massive book, its cover made of what looked like dragonhide and studded with gems, floated to a lectern before the throne. 3 smaller, ornate chests of different metals, silver, gold, and a dark, iridescent black, appeared beside it. The old goblin pointed his staff at Harry. Step onto the Genesis mosaic, child. Where your feet stand, your lineage will be revealed. Harry, feeling very small and very human in this temple of goblin grandeur, walked forward. He stepped onto the center of the mosaic, a point where the tails of 2 stone serpents and the paw of a great stone lion converged. The moment his soles touched the stone, the room erupted in light. The gemstones in the floor blazed. The golden veins in the walls flared like rivers of fire. From the 3 chests, 3 beams of light shot out, scarlet, gold, and emerald green, converging on him. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming. It felt like being seen, truly and completely, for the first time. He felt a warmth bloom on his forehead, where his scar was. He felt a pull, deep in his bones, like a compass needle swinging north. The massive book flew open, its pages turning in a blur. Words began to burn themselves into the air above it, written in flames of different colors. Potter line, active. Sole heir, Harry James Potter. Lordship status, dormant. Paternal line, James Potter deceased. Blood status, pure. Vaults, 1 to 3, 7, 12, 687. Holdings, Gryffindor Castle, ruined. Potter Manor, dormant. 12, Grimmauld Place, entailed. The list went on, a dizzying inventory of wealth and property. Harry's head spun. Vaults, castles. Then new words flared, scarlet and proud. Gryffindor line, active. Sole heir, Harry James Potter via direct matrilineal descent, Lily Potter née Evans, from Iolanthe Gryffindor Peverell. Lordship status, dormant. Heirship confirmed. Right of conquest invoked. Defeat of Tom Marvolo Riddle, the 31st of October 1981. A murmur rippled through the goblin conclave. The words, right of conquest, were spoken with a new, sharp intensity. Before Harry could process this, a third script burned into the air, this one in a brilliant, shimmering emerald green that seemed to suck the light from the room. Slytherin line, active. Sole heir, Harry James Potter via direct magical conquest and soul fragment assimilation. Lordship status, dormant. Heirship confirmed. Right of conquest and soul lineage invoked. Containment of Tom Marvolo Riddle's soul fragment, the 31st of October 1981. The silence that followed was absolute. Stunned, Harry stared at the shimmering green words. Slytherin. The name meant nothing to him, but the reaction of the goblins told him everything. They were rigid, their eyes wide. Some looked at him with awe. Others with deep, ancient fear. The old goblin lowered his staff, his hands trembling slightly. 3 lines, he whispered, the words carrying through the silent hall. The conqueror of the Dark Lord holds the keys to the houses of the lion, the serpent, and his own noble blood. This has not happened since the founding of the Wizengamot. Ragnarok turned to Harry, his expression unreadable. The audit reveals the truth, Heir Potter. You are not merely an orphan. You are the last lord of 3 of the most ancient lines of magical Britain. Your placement with the Muggles was not merely neglect. It was a deliberate suppression. A theft of your birthright. He gestured, and the 3 chests flew open. From the silver one rose a simple, heavy ring of gray metal, set with a large, rough-cut ruby that glowed like a captured coal. From the gold one rose a circlet of woven gold, shaped like a lion's mane, its eyes 2 bright topaz. From the black, iridescent chest rose a signet ring of darkest platinum, shaped like a coiled serpent with emerald eyes that seemed to follow Harry. The lordship rings of Potter, Gryffindor, and Slytherin, Ragnarok announced. They have awaited a true heir for centuries. They accept your blood, your conquest, your soul. Will you claim them? Harry looked from the rings to the flaming words in the air, to the faces of the hundreds of goblins. The cold pool of anger in his gut had crystallized into something else. A purpose. This was the truth. The why behind the cupboard, the hatred, the loneliness. Someone had hidden this. Someone had left him in the dark. He didn't know what it meant to be a lord. He didn't understand the politics or the power. But he understood being chosen. He understood that, for the first time, something was being given, not taken away. He reached out. His fingers closed around the cool, gray metal of the Potter ring first. As he slipped it onto his thumb, the only finger it would fit, a jolt of warmth shot up his arm, a feeling of solidity, of earth and home. The ruby flashed. He took the golden circlet next. It was lighter than it looked. As he placed it on his head, a surge of fierce, bright courage washed through him, a lion's heartbeat that drowned out his fear. The topaz gleamed. Finally, he picked up the serpent ring. It was cold, so cold it almost burned. The emerald eyes glittered with a sly, ancient intelligence. A whisper of Parseltongue, a language he didn't know he knew, hissed at the edge of his mind. He slid it onto his index finger. A wave of cool, sharp clarity sharpened his senses. The whispers in the hall grew distinct. He could feel the currents of magic in the room, the wards in the walls, the latent power in the stones beneath his feet. The three magics, warm, bold, and cool, swirled within him, not clashing, but finding a strange, balanced orbit around his core. The light from the mosaic and the rings reached a crescendo, then faded. Harry stood in the now normal light of the hall, a 10-year-old boy in oversized clothes, wearing a lion's crown and two ancient rings that hummed with power. Ragnarok knelt. One by one, every goblin in the conclave followed suit, bowing their heads. The old goblin on the dais thumped his staff. All hail Harry James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, Lord of the noble house of Gryffindor, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Slytherin. His word carries the weight of 3 lineages. Gringotts recognizes and serves. The words were a wave, crashing over him. Lord. They were calling him Lord. Ragnarok rose and approached, holding out the scroll Harry had brought. He broke the seals. The final piece. The last will and testament of James and Lily Potter. Suppressed by order of Albus Dumbledore. Read it, my lord. Hear your parents' voices. With trembling hands, Harry took the parchment. The writing was elegant, swooping. His father's voice, he realized, as he began to read silently. If you are reading this, Harry, then we are gone. And if you are reading this, then the old fool finally let you have it. The letter was full of love, of humor, of instructions. It named their friends, their wishes. It explained the Potter vaults, the family magic. It named Sirius Black as his godfather and guardian. It named Remus Lupin. It warned him about Dumbledore's greater good. And at the end, in his mother's softer script, we love you, our little lion. Be brave, be kind, and never let anyone tell you who you are supposed to be. You are our son. That is your first, and greatest, title. Tears blurred the words. They didn't fall. The rings on his fingers seemed to draw the sadness away, transforming it into a steely resolve. He looked up, his green eyes bright in the crystal light. Where is my godfather? He asked, his voice no longer that of a child in a cupboard, but clear and carrying. Sirius Black. Ragnarok's face darkened. Imprisoned. In the wizard prison, Azkaban. For betraying your parents to the Dark Lord. The cold clarity of the Slytherin ring cut through the immediate grief. Did he? Harry asked. The scroll, my parents trusted him. Above all others. Ragnarok's sharp teeth showed in something that wasn't a smile. The official trial lasted 5 minutes. No defense was presented. No witness for the accused. Gringotts was barred from reviewing the case on behalf of the Potter estate. A curious legal anomaly. The pieces, sharp and ugly, began to click together in Harry's mind. The cupboard, the lies, the stolen will, the imprisoned godfather. All roads seemed to lead to one man. Albus Dumbledore, Harry said, the name tasting like ash. The chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The supreme mugwump of the International Confederation. The headmaster of Hogwarts, Ragnarok confirmed. The wizard who left you on a doorstep in November. The wizard who has controlled your destiny, and your fortune, for 10 years. The 3 magics within Harry stirred. The Potter legacy demanded justice. The Gryffindor legacy demanded defiance. The Slytherin legacy whispered of strategy, of hidden knives, of striking from the shadows. He was 10 years old. He was small. He was ignorant of this magical world. But he was a lord. 3 times over. He rolled up his parents' will, his fingers steady. I want to see my vaults, he stated. I want to know everything. About my family. About my magic. About this prison. And then, he looked at the bowed heads of the goblins, the most powerful financial beings in this hidden world, now sworn to his service. Then we have work to do. Ragnarok's golden eyes gleamed with fierce approval. As you command, Lord Potter Gryffindor Slytherin. Your world awaits. He clapped his hands. A team of goblins hurried forward, not with subservience, but with the brisk efficiency of a military unit. First, we shall adjourn to the Potter family chambers. You will need proper attire. And sustenance. The cuisine of your previous residence was lacking. As Harry followed Ragnarok from the dais, the conclave still kneeling, he cast one last look around the magnificent, terrifying hall. He was leaving the cupboard behind forever. But he was walking into a gilded cage of a different kind, a world of ancient power, deep secrets, and a smiling old wizard who had, for a decade, been the architect of his life. The rings felt heavy on his fingers. The circlet sat light on his brow. The anger was still there, but it was now a forge, and in its fire, a new Harry was being shaped. He walked through the grand archway, the Goblin Legion at his back, into the labyrinthine depths of Gringotts. The first chapter of his captivity was closed. The next chapter, he would write himself. And it would begin with a key, not of metal, but of blood and truth, turning in a lock deep within a place called Azkaban. The door to his past was open. The path to his future was a minefield. But for the first time, he was not walking it alone, and he was not walking it in the dark. The light now shone from him. The grandeur of the Hall of Ancestry vanished behind a door that sealed with a whisper of ancient stone. Harry found himself in a corridor that felt less like a hallway and more like the artery of some great, living mountain. The air was cooler here, smelling of deep earth and ozone. The walls were smooth, dark granite, illuminated by glowing crystals set in iron sconces that cast long, dancing shadows. The sound of their footsteps, the crisp tap of goblin boots and the soft scuff of Harry's worn sneakers, echoed into a vast, unseen distance. He walked between Ragnarok and a flanking guard of 4 goblins in armor that resembled layered black beetle shells, each etched with silver runes that shimmered as they moved. Harry was intensely aware of the rings on his fingers. The Potter ring was a comforting weight, an anchor. The Slytherin ring was a chill circle of potential, a quiet whisper at the edge of his hearing. The Gryffindor circlet on his brow felt like a crown of sunlight, light but undeniable. Together, they created a low hum in his veins, a trio of distinct notes forming a strange, personal chord. He kept waiting to wake up. For the darkness of the cupboard to rush back in. But the stone beneath him was real. The sharp, assessing glances of the goblin guards were real. The words of his parents' will, now carefully tucked inside his too big shirt, burned against his chest with a truth more solid than anything the Dursleys had ever told him. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. His voice didn't waver. It sounded different to his own ears, steadier, as if the rings were lending him some of their substance. "To the Platinum Conclave Suites," Ragnarok replied, his eyes scanning ahead. "Reserved for clients of a certain stature. And for internal audits of this sensitivity. You will be secure there. You will eat. You will rest. Then, we will begin your education." "I'm not tired," Harry said automatically, the old habit of denying need kicking in. A lie. His body was thrumming with exhausted adrenaline. Ragnarok's gold eyes flicked to him. "The body must fuel the mind, Lord Potter. Magic draws from both. What you have experienced is a profound magical shock. Your system requires calibration. A meal is not a reward. It is maintenance." The statement was so blunt, so devoid of the emotional baggage Aunt Petunia layered onto every slice of bread, that Harry simply nodded. Maintenance. Like topping up the oil in Uncle Vernon's car. They turned a corner, and the corridor opened into a breathtaking vista. A deep chasm spanned their path, bridged by a slender arch of white marble that seemed to glow with its own light. Far below, Harry could hear the roar of an underground river and see the glint of what looked like veins of raw gold in the chasm walls. On the other side of the bridge stood a pair of colossal doors, forged from a silvery metal and engraved with scenes of goblin craftsmanship. The forging of legendary swords, the raising of great vaults, the intricate weaving of powerful enchantments. "The doors of Durgan," Ragnarok said, a note of pride in his voice. "They open only to those with pure intent toward Gringotts or those under our deepest protection." As they approached, the doors swung inward without a sound. Beyond was not a room, but a landscape. A vast, circular cavern stretched out, its high ceiling shimmering with a permanent, soft twilight reminiscent of a summer evening. In the center stood a complex of low, elegant buildings crafted from the same white marble as the bridge, arranged around a quiet pool of water so clear it reflected the false sky above. Lush, magical plants grew in artful clusters, silver-leafed shrubs, flowers that pulsed with gentle light, trees with bark like polished copper. It was beautiful, serene, and utterly alien. "This is, inside the bank," Harry breathed. "Gringotts is more than a bank, my lord," said one of the armored goblins, her voice younger, sharper than Ragnarok's. "It is a nation, a fortress, a work of art millennia in the making. These suites are our canvas for hospitality." Ragnarok led Harry to the largest building. Inside, the air was warm and scented with lemon and sage. The furnishings were simple but exquisite, a large table of dark wood, chairs upholstered in deep blue velvet, bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes. A fireplace crackled with magical flame that gave heat but no smoke. "Sit," Ragnar instructed, gesturing to the table. He clapped his hands, and a smaller goblin, dressed in a neat tunic, appeared from a side archway. Lord Potter requires a full nutritional supplement. The standard Air's restorative spread. Immediately, the goblin bowed and vanished. Harry slid into a chair, his feet dangling above the floor. The sheer normality of sitting at a table, after the cosmic revelations of the hall, was almost as jarring as everything else. He looked at his hands, at the rings. What did they mean? Really mean? The lordship thing. Ragnar took the seat opposite him, steepling his long fingers. In the wizarding world, bloodline is power. Political power. Magical power. Social power. A lordship is a title recognized by the Wizengamot, the wizard governing council, that comes with a seat, a vote, and certain ancient privileges. Most are dormant, their lines faded. You now hold 3 of the 4 founders' lines, Gryffindor and Slytherin. The Potter line, while noble, is politically minor. But the other 2, he leaned forward. They are foundational. To hold one is to be a kingmaker. To hold both, and for them to be held by the same person, is something that has not happened in 1,000 years. It upends the balance of everything. But I'm 10, Harry said, the reality crashing into the fantasy. Who's going to listen to me? The rings do not care for your age, Ragnar stated flatly. The magic in your blood, the conquest that tied the lines to you, does not care. Gringotts, by ancient contract, must serve and advise the true lord of these vaults. The wizard world may scoff. But our ledgers do not lie. Your political enemies will seek to control you. Your political allies, well, you have none yet. That is why our first order of business is not the Wizengamot. It is you. The smaller goblin returned, followed by 2 others carrying large trays. They began to set the table with a silent efficiency that made Aunt Petunia's most meticulous routines look clumsy. A bowl of clear, fragrant broth appeared. A plate of roast chicken and vegetables that looked perfectly normal but smelled impossibly good. A glass of milk that shone with a creamy opalescence. A small, dark chocolate tart. It was more food than Harry had seen on his plate in years. He stared at it, a lump in his throat. I don't have any money to pay for this. The old fear was automatic. Ragnar snorted, a sound like gravel shifting. Lord Potter, you are currently sitting on a gold reserve that could purchase this district of London above us several times over. You are not a guest. You are the proprietor. Now, eat, slowly. Your stomach has been abused. The first spoonful of broth was a revelation. It was like drinking warmth and strength itself. It settled in his empty stomach not with a groan, but with a feeling of profound rightness. He ate carefully, under Ragnar's watchful eye, and as he did, the dizzy, hollow feeling inside began to recede, replaced by a solid, growing core of alertness. The imprisoned godfather, Harry said between bites, the question that had been burning in him since the hall finally breaking. Free. Sirius Black. You said the trial was an anomaly. A farce, Ragnar corrected, sipping from a goblet of water. Black was the secret keeper for your parents' hiding place. A Fidelius charm. When the Dark Lord found them, the magical conclusion was that Black had betrayed the secret. He was apprehended at the scene of a massacre, a street full of muggles dead, a wizard named Peter Pettigrew supposedly blown to bits, with only a finger found. Black was laughing, they said. Insane. The case was rushed through. Dumbledore testified to Black's role as secret keeper. No one else was called. Black himself said nothing. He was shipped to Azkaban that very night. But my parents will. Harry pushed his plate away slightly, his appetite fading. They named him my guardian. They trusted him. Precisely. Ragnar's eyes gleamed. A will, magically sealed and witnessed, stating their clear intent. A will that was never presented at his trial. A will that was suppressed. Why? The cold logic of the Slytherin ring seemed to flow into Harry's thoughts. Because if Sirius was free, he'd have me. He'd raise me. I wouldn't be with the Dursleys. I'd know all of this. He gestured around the room, at the rings. Dumbledore wouldn't be in control. A succinct and accurate assessment, Ragnar nodded. It is the foundation of our legal challenge. Gringotts, as executor of the Potter estate, was grievously harmed by this suppression. Our client's heir was impoverished and hidden. The chosen guardian was illegally imprisoned. The estate's assets were left under de facto control of the chief warlock. We have grounds to sue the Ministry of Magic for wrongful imprisonment, to sue Dumbledore for gross breach of fiduciary duty, and to demand a full accounting of every canute spent from your vaults for the last decade. The words were overwhelming. Lawsuits, ministries, accounting. It was a world away from dodging Dudley's punches. But, he's Albus Dumbledore. Everyone thinks he's a hero. Harry had heard the name whispered like a prayer on the few times the Dursleys had unwillingly discussed magic, always with fear and anger. Heroes make the most dangerous enemies, Ragnarok said softly. They believe their causes justify their crimes. We will move, but we must move carefully. Our first step is to secure you. To make you aware of your resources. To give you choices. The political and legal battles will be fought by our barristers. Your battle, Lord Potter, is here. He tapped his own temple. And here. He laid a clawed hand over his heart. The young female goblin guard stepped forward. Manager Ragnarok. The preliminary vault inventory and the heritage retrieval you requested. Ah. Thank you, Sharp Claw. Ragnarok took 2 items from her, a thick parchment scroll and a small, ornate chest of dark oak. He unrolled the scroll on the table, weighting the corners with polished stones. It was a list, written in a tight, precise script. Your liquid assets. Vault 687 is your trust vault, where a small allowance has been doled out to your Muggle relatives for your upkeep. His lip curled. Vaults 1 through 3 are the deep vaults. Gold, galleons, ingots, centuries of accumulation. You are, conservatively, one of the wealthiest beings in Britain. Harry looked at the numbers. They meant nothing. Millions of galleons. He tried to imagine a pile of gold coins bigger than the cupboard. He couldn't. But gold is the least of it, Ragnarok continued. Here. Property. Gryffindor Castle, in the Scottish Highlands. A ruin, but the land and its wards are potent. Potter Manor in Wiltshire, under a preservation charm. 12 Grimmauld Place, London, the Black family townhouse, which you now also inherit through your godfather's entailed lineage, as his closest living relative. He saw Harry's confusion. If Sirius Black dies without an heir, his property goes to you. By claiming the Potter lordship, you have activated that inheritance. Now, the artifacts. He opened the oak chest. Nestled inside on velvet were 3 objects. A simple, worn leather notebook. A heavy, old-fashioned key. And a sealed crystal vial containing a single, swirling pearl of silvery memory. From your parents' personal vault, Ragnarok said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. The notebook is Lily Potter's. Her private thoughts on magic, particularly her research into a branch of magic called charms, which she was revolutionizing. The key is to Potter Manor. It will respond only to a Potter's touch. And the vial is a pensive memory. A recorded moment. This one is labeled, Harry's first laugh, June 24, 1981. Harry's hand trembled as he reached out. He picked up the vial. The silvery substance inside swirled gently, as if alive. He could see faint shapes in it, a blur of red hair, a flash of glasses. His throat closed tight. You may view it later, in a pensive, Ragnarok said. For now, know it exists. Your history was not erased. It was only hidden. Harry carefully placed the vial back in the chest, next to the key and the notebook. They were talismans. Proof of a life he'd been stolen from. What do I do now? He asked, looking up. The lost, hungry look was gone from his eyes. In its place was a determined focus. Now, Ragnarok said, standing. You see the heart of your fortune. You visit your main vault. Then, we discuss your immediate future. You cannot return to the Muggles. That is non-negotiable. The options are limited, but they are yours to choose. The idea of not going back to Privet Drive was a liberation so immense it felt like wings unfolding in his chest. Okay, Harry said. Show me. The journey to the vaults was by cart. It was not a gentle trip. The cart was a small, open-topped vehicle of wrought iron and brass, and it sat on rails that plunged into the absolute darkness of a steeply sloping tunnel. As soon as Harry, Ragnarok, and Sharp Claw were seated, it took off with a violent lurch that stole Harry's breath. They hurtled down into the earth, the air whipping his hair back, the cart clattering and screaming on the rails. They plunged through cascades of icy water that left them gasping, swerved around sudden stalactites, and shot past vast, cavernous spaces where the echoes of their passage came back like roars from prehistoric beasts. Harry saw lakes of molten fire, bridges spanning bottomless chasms, and doors of every description set into the rock, some small and wooden, others huge and metallic, glowing with dangerous enchantments. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. For the first time in his life, Harry felt a thrill that wasn't tied to fear of punishment. He held on tight, the rings digging into his fingers, and let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Finally, after a descent that felt both endless and over too soon, the cart slammed to a halt beside a small platform. Before them was a door. It wasn't the largest they'd passed, but it hummed with power. It was made of a warm, coppery metal, and in its center was a familiar crest, a stylized lion and a serpent, quartered with a helmet and a pair of crossed wands, the Potter family crest. Vault 1, Ragnarok announced. The ancestral Potter vault. Blood locked. He gestured for Harry to approach. Place your palm upon the crest. Any hand will do. Harry stepped forward. The metal of the door was faintly warm. He pressed his right hand, the one bearing the Potter and Slytherin rings, flat against the crest. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a gentle warmth spread from the door into his palm, up his arm. The crest began to glow with a soft, golden light. Intricate lines of silver fire spread out from his touch, tracing the outline of the door, weaving through the metal like liquid lace. There was a series of deep, satisfying clunks from within the stone, like the turning of giant, well-oiled gears. The door dissolved, not opening, not sliding aside. It shimmered like a mirage and simply faded from existence, revealing the darkness within. Ragnarok produced a lantern from his coat. It flared to life, not with flame, but with a cool, white radiance that pushed back the shadows. Harry stepped inside. The light spread, illuminating a space about the size of the Dursleys' living room. But the comparison ended there. The gold was the first thing he saw. It was not a neat pile. It was a rolling hillock of coins, galleons, sickles, nuts, that spilled across the floor like a metallic river. The lantern light set it ablaze, a dizzying, glorious blaze of yellow that reflected off the walls and ceiling. Jewels glinted from within the hoard, rubies the size of eggs, ropes of pearls, diamond tiaras tossed carelessly atop the wealth. But beyond the gold, lining the walls on stone shelves and in open chests, were the real treasures. Harry walked forward, his shoes crunching on coins. He saw books bound in strange hides with clasps of silver and ivory. He saw crystal phials filled with liquids that glowed with soft, perpetual light. He saw weapons, a sword with a ruby in its hilt that called to the circlet on his head, a dagger with a blade of black glass, a shield emblazoned with the same lion-serpent crest. On a central pedestal of white marble rested a single object, a cloak. It was a deep, fluid gray, the material seeming to drink the light around it. It looked incredibly soft, almost insubstantial. Your father's, Ragnarok said quietly, coming to stand beside him. An heirloom of note. He left it at Hogwarts for safekeeping when he went into hiding. It was retrieved by our agents after his death, as per standing orders for classified family artifacts. Harry reached out and touched it. The fabric was cooler than silk, lighter than air. As his fingers brushed it, a jolt, a memory that was not his own, flashed behind his eyes, a chuckle in the dark, a sense of playful mischief, a feeling of being wonderfully, perfectly hidden. He pulled his hand back. There is more, Sharp Claw said from the entrance, her voice hushed. The Founder's vaults are deeper, more heavily warded. They require a specific summoning ritual. But this is your foundation. Harry turned in a slow circle. This was his. All of it. The weight of centuries of Potters was in this room. Their wealth, their knowledge, their magic. The anger stirred again, but it was a cleaner anger now. This was what had been kept from him. This legacy of light and treasure, hidden away while he lived in dust and darkness. I want to see it, he said, his voice firm in the golden gloom. The memory. Now. Back in the Platinum Suite, Ragnarok produced a shallow stone basin, intricately carved with runes around its rim. A pensieve. The memory is a glimpse, a moment trapped in time, Ragnarok cautioned as he poured the silvery substance from the vial into the basin. It swirled like liquid mercury, forming a shining, reflective surface. You will be an observer only. You cannot interact. To view it, simply bend forward and touch your face to the substance. Do not be afraid. You will not fall. Harry stood over the basin, his heart pounding. He was about to see them. Truly see them. Not a photograph, but a living moment. He took a deep breath, glanced at Ragnarok and Sharp Claw, who stood respectfully back, and leaned forward. His nose touched the cool, silvery surface. There was no falling sensation. The world around him simply melted and reformed. He was standing in a sun-drenched living room. The furniture was warm and slightly shabby, plants overflowing from pots on every surface. The air smelled of flowers and something baking. And there was laughter. A man with wild, dark hair and round glasses was lying on a colorful rug, making exaggerated faces. He was young, his face unlined by worry. James Potter. Come on, Harry. Give us a proper laugh. Not just a gurgle. A champion's chortle. And there, in a bouncing chair adorned with charmed stars that twinkled real light, was a baby. Himself. He had a shock of uncontrollable black hair and bright, green eyes that were fixed on his father with rapturous delight. He waved tiny, pudgy fists. Then, a woman walked into view, her fiery red hair a cascade over her shoulders. Lily Potter. She was even more beautiful than in photographs, her face alight with a love so potent it was almost tangible in the memory air. She held a wooden spoon, and she smiled down at her husband and son, a smile that held all the warmth in the world. He'll laugh when he's ready, you great Burke. You're more likely to scare him into silence. Me. Scare him. I'm a delight. James proclaimed, then blew a massive raspberry on the baby's stomach. And it happened. The baby's face crinkled, his eyes squeezed shut, and a sound burst forth, a pure, bubbling, joyous peal of laughter. It was the most wonderful sound Harry had ever heard. Lily's laughter joined it, a melodic counterpoint. James scooped the baby up, holding him high, his own face split by a grin of triumphant joy. There it is. That's my boy. First official laugh. Recorded for posterity. He spun around, holding the giggling baby, and his eyes met Lily's. The love that passed between them was a solid thing, a shield, a promise. For a frozen, perfect moment, they were a complete circle of happiness. Harry the observer felt it wash over him, the safety, the joy, the sheer rightness of it. This was where he belonged. This was his home. The memory began to fade, the colors softening, the sounds drifting away like smoke. Dot. Dot. Harry pulled back from the pensieve, staggering slightly. Sharp claws steadied him. His face was wet. He hadn't even felt the tears fall. He didn't wipe them away. He let them stand, a tribute to what he'd seen, to what had been taken. He looked at Ragnarok, his vision clear through the sheen of tears. The sorrow was there, a vast ocean of it, but on its surface now floated a raft of iron determination. They loved me, Harry stated. It was the core truth, the one thing no one could ever steal or distort. They did, Ragnarok acknowledged gravely. Sirius Black loved them, Harry continued, the logic unspooling with painful clarity. He wouldn't have betrayed them. He was my godfather. He would have come for me. It is the most probable conclusion. Harry walked to the window of the suite, looking out at the tranquil, artificial twilight over the marble buildings and glowing pool. The peace of this place was an illusion. The real world was out there, a world that thought Sirius Black a traitor, that thought Harry Potter a pampered celebrity ignorant of his past, that allowed Albus Dumbledore to play chess with children's lives. He turned back to the goblins. The child was still there, in the set of his shoulders, the lightness of his frame. But in his green eyes, something new had been forged in the last few hours, a glint of gold, a flash of emerald, a steel of gray. I want him out, Harry said, his voice quiet but absolute. I want Sirius Black freed from Azkaban. That's my first command as Lord Potter. Use everything. The money. The legal challenges. Whatever it takes. Get me my godfather. Ragnarok bowed deeply, a smile of grim satisfaction touching his severe features. Your will is our contract, my lord. We shall begin the proceedings immediately. The ministry will receive our first formal notice of breach before dawn. And I'm not going back to the Dursleys, Harry said. Ever. That is already assured. The question becomes, where do you go? Until Black is free, you require a magical guardian. The options within our control are limited. We could petition a neutral Wizengamot family, but that would reveal your hand and your location prematurely. You could remain here, in Gringotts, indefinitely. Secure, but isolated. Harry's mind raced. He thought of the castle ruin, the dormant manor. He thought of the notebook, the cloak, the sword on the wall. He needed to learn, to understand this world, his magic. He couldn't do that hiding underground. A dangerous, almost reckless idea, fueled by the boldness of the Gryffindor circlet and the cunning of the Slytherin ring, began to form. What about Hogwarts? Harry asked. Ragnarok blinked. The school term does not start for over a year. And you would be under Dumbledore's direct influence there. But it's my inheritance too, isn't it? Harry pressed, the idea solidifying. Gryffindor and Slytherin, they founded it. Doesn't that give me some rights? A claim. Maybe not to run it, but to be there. To learn, on my own terms. And it's the last place he'd expect me to go if I'm free of the muggles. He'd think I'm hiding, or that you've taken me to some foreign bank. Sharpclaw let out a low whistle. A bold gambit. Plant the sapling in the shadow of the great oak. Ragnock stroked his chin, his golden eyes calculating. It is unprecedented. And legally fascinating. The founders, heirs have certain visitation and residency rights written into the school's original charter, rights that have lain dormant for centuries. Dumbledore, as headmaster, is bound by that charter. He could not legally refuse you entry if you invoked them. But to stay there, without his appointed guardian, we would need a guardian at the school. A tutor, Harry said quickly. You said I need education. Hire someone loyal to Gringotts. Or to my family. You mentioned another name in the will. Remus Lupin. A risky prospect. He is a werewolf, socially shunned, and his whereabouts are unknown, Ragnock said, but he was looking at Harry with a newfound respect. The boy was thinking like a lord, weaving together disparate threads. But the tutor idea has merit. A guardian tutor, employed by the Potter estate, to oversee your education and well-being at Hogwarts. It would be a direct challenge to Dumbledore's authority, but a legally sound one. Then that's what we do, Harry said, feeling the path crystallize before him. He wouldn't run and hide. He would walk right into the heart of the old wizard's domain, protected by his own name, his own gold, and his own newly awakened will. Find me a tutor, the best one, and invoke whatever rights I have. I'm going to Hogwarts. Not in a year. Now. The audacity of it hung in the air. A 10-year-old lord, claiming a seat at a school of magic a year early, under the very nose of the wizard who had hidden him away. Ragnock's grim smile widened, showing sharp teeth. It was the smile of a warrior presented with a clever new strategy. It will be done. The arguments will be drawn tonight. The summons to the Hogwarts Board of Governors and the headmaster will be issued by morning. He looked at Harry, this small boy crowned with light and shadow. Understand, Lord Potter, the moment you step into Hogwarts, the game begins in earnest. Dumbledore will see you not as a pawn to be protected, but as a player on the board. And players can be challenged. They can be hurt. Harry met his gaze. The memory of his mother's laugh, his father's proud grin, was a fire in his chest, warming him against the chill of that warning. I've been hurt my whole life, Manager Ragnock, Harry said, the rings on his fingers gleaming in the crystal light. But I've never been a player before. Let the game begin. Outside the enchanted suites, deep in the goblin halls, scribes began drafting parchments that would shake the foundations of wizarding Britain. And high above, in a castle in Scotland, an old wizard with a long silver beard was peacefully asleep, unaware that the piece he had placed so carefully in the cupboard had just removed itself from the board and was marching, under its own banner, directly toward his gates. Dot. Dot. The silence in the Platinum Suite after Ragnock and Sharpclaw departed was a different kind of quiet. It wasn't the suffocating stillness of the cupboard. This was a watchful, expectant hush, like the moment before a conductor raises a baton. Harry stood by the window, the memory of his parents' laughter still echoing in the chambers of his mind, a bittersweet symphony against the stark reality of his choices. He had just declared war on the most powerful wizard in Britain. By demanding Sirius's freedom and claiming a place at Hogwarts, he was throwing a stone through a stained glass window, and the shards would fall where they may. The bravery of it, the Gryffindor of it, thrummed in his chest. But the cold, whispering part of him, the part that had learned to survive in shadows, the part the Slytherin ring resonated with, asked the practical question, what now? He was alone, truly alone for the first time since the goblins had appeared. The weight of it pressed down, not with fear, but with a dizzying sense of scale. He had a mountain of gold and an ocean of enemies, and he was standing on a tiny raft in between. He walked to the oak chest and picked up his mother's notebook. The leather was soft, worn at the edges. He opened it carefully. The pages were filled with her handwriting, neat, sloping, and energetic. Diagrams of wand movements danced alongside complex arithmetic equations. Notes in the margins said things like, James says this is impossible, challenge accepted. And potential for adaptive shielding, tapped into Castor's emotional state. This wasn't just a book. It was a map of her mind. Her brilliant, curious, loving mind. He traced a line of her writing with a finger. He had never known her, but here was her voice. It was a different kind of magic, more potent than any glowing ring. A soft knock at the suite's main door broke his reverie. It wasn't Ragnar's firm rap. This was tentative. "Enter," Harry called, closing the notebook and holding it to his chest. The door opened to reveal a goblin he hadn't seen before, older and frailer than Ragnar, draped in robes of somber gray wool. He carried a tray bearing a simple porcelain teapot and a single cup. "Lord Potter," the goblin said, his voice a dry rustle. "Manager Ragnar thought you might require something settling. I am Silas, keeper of histories. May I?" Harry nodded. Silas set the tray on the table and poured. The liquid was a pale amber, steaming with a scent of chamomile and something else, honey, and a sharp, clean note like mint. "It will not make you sleep," Silas said, interpreting Harry's glance. "It will help the mind order itself. Shock disrupts the internal archives. This is a librarian's brew." Harry sat and took the cup. The warmth seeped into his hands. "Thank you." Silas did not leave. He stood, his large eyes observing Harry with a quiet, scholarly intensity. "You have stirred the deep sediments of history today, young lord. The conclave has not been so agitated in a century. Ragnar is marshalling our legal cartographers. They are drafting a case that will redraw the political maps of your world." "Is it the right thing?" Harry asked softly, the question slipping out before he could stop it. "To go after Dumbledore? To just show up at Hogwarts?" Silas tilted his head. "Is it right to demand the key to your own cage? Is it right to seek the truth of your family's murder? Morality is a compass, Lord Potter, not a map. It points to right. But the terrain you must cross is called consequence. Ragnar's path is one of legal consequence. Direct, forceful, aiming to shatter the walls built around you. Your path, the Hogwarts path, is one of symbolic consequence. You would embed yourself in the very institution the old wizard views as his seat of power. You would learn its secrets from the inside, while our case builds from the outside. It is a clever pincer movement. But it places you in the dragon's den. I'm not afraid of dragons," Harry said, thinking of the drawings in his primary school books. Then he thought of real magic, of a dark wizard who could murder his parents, and amended, "Well, I am. But I'd rather face a dragon knowing I have a sword, than be locked in a cupboard pretending dragons don't exist." A faint smile touched Silas's wrinkled face. A Potter's sentiment. And a Slytherin's tactic. The blend is promising. He gestured to the notebook. "She would be proud. And terrified. But mostly proud. You knew my mother. Of her. Gringotts keeps files on all magically gifted, particularly those who show disruptive potential. Lily Evans was a disruptive force of nature. She rewrote standard charm theory before she was 20. Her work on protective enchantments is the foundation of half the wards we sell today. Had she lived," he shook his head, "the world would be different. You carry that potential. Not just her eyes. Her magic is in your blood. And your father's flair for the dramatic." Harry sipped the tea. It did help. The frantic, scattered feeling in his head began to calm, thoughts lining up like books on a shelf. What happens next? With finding a tutor. The search is underway. The parameters are narrow. They must be powerful enough to protect you, knowledgeable enough to teach you, politically neutral or aligned to your interests, and willing to defy Dumbledore. The pool of such individuals is a puddle. Remus Lupin is the most logical candidate, as your parents' chosen secondary guardian. His condition is a complication, but not, for us, an impediment. The wolf's ferocity could be an asset. Silas's tone was utterly pragmatic. Locating him is the current task. He does not wish to be found. Before Harry could ask more, the main door opened again. Ragnar entered, followed by Sharp Claw. Both looked energized, their eyes blazing with focused intensity. Ragnar carried a new scroll, this one bound with a thick ribbon of black silk. "The first missive is ready," Ragnar announced without preamble. "A notice of intent to sue, directed to the British Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the Office of the Chief Warlock. It cites wrongful imprisonment of Sirius Black, suppression of a legal will, misappropriation of estate funds, and criminal neglect of a magical heir. The response window is 72 hours. The speed was breathtaking. What will they do? Harry asked. Panic, Sharpclaw said, a sharp grin on her face. Then, they will try to discredit. They will summon Dumbledore. They will look for you. Which is why your location must be established and secured before the 72 hours are up. We have already filed a petition to the Hogwarts Board of Governors, invoking Clause 7 of the Founders' Charter. The living heir of any founder shall have right of residence and tutelage within the castle walls, for the purposes of understanding their legacy, at any time deemed necessary by said heir or their appointed guardian. And Dumbledore? Harry asked. As headmaster, he has served a copy. He cannot overrule the board on charter law. He can only comply or resign. Ragnarok's eyes glinted. He will not resign. So, he will comply. And he will begin to scheme. Your idea, Lord Potter, has forced his hand into the light. He must now operate where we can see him. The chessboard was becoming visible. Harry could almost see the pieces. In my tutor, Lupin, we have a trace, Sharpclaw said. He uses a trusted, but expensive, owl order service for a particular potion. We have followed the owl. He is in a small Muggle village in Yorkshire. Living in a derelict cottage. Our agents are approaching him now. The offer will be made. Harry imagined it, a man, broken and poor, being confronted by stern goblins in a crumbling house. Will he say yes? That, Ragnarok said, depends on how much of the brave, loyal friend your parents knew still lives beneath the fur and the fear. We have compelling incentives. A stable income. The best wolfsbane potion money can brew. Protection from persecution. And, you. Yorkshire. A cottage of broken stones. The wind cut across the moors, whispering through gaps in the stone walls. Remus Lupin huddled closer to the meager fire in the hearth, his patched robes doing little to keep out the damp cold. The cottage was a shell, borrowed from a forgetful old Muggle for a few months at most. It was always a few months, then he had to move on. The smell of dust, mildew, and his own poverty was a constant companion. On the rough wooden table lay the latest vial of wolfsbane. It was a lesser brew, affordable but crude, and the coming moon would be a trial of agony rather than a blank, merciful void. His hands shook slightly, a combination of the potion's side effects and chronic malnutrition. He stared into the flames, seeing not logs, but faces. James, grinning. Lily, laughing. Peter, always hovering. Serious. The betrayal was a wound that never scarred. It bled fresh every day. And the child, Harry. He'd failed him. He'd been too wrapped in his own grief, his own monstrous nature, to challenge Dumbledore, to demand to see where the boy was placed. He'd trusted. And look where trust had led. A knock at the door. Not a human knock. It was too precise, too firm. 3 exact taps. Remus went still, his senses flaring. He had no wand, he'd sold it 3 moves ago to pay for potions. He picked up a heavy iron poker from the hearth, his movements weary. Who is it? Gringotts. On behalf of Harry James Potter. The words struck him like a physical blow. He swayed, the poker almost slipping from his grip. Harry. It was a trick. It had to be. Dumbledore's people, coming to silence him. The Ministry, finally come to cart the werewolf away. But, Gringotts. Goblins didn't involve themselves in wizard games unless gold was at stake. Cautiously, he unlatched the door and opened it a crack. 2 goblins stood on his mossy step. They were not in armor, but in severe, dark business robes. The female one had eyes like gunmetal. The male held a leather portfolio. Remus John Lupin, the male goblin said. We are here to discuss an employment opportunity. May we enter? The matters are confidential and, you are being observed by a rather curious sheep. Remus, dazed, stepped back. The goblins entered, their sharp eyes taking in the squalor in one dismissive sweep. They did not sit. I am Sharpclaw. This is Grishnak, of our contracts division. We have been engaged by Lord Harry James Potter, who has recently taken control of his family estates, to secure for him a magical guardian and tutor. Each sentence was a firework in Remus's brain. Lord, taken control. Harry, he's with his Muggle family. He's safe, Remus said, the old line tasting like ash. He is in a cupboard under the stairs, underfed, and purposefully ignorant of his heritage, Sharpclaw stated, her voice cutting. He has been there for 10 years. Albus Dumbledore suppressed the Potter will that named you secondary guardian and Sirius Black as primary. Black is in Azkaban for a crime he likely did not commit. The heir's assets have been mismanaged. This ends now. Remus's legs gave out. He sank onto a rickety chair, the poker clattering to the stone floor. The world tilted. All the quiet suspicions, the nagging guilt he'd drowned in potion and self-pity, surged up, ugly and true. "Prove it," he whispered, his voice raw. Grishnak opened the portfolio. He laid a copy of the will on the table, the signatures of James and Lily glowing with magical verification. He laid a moving photograph of Harry, taken just hours before in the Platinum Suite. The boy looked thin, but his eyes were clear and fierce, a golden circlet on his brow, strange rings on his fingers. He laid a financial statement showing the gross mishandling of the Potter vaults. And finally, he laid a single sheet of parchment. A handwritten note, in a child's careful script. "Mr. Lupin, my parents' will says you were their friend. That you are a good man. I need to learn about my world, and I need someone who knew them to tell me the truth. I don't care about anything else. Please, help me, Harry." Remus picked up the note. He stared at the handwriting. He could see James's boldness in the strokes, Lily's care in the spacing. A sob tore from his throat, harsh and dry. He had failed. He had failed so completely. The offer, Grishnak said, not unkindly. Position: live-in guardian and tutor to Lord Potter, Gryffindor, Slytherin. Location: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, effective immediately. Salary: 2,000 galleons per annum, plus all living expenses. Benefits: a private suite at Hogwarts, unlimited access to the Potter family library and resources, and a monthly supply of wolfsbane potion brewed by Master Apothecary Hector Dagworth Granger himself. Remus's head snapped up. Hogwarts. Dumbledore would never. Headmaster Dumbledore's permission is not required, Sharpclaw interrupted. Lord Potter is invoking his rights as the heir of Gryffindor and Slytherin under the school's founding charter. The Board of Governors has been petitioned. They will ratify it. Dumbledore must provide accommodation. Your presence is part of the package. You will be an employee of the Potter estate, not of Hogwarts. Your allegiance is to the boy. The scope of it was insane. A child, wielding ancient law like a sword. Goblins, orchestrating a palace coup. And him, a broken werewolf, being offered not just a lifeline, but a purpose. A chance to fulfill his promise to James and Lily. To rescue Harry, and in doing so, perhaps rescue a piece of himself. The dangers, Remus stammered. Dumbledore will not take this lying down. There will be retaliation. Harry will be a target. He already is a target, Sharpclaw said. He has always been a target. The difference is, now he will be armed. With knowledge, with gold, with legal standing, and with you. Will you arm him, Remus Lupin? Or will you let him face the wolves alone? The choice was no choice at all. The shame of his inaction burned away in a sudden, fierce heat. This was his chance at redemption. Not a comfortable hiding place, but a battlefield. He looked at Harry's note again. I don't care about anything else. He stood up, straightening his threadbare robes. The weariness was still there in his bones, but it was now the weariness of a soldier before a long march, not of a prisoner in a cell. When do we leave? He asked, his voice firm for the first time in years. Gringotts, Platinum Suite. Harry was examining his father's cloak, letting the impossibly light fabric run through his fingers, when Ragnarok returned. The manager's expression was one of grim satisfaction. Lupin has accepted. Our agents are escorting him here. He will undergo refurbishment. He cannot arrive at Hogwarts looking like a vagabond. He will be equipped, briefed, and given his first dose of proper wolfsbane. He should be ready by morning. A wave of relief, so strong it was dizzying, washed over Harry. He wouldn't be alone. Someone who had known them, who had laughed in that sunlit room, was coming. And Hogwarts. The board has called an emergency session for 9 a.m. tomorrow. Dumbledore has been summoned. We will attend, with you, via the Hogwarts flow connection in the headmaster's office, a connection he cannot legally block for a founder's heir. The meeting will be lively. Harry took a deep breath. Tomorrow. He would walk into Hogwarts. He would see Dumbledore. The thought sent a jolt of fear and something else, anticipation, through him. There is one more thing, Ragnarok said, his tone shifting, becoming heavier. A precaution. While the rings mark your status, you require a more subtle form of protection. And you must be able to defend yourself, at least long enough to call for aid. He placed a small velvet box on the table. Inside, on a fine silver chain, was a pendant. It was a simple, flat disc of a silvery gray metal, engraved with the same lion-serpent crest. This is goblin-forged silver, alloyed with basilisk horn and imbued with protective runes. It will resist minor curses, deflect low-level dark magic, and most importantly, it is a portkey. In a moment of mortal peril, clutch it and say, Pater Sanctum. It will bring you directly here, to this suite. The activation phrase is keyed to your magical signature alone. Harry lifted the chain. The pendant was cool, heavier than it looked. He put it over his head. It settled under his shirt, a secret weight against his heart. Thank you, he said. Do not thank me. It is an investment, Ragnarok said, but his eyes were not unkind. Now, you should rest. Tomorrow is a defining day. I will have Sharp Claw bring you appropriate attire. Harry was shown to a bedchamber adjoining the main suite. The bed was large and comfortable, the blankets soft wool. He changed into the pajamas provided, simple, expensive cotton. He placed his mother's notebook and father's cloak on the bedside table. The rings and circlet he kept on, they felt like a part of him now. He lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling where tiny, charmed stars glimmered in a replica of the night sky. He thought of the cupboard. He thought of his mother's laugh. He thought of Sirius, locked in a dark, cold place. He thought of Dumbledore, a benevolent, twinkling-eyed giant in the stories, now revealed as a jailer of a different kind. The emotions swirled: grief, anger, determination, fear, a wild, hopeful excitement. He was 10. He was in over his head. But for the first time, he was swimming towards something, not just trying not to drown. He clutched the pendant through his pajama shirt. Pater Sanctum. A way home. He had a home now. It wasn't a house. It was a legacy. It was a fortress under a mountain. It was a castle waiting for him. He closed his eyes, the hum of the three magics in his veins a lullaby of power and promise. Hogwarts. The headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, the usual twinkle absent from his half-moon spectacles. Before him lay two pieces of parchment. One was the formal petition from Gringotts to the Board of Governors. The other was the notice of intent to sue from the same source. His face was a mask of serene contemplation, but his hand, resting on Fawkes's perch, trembled slightly. The phoenix trilled a soft, questioning note. It seems, old friend, Dumbledore murmured, that the piece we placed so carefully has been taken by another player. And given a crown. He had sensed the disturbance in the wards around Privet Drive hours ago, a sharp, clean cut of goblin magic, not the ragged tear of dark forces. He had dispatched a quick, discreet Patronus to Arabella Figg, his watcher. Her panicked response had confirmed it: the boy was gone. Vanished from the locked cupboard. And now this. Not a kidnapping, but a summons. Not a theft, but a claim. The boy had the rings. He had the circlet. The magic of the scroll in front of him, sealed with the crests of Potter, Gryffindor, and Slytherin, was unmistakably authentic. The Founder's Charter. A clause he himself had studied, deemed archaic, and forgotten. A lever, now wielded by a child with goblins at his back. And Sirius. They were going after Sirius. The one secret he had buried deepest, the one tragedy he had deemed necessary. If that came to light, everything would unravel. He looked out at the quiet grounds, the black lake, the forbidden forest. Hogwarts had been his sanctuary, his fortress, his chessboard for 50 years. Tomorrow, a new piece would arrive. A piece that called itself a lord. A piece that did not know its place. The game had just become infinitely more complex, and infinitely more dangerous. For the first time in a long while, Albus Dumbledore felt not like a wise old wizard guiding the future, but like a king whose castle walls had just been shown to have a hidden, legal door. And the key to that door was currently sleeping under a mountain, dreaming of a family he never knew, and readying himself to walk right in. Sleep, when it finally came, was a shallow pool. Harry drifted in it, aware of the strange bed, the hum of distant goblin machinery, the phantom warmth of the pendant against his skin. Dreams flickered at the edges, a flash of green light, the sound of crumbling stone, a wolf's howl that morphed into a baby's laugh. He surfaced from them each time with a jolt, his hand flying to the Potter ring, the solid metal a tether to the waking world. A soft gray light, artificial and dawn-like, eventually filled the room. He was awake when the knock came. Sharp Claw entered, her armor replaced with sleek robes of charcoal gray. She carried a bundle of black cloth. "Lord Potter, it is time to prepare. The Board of Governors convenes in 2 hours. Ragnarok requests your presence in the strategy chamber." Harry sat up, pushing the covers back. "Is Mr. Lupin here? He arrived an hour ago. He is being seen too. You will meet him shortly." Her eyes flicked to the closet where his Dudley hand-me-downs hung, a sad, faded pile. "Those will not do." She laid the bundle on the bed. It was not wizard's robes, at least not like any Harry had imagined. It was a child's suit, but of an antique, severe cut. The jacket and trousers were of a black wool so fine it seemed to drink the light, with subtle pinstripes of a deep charcoal. A waistcoat of silver gray silk. A white shirt so crisp it looked like paper. And a tie, not of any house color, but a solid, dark emerald green. "It is warded," Sharp Claw said as Harry stared. "The fabric is woven with grafthorn hair for durability, spelled against stains, minor jinxes, and environmental discomforts. The cut is designed to command respect, not to play to childishness. You are not attending as a student. You are attending as a claimant. You will look the part." The clothes fit perfectly. As he dressed, Harry felt a transformation that had nothing to do with magic. The trousers didn't bag at his ankles. The jacket shoulders didn't slump. The tie, knotted for him by a silent, efficient Sharp Claw, was a precise arrow under his chin. He looked at himself in the full-length mirror. A thin, pale boy with messy black hair and startling green eyes stared back. But the boy in the cupboard was gone. In his place was someone who wore a lord's rings and a lion's crown without apology. He kept the circlet on. It was part of him now. The rings stayed. Sharp Claw gave a curt nod of approval. "Now, breakfast. Then, the chamber. ... The strategy chamber was a stark contrast to the serene platinum suite. It was all function. A long table of black obsidian, maps of the wizarding world glowing on the walls, trays holding quills and pots of ink that moved on their own. Ragnarok was there, along with 3 other goblins Harry hadn't met, all studying documents. And there, standing by a map of Hogwarts, was a man. He was tall, but stooped, as if carrying an invisible weight. His hair was light brown, heavily streaked with gray, and his face was prematurely lined with weariness and pain. But his eyes, a warm hazel, were alert and deeply intelligent. He wore new, simple robes of brown and gray, but they hung on his frame as if he wasn't used to the fit. He turned as Harry entered. The air left the room. Remus Lupin looked at the boy, and a kaleidoscope of emotion shattered across his face: shock, grief, a staggering wave of guilt, and finally, a dawning, aching recognition. He saw James in the stubborn set of the jaw, the unruly hair. He saw Lily in the shape of the face, the vivid, penetrating green of the eyes. But he also saw something entirely new, a gravity, a stillness, that belonged only to Harry. Harry stopped a few feet away. This was the friend, the one from the memory. He looked tired and sad, but his eyes were kind. "Mr. Lupin," Harry said, the formal title feeling strange. "Harry," Remus breathed the name like a prayer. He took a hesitant step forward, then stopped, his hands clenching at his sides as if fighting the urge to reach out. You look like my father," Harry asked. He'd heard it from the goblins, seen hints in the moving photograph. "So very much," Remus said, his voice thick. "And your mother," around the eyes. "Absolutely." He swallowed hard. I am so sorry, Harry. For everything. For not knowing. For not being there." The apology was raw, unvarnished. It wasn't the polished regret of an adult covering their tracks. It was the grief of a man who had truly failed. Harry felt the Gryffindor part of him want to offer immediate forgiveness. The Slytherin part whispered to be cautious. The Potter part just understood loneliness. "The goblins say you didn't know," Harry said, his tone neutral, testing. "About the will. About where I was." "I didn't," Remus said, anguish in the words. "Dumbledore said you were with family, that you were protected, that it was safest for you to be away from our world. I was unwell. I believed him. It was the greatest mistake of my life." He didn't offer excuses. He stated it as a fact. Harry nodded slowly. "Are you well now?" Remus managed a faint, wry smile. I am equipped. Thanks to you. The potion I took this morning is the first proper one in years. The difference is profound. Ragnarok cleared his throat, his tone businesslike but not unkind. Sentiment is noted and necessary. Time, however, is a currency we are spending. Lord Potter, this is the team. Grishnak, you know. These are Barrowgild, our lead barrister for wizarding law, and Ironclaw, head of security for this operation. The goblins nodded. Barrowgild had spectacles perched on his long nose. Ironclaw was built like a brick, his neck thick, his gaze constantly moving. The strategy, Ragnarok continued, tapping the Hogwarts map. We will flow directly to the headmaster's office at 8:55. The board meeting is in the antechamber. They are 11 individuals. Some are Dumbledore's allies. Some are ministry lackeys. A few are traditionalists who will respect the letter of the charter above all. Our goal is to secure the vote for your residency and Lupin's appointment. Barrowgild will present the legal case. You, Lord Potter, need only be present. Your appearance, your rings, your circlet, are our primary evidence. Speak only if directly addressed, and keep your answers short and factual. Lupin, you are there as the proposed guardian. You will be silent unless questioned about your qualifications. Understood. Both Harry and Remus nodded. Ironclaw and 2 others will accompany us as security detail. The Hogwarts wards will not stop goblin metal or a founder's heir. Dumbledore will be polite. He will be charming. He will attempt to separate you, to make you doubt, to appeal to emotion. You must remember, he is the adversary in this room. He kept you in a cupboard. He left your godfather to rot. He stole your history. Do not be swayed by a twinkle. The words were a cold splash of reality. Harry's fingers tightened on the back of a chair. He saw Remus's jaw harden. What if he refuses? Harry asked. Then we sue the school for breach of charter, a case we will win, and we publicly declare Hogwarts unsafe for its own heirs. The scandal would cripple it. He knows this. He will not refuse outright. He will attempt to negotiate, to delay, to impose conditions. We accept no conditions beyond basic safety. The point is to establish your foothold. Once you are in, the real work begins. Harry looked at the map, at the moving illustrations of the castle towers, the lake, the forest. His future, or a new, gilded prison. I'm ready. At 8:54, they stood before a large, ornate fireplace in a Gringotts reception room. Green powder already filled the grate. The connection is one time, forced through the charter magic, Ironclaw grunted. He cannot block it, but he will know the moment we come through. Stay close. Ragnarok went first, throwing down a pinch of the powder and calling, Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. In a clear voice. He vanished in a roar of emerald flame. Remus went next, then Barrowgild. Ironclaw looked at Harry. You and me, Lord. Straight after. No hesitation. Harry took a fistful of the powder. It was slick and oddly warm. He threw it into the flames, which turned a brilliant, violent green. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. He shouted, and stepped in. It was not like the gentle, swirling travel with Ragnarok from the cupboard. This was a violent, wrenching pull, as if a hook had lodged behind his navel and yanked. He was spinning, gasping, flashes of other fireplaces blurring past, a messy kitchen, a grand hall, a dusty library, before he was spat out onto a thick, woven rug. He stumbled, Ironclaw's steadying hand immediately on his shoulder. They were in a large, circular room. The air smelled of lemon drops, old books, and a faint, acrid scent of anxiety. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating whirring silver instruments on spindly tables, shelves of books, and a magnificent perch where a blood-red and gold bird preened, watching them with bright, clever eyes. And behind a vast, claw-footed desk, stood Albus Dumbledore. He was taller than Harry had imagined. His robes were midnight blue, sparkling with tiny stars, and his long silver beard and hair seemed to glow in the sunlight. His face was grave, the famed twinkle in his blue eyes utterly absent. His gaze swept over the goblins, lingered on Remus with a complex flicker of sadness and disappointment, and finally settled on Harry. Harry felt the weight of that look. It was assessing, profound, and deeply powerful. It was the look of a man used to knowing everything, now confronted with a living question mark. Harry met it squarely, refusing to look away. He felt the rings grow warm, the circlet light but firm on his brow. The pendant was a cold coin against his chest. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, his voice soft, resonant, and full of a sorrow that sounded genuine. What a very dramatic entrance. Headmaster Dumbledore, Ragnarok stepped forward, his voice cutting through the heavy atmosphere. "By the authority of the Founders, Charter, Clause 7, and as legal representatives of Lord Harry James Potter Gryffindor Slytherin, we are here to attend the convened session of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The flow connection was invoked as per Charter rights. Please direct us to the chamber." Dumbledore's eyes didn't leave Harry's. "The Charter has not been invoked in centuries. The interpretations are debated. The interpretation is clear," Barrowgild said, his voice dry and precise as a legal document. "The heir has invoked it. The board is convened. Delaying us is a violation. Shall we proceed, or shall I note your obstruction for the pending litigation?" A muscle twitched in Dumbledore's jaw. The phoenix, Fawkes, let out a soft, mournful cry. Finally, Dumbledore gestured to a door behind his desk that Harry hadn't noticed. "Of course. The board is eager to understand this situation. ... The antechamber was smaller, dominated by a long, oval table of dark wood. 11 witches and wizards sat around it, their expressions ranging from curious to hostile to deeply bewildered. Harry recognized none of them. They were mostly older, dressed in rich robes, their faces masks of wizarding authority. An elderly witch with a face like a startled pug and a ridiculous vulture hat gasped as they entered. "Merlin's beard. It's true. The Potter boy. And is that a goblin delegation?" A portly wizard with a monocle scowled. "Dumbledore, what is the meaning of this? Goblin warriors in Hogwarts. Peace, Cornelius, Augusta," Dumbledore said, taking his seat at the head of the table. His tone was calm, but a current of tension ran beneath it. "You have all seen the petition. Lord Potter and his representatives are here to present their case. May I introduce Manager Ragnarok, Barrister Barrowgild, and Security Chief Ironclaw of Gringotts. And, of course, Mr. Remus Lupin, and Lord Harry Potter." The name, Lord Potter, hung in the air. Several board members shifted uncomfortably. The one called Cornelius, Fudge, Harry guessed, blustered, "Lord. The boy is a child. And Lupin. Dumbledore, you can't be serious, the man is a fully qualified wizard and the secondary guardian named in the last will and testament of James and Lily Potter," Barrowgild interrupted, his voice like a scalpel. "A will that was illegally suppressed. A point which is the subject of a separate legal action against the Ministry and the Chief Warlock. We are not here to debate Mr. Lupin's medical history, which is being managed. We are here on the matter of the Founders' Charter." He unrolled a copy of the Charter, the ancient parchment crackling. Clause 7, ratified 990 AD. Should a direct, magical heir of any of the 4 founders present themselves to the sitting Board of Governors, said heir shall be granted immediate right of residence within the castle, for the purpose of tutelage in their familial legacy, such tutelage to be provided by a guardian of the heirs or family's choosing, at any time the need is deemed. The heir has presented himself. He gestured to Harry. The magical proof is upon his person. The rings of Potter and Slytherin. The circlet of Gryffindor. The bloodline confirmation conducted by Gringotts is available for review. The need is deemed. We request the board's formal recognition and the immediate allocation of suitable accommodation for Lord Potter and his appointed guardian tutor, Mr. Lupin. Silence followed, broken by the rustle of parchment as board members examined their own copies of the Charter. Augusta Longbottom, the vulture-hatted witch, peered at Harry. "Boy, is this your wish? To come here, now, outside of normal term?" All eyes turned to him. Harry felt his throat go dry. He saw Dumbledore watching him, his expression unreadable. He felt Remus's silent, supportive presence behind him. "Yes," Harry said, his voice clear in the quiet room. "I need to learn. About my family. About my legacy. I can't learn it where I was." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The implication was stark. "Where were you, my dear?" asked a kindly-looking witch. "In a cupboard," Harry said simply. A collective intake of breath. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a brief moment. "Preposterous," Fudge spluttered. Dumbledore assured us the boy was well cared for. "The assurances were false," Ragnarok stated. "Gringotts has evidence. It is part of our litigation. That matter is for another time. Today is about the Charter." An older wizard with a shrewd face, whom Harry would later know as Tiberius Ogden, stroked his beard. The charter is clear. The magical proof appears genuine. The question is one of precedent and practicality. He is 10. The school is not equipped for a lone student. He will not be a student, Barrowgild countered. He will be a resident heir, under private tutelage. He will not attend classes. He will not be part of the house system. He and his guardian will be a separate entity within the castle. The castle itself is equipped to provide rooms. The house elves can see to meals. The logistical arguments are irrelevant. And what of the danger? Another board member asked. The boy is famous. His presence could attract undue attention. He has been in greater danger in a muggle cupboard than he will be behind Hogwarts's famed wards, with a dedicated guardian and goblin-forged security, Ironclaw growled, his hand resting on the hilt of a nasty-looking blade at his belt. The debate swirled. Dumbledore said little, only interjecting to clarify a point of law or to gently voice a concern about disruption, about Harry's social development, about the weight of history on young shoulders. Each concern was politely, firmly dismantled by Barrowgild's legal precision. Harry watched it all, a strange detachment settling over him. These powerful people were arguing about him as if he were a strange artifact, a legal problem. He was the subject, but he felt outside of it. He looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes met his again, and this time, Harry saw something new there. Not anger, not even frustration, but a deep, calculating curiosity. He was being re-evaluated. Finally, after an hour of discussion, a vote was called. All in favor of recognizing the rights of Lord Harry James Potter under Clause 7 of the Founders' Charter, and granting him and his appointed guardian residence at Hogwarts, say, aye. 6 hands went up, including Augusta Longbottoms and Tiberius Ogdens. Opposed. 4 hands, including Fudges. Abstentions. 1. The motion carries, Dumbledore announced, his voice devoid of inflection. Lord Potter, Mr. Lupin, Hogwarts will make arrangements. There was no triumph in Ragnarok's face, only satisfaction. The battle was won. The war was just beginning. We will require a tour of the allocated quarters immediately, Ragnarok said. And a schedule for the ward keying for Mr. Lupin. Ironclaw's team will conduct a security sweep. Dumbledore stood. Of course. If the board will excuse us. Professor McGonagall will show you to the rooms we have in mind. Lord Potter, a word in my office before you go. The air tightened. Remus took a half step forward. Ironclaw's posture shifted. He will not be separated from his guardian or security, Ragnarok said flatly. Then they may wait outside the door, Dumbledore said, his tone allowing no argument. But I would speak with Harry. Alone. For 5 minutes. As his headmaster, if not his guardian. Surely that is a reasonable request. All eyes turned to Harry. It was a test. A request framed as politeness, but a command nonetheless. Refusing would make him look fearful, controlled by the goblins. Accepting would walk him into the lion's den. Harry felt the 3 magics within him align. Potter stubbornness. Gryffindor courage. Slytherin caution. He looked at Remus, who gave a barely perceptible nod. He looked at Ragnarok, whose golden eyes held a warning, but also a flicker of respect for the choice. 5 minutes, Harry agreed, his voice steady. The others filed out, leaving Harry alone in the large office with Albus Dumbledore. The door clicked shut. The silence was immense, broken only by the gentle whirring of instruments and the soft crackle of the fire. Dumbledore did not return to his desk. He walked to a window, looking out over the grounds. You have caused quite the stir, Harry. Harry said nothing. He stood in the center of the rug, waiting. Dumbledore turned. His eyes were no longer curious, but deeply, profoundly sad. The cupboard. I had reports. I believed them to be exaggerations. Petunia's resentment, I feared, but not active cruelty. For that, I am more sorry than I can express. The apology was direct, disarming. It was not the tone of a villain, but of a man who believed he had made a terrible mistake. Harry felt a treacherous pull of sympathy. He shoved it down. You didn't check. No, Dumbledore admitted quietly. I did not. I placed you there for a protection that runs deeper than comfort, Harry. A protection of blood. As long as you could call your mother's sister's house home, a powerful ancient magic shielded you from your enemies. It was the only thing I knew that could keep you safe from Voldemort's remaining followers. It also kept me safe from my friends. From my history. From my godfather. Dumbledore flinched, a tiny, almost invisible motion. Serious, that is a complex tragedy. The evidence was overwhelming. The will wasn't presented. You didn't let him speak. The mood of the wizarding world was one of terror and fury. A swift resolution was deemed necessary to prevent panic, to show strength. He sounded like he was reciting an old, tired justification. You deemed it, Harry stated. Dumbledore met his gaze. I did. As I have deemed many hard, terrible things in my long life. For the greater good. A phrase that has cost me much, and cost those I care for even more. He moved closer, and Harry had to tilt his head back to maintain eye contact. The old wizard's power was a palpable thing in the room, a pressure against Harry's skin. But the rings hummed, a low counter-frequency. What do you hope to find here, Harry? Dumbledore asked, his voice soft. Riches. Power. Revenge. The truth, Harry answered immediately. About my parents. About why they died. About who I am. Not the boy who lived. Just Harry. The truth is a mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces, Dumbledore said. Each piece sharp, and none showing the whole picture. The goblins offer you one piece, the piece of golden law and grievance. It is a true piece. But it is not the only one. There is a larger picture, Harry. A picture involving prophecies, and destinies, and a darkness that is not yet gone. A chill that had nothing to do with the room crept down Harry's spine. What darkness? Not today, Dumbledore said, his eyes suddenly old, millennia. Old. Today, you have won your castle. But remember, castles are not just homes. They are targets. By claiming these titles, by striding into the light, you have painted a target on your back far brighter than the one you already wore. Your enemies within these walls may be more dangerous than those without. Are you my enemy, Headmaster? Harry asked the question point blank, his heart hammering against his ribs. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment. The sadness in his eyes deepened into something like grief. I have never been your enemy, Harry. But I fear I may no longer be able to be your protector. The path you are choosing is one I cannot walk for you. And it is a path that leads into shadows I had hoped you would never have to see. He turned away, back to the window. Your 5 minutes are up. Professor McGonagall is waiting. The rooms prepared are in the West Tower. They have been unused for many years. I hope you find them suitable. The dismissal was clear. The audience was over. Harry had gotten his answer, and it was more terrifying than a simple yes or no. Dumbledore was not a cartoon villain. He was a man who had done wrong things for what he believed were right reasons, and who saw a storm coming that he could no longer steer Harry around. Harry walked to the door, his footsteps silent on the thick rug. As he reached for the handle, Dumbledore spoke again, so quietly Harry almost didn't hear it. The cloak becomes you, Harry. Use it well. Harry froze. He hadn't mentioned the cloak. He hadn't brought it. How did he? He didn't turn around. He opened the door and stepped out, where Remus and Ironclaw waited, their faces taut with worry. The heavy oak door swung shut behind him, cutting off the view of the old wizard standing alone in the sunlit room, a figure of immense power and immense loneliness. Harry took a deep, shuddering breath. He was in. He had won. So why did it feel like he'd just jumped off a cliff, and only now heard the rush of the wind? Dot. Dot. The West Tower stood apart from the main body of Hogwarts, a spear of pale granite thrusting toward the Scottish sky, connected to the castle by a long, enclosed bridge that swayed ever so slightly in the wind. Professor McGonagall, her lips pursed into a thin line of disapproval that seemed to be her permanent expression around Harry now, led them across it. Her robe swished with every stiff step. These quarters have been unused since the 1890s, she said, her voice clipped. They were originally designed for visiting dignitaries or, historically, for members of the founders' families. The castle has adapted them. She stopped before a door of dark, age-blackened oak, devoid of a knob or keyhole. As Harry approached, the wood rippled. Grain rearranged itself, carving the same triple crest that now felt as familiar as his own heartbeat. The Potter lion and serpent, quartered with the Gryffindor lion and the Slytherin serpent. With a soft click, the door swung inward. The space beyond was not a room. It was an entire apartment carved across the top 3 floors of the tower. The entrance level was a spacious living area. A large, arched window dominated the far wall, offering a breathtaking, dizzying view of the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, and the rolling hills beyond. Plush, deep blue carpets covered the floor, and bookshelves lined the stone walls, already filled with a mix of ancient-looking volumes and more modern texts. A large fireplace crackled with a warm, magical fire, and comfortable-looking sofas and armchairs were arranged around a low table. A second, smaller door stood ajar, revealing a modern-looking kitchenette. A spiral staircase of wrought iron led upward. McGonagall gestured. The upper level contains 2 bedchambers. And a washroom. The castle has provided basic furnishings. House elves will see to meals, which will be delivered here unless you instruct otherwise. You will find your trunks have already been brought up. Harry saw them, his small, shabby trunk from the Dursleys, and a new, larger one of dark leather that must belong to Remus. They looked absurd sitting in the middle of such opulence. "Thank you, Professor," Remus said quietly. McGonagall looked at Harry, her stern eyes softening a fraction, but only a fraction. "The rules of the castle still apply, Mr. Potter. While you are not a student, you are a resident. You are not to wander the grounds after curfew. You are to avoid the forbidden forest. You will not interfere with the education of other students. Is that clear?" "Yes, Professor," Harry said. "Your guardian has been granted limited access to the staff areas in the library. The restrictions will be outlined in a parchment from the headmaster. Good day." With a final, sharp nod, she turned and left, the tower door sealing shut behind her with a sound of finality. Silence descended, filled only by the crackle of the fire and the distant cry of a bird outside. They were alone, truly installed. Remus let out a long, slow breath, his shoulders slumping from their tense posture. "Well, this is, rather more than a derelict cottage." Harry walked to the enormous window, placing his hands on the cold stone sill. The world was spread out below him like a living map. He could see tiny figures, students, moving between the greenhouse and the main castle. He saw the giant squid lazily waving a tentacle in the lake. The sheer scale of it, the freedom of the view, was the polar opposite of the strip of light under the cupboard door. "It's big," he said, a simple word for an overwhelming feeling. "It's yours," Remus corrected gently, coming to stand beside him. "For now, at least. This tower responds to your blood. It's a part of your legacy. A place where you can be safe." "Safe," Harry repeated, tasting the word. He didn't feel safe. He felt exposed. On display in a giant window at the top of the world. Dumbledore's words echoed. "Castles are targets." He turned from the view. "What now?" "Now," Remus said, his tone shifting into something more purposeful, "we establish a routine. We unpack. We explore this tower. And then, we begin. Your first lesson is not with me. It's with the castle. ... The upper level held 2 spacious bedrooms. Harry's was circular, following the tower's shape, with a canopied bed hung with curtains of deep green and silver. His shabby trunk sat forlornly at its foot. Remus's room across the small landing was similar, but in quieter tones of blue and bronze. Between them was a modern bathroom that seemed utterly out of place in the ancient stone, all gleaming white tile and hot running water, a clear concession from the castle's magic. As Harry opened his trunk, the poverty of his previous life felt like a stain. A few pairs of Dudley's old socks, some threadbare pants, a single, cracked toy soldier. He gathered them up, feeling a hot flush of shame. Before he could decide what to do with them, a small pop sounded. A house elf stood before him. It was small, with large, bat-like ears and eyes the size of tennis balls. It wore a clean tea towel stamped with the Hogwarts crest. "Dobby is sorry to startle the young master." The elf squeaked, wringing the towel in its hands. "Dobby is here to be helping. Is the young master wishing for his things to be washed? Or be vanished?" Its enormous eyes took in the pitiful collection with a tragic expression. Washed, please," Harry said, startled. "Thank you, Dobby." Dobby looked as if he'd been given a chest of gold. "Dobby is honored. It is being a pleasure to serve the great Harry Potter and his good friend, Professor Lupin." He snapped his fingers, and the clothes vanished. "Dobby will be bringing them back, clean and mended. And Dobby is telling the other elves that the young master is being kind and polite." With another eager pop, he was gone. Harry stared at the empty space. The encounter was so strange, so filled with desperate admiration, it left him unsettled. He was saved from pondering it by Remus calling him back downstairs. Remus had unpacked some of his own few belongings and was now examining the bookshelves. Fascinating. A mix. Hogwarts. A history. Standard Book of Spells, grade 1 through 7. And treatises on pure blood lineage law. Histories of the founders. Even some rather advanced texts on defensive magic. The castle is trying to anticipate your needs. He pulled a large, flat book from a lower shelf. It was bound in gray leather, much like Lily's notebook, but older. He opened it. The pages were blank. Then, as they watched, ink swirled from the center of each page, forming words, Journal of the Heir. Let it record your legacy. A self-writing journal, Remus murmured. Keyed to you. To document your thoughts, your learnings. A powerful artifact. He closed it carefully. We'll save that for later. First, the castle. Place your hand flat on the wall, Harry. By the fireplace. Harry did as he was told. The stone was cool and rough. He focused on the feeling of the rings on his fingers, the circlet on his head. Show me, he thought, not sure if he was thinking it to himself or to the tower. The wall under his palm warmed. A map, drawn in lines of gentle golden light, spread out from his touch, etching itself across the stone. It was a blueprint of the tower, but with additional, pulsing symbols. A soft, blue glow marked the kitchenette. A green pulse came from a section of shelving near the window. A red, warning symbol hovered near the base of the staircase. It's showing you the enchantments, Remus said, awe in his voice. The blue is a preservation charm on the pantry, it will keep food fresh. The green is a secret compartment. And the red, that's a ward. A defensive boundary. Try asking it to reveal the compartment. Harry focused on the green pulse. Open. With a soft grating sound, a section of the bookshelf slid back and then sideways, revealing a shallow alcove. Inside lay two items, a simple, wooden wand box, and a long, thin object wrapped in black silk. Harry's breath caught. He reached for the wand box first. He lifted the lid. Nestled in purple velvet was a wand. It was dark wood, polished to a soft sheen, about 11 inches long. He picked it up. It was warm, and a sensation like a gentle, welcoming vibration traveled up his arm. A shower of golden sparks, tinged with scarlet and emerald, erupted from the tip. A family wand, Remus whispered. Not bought from Ollivander. Passed down, crafted for a potter. It has chosen you, just as the rings did. Harry held it, feeling its rightness. It was an extension of the warmth he felt from the Potter ring. He set it carefully on the table and picked up the silk-wrapped bundle. Unfolding the fabric, he found a slender, double-edged sword. The blade was silver, gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. The hilt was gold, shaped like a lion's head, its ruby eyes matching the one in his Potter ring. The cross guard was formed of two serpents, their emerald eyes winking. It was light, perfectly balanced. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, a surge of fierce, bright confidence, the same feeling the circlet gave him, but sharper, more focused, flooded his system. This was not just a weapon. It was a symbol. Gryffindor's sword. Good grief, Remus breathed, taking an involuntary step back. Harry. That is an artifact of immense power. It only appears to a true Gryffindor in a time of need. The castle thinks I'm in need, Harry said, his voice hushed. He lowered the sword, its point resting on the carpet. The light from its blade faded to a soft glow. The castle, or the magic of your lineage, knows you are walking into a war, Remus corrected softly. It is arming you. Harry wrapped the sword, a sense of solemn duty settling over him. He placed it and the wand box back in the alcove, which sealed itself once more. The map on the wall faded. We have much to discuss, Remus said, his face serious. Starting with the fact that you now possess objects that most wizards would kill for. Their existence must remain secret. The wand you may use in here, during our lessons. The sword, we will need to find a way to practice with it, discreetly. But first, a more immediate lesson, occlumency. Harry blinked. OCCL, what? The defense of the mind against external intrusion. Legilimency is the art of extracting feelings and memories from another's mind. Occlumency is its shield. Remus's expression was grim. Dumbledore is a master legilimens. He reads people like books. It is likely how he knew about the cloak without you mentioning it. He may have already attempted, subtly, to read your surface thoughts during your conversation. If we are to keep our plans, your secrets, and your sanity private, you must learn to lock your mind. The idea was horrifying. That someone could just reach in and take your memories. See your private thoughts. The vulnerability of it made his skin crawl. Can you teach me? I am not a master, but I know the basics. James and Sirius were terrible at it, too impulsive. Your mother was naturally gifted. It requires discipline, clear-headedness, and emotional control. We will begin with meditation. Clearing the mind. Building mental walls. For the next hour, Remus guided him through simple breathing exercises, instructing him to imagine his thoughts as leaves on a stream, letting them pass by without grasping them. Harry found it incredibly difficult. His mind was a riot, images of the cupboard, his parents' laughing faces, the goblin hall, Dumbledore's sad eyes, the weight of the sword. The leaves were more like boulders, crashing and damming the stream. It's a lifelong practice, Remus assured him, not unkindly, as Harry growled in frustration after the 10th attempt. Even a basic barrier, a moment of noticing an intrusion and throwing up a shield of random, mundane thoughts, can be the difference between victory and defeat. We will practice every day. As the afternoon light began to wane, casting long, amber shafts across the room, there was a soft chime from the direction of the kitchen. On the small table there, a hearty meal had appeared: roast beef, Yorkshire puddings, steaming vegetables, and a treacle tart. They ate in a comfortable, tired silence. The food was delicious, but Harry's mind was elsewhere, buzzing with the day's overwhelming input. He was here. He was armed. He had a teacher. He had a target on his back. After dinner, Remus insisted Harry take a bath and get ready for bed. Tomorrow, we begin a proper schedule. Magical theory in the morning. Practical wandwork in the afternoon. History in the evening. And occlumency always. But for now, you need to process. To just be. The bath was a luxury beyond anything Harry had known. He soaked until his fingers pruned, watching the steam rise in the quiet, tiled room. He thought of Dudley's loud, splashy baths, of Aunt Petunia shrieking about the water bill. Here, there was only silence and warmth. He changed into new pajamas that had appeared in his wardrobe, soft, green silk, and climbed into the vast bed. The curtains were heavy, and when he drew them closed, the room plunged into a deep, velvety darkness. Not the oppressive dark of the cupboard, but a comfortable, private dark. Sleep, however, did not come easily. The castle settled around him with groans and sighs that were new and strange. Every distant shout from the grounds, every flutter of a bird past his window, made him tense. He clutched the pendant under his pajamas. He must have drifted off, because the dream came suddenly. He was standing in a long, dark corridor he instinctively knew was deep underground. The air was freezing, thick with despair and a salty, rotten smell. He could hear the sea. And he could hear, breathing. Ragged, pained, animal breathing. A voice, cracked and broken, whispered from the blackness ahead. James, promise me. The voice was eaten by a sound that was not a sound, a sucking, soul-deep cold that leached all happiness, all hope, all warmth from the air. Dementors. He could feel them, a swarm of them, gliding toward the voice. Toward the man making the promises. I'll get him out, Prongs, I swear. The cold intensified. The voice choked off into a silent scream. Harry woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed. His heart was trying to hammer its way out of his chest. The sheets were soaked with cold sweat. The pendant was burning against his skin, not with heat, but with a sharp, warning magic. He knew, with absolute certainty, what he had just witnessed. Not a memory. Not his own. A fragment of someone else's torment, pulled across a vast, magical distance, connected by blood and promise and a shared, terrible loss. It was serious. In Azkaban. Right now. The dream had not felt like a dream. It had felt like a window, smashed open by the raw, desperate power of his new magical connections, the cry of a godfather's soul, heard by the heir who held his freedom in his hands. The cold of the Dementors lingered in his bones, but beneath it, a new emotion boiled, a furious, protective rage. This wasn't just a legal case anymore. This was a man, being tortured, calling out to a dead friend, clinging to a promise about a boy he didn't know was fighting for him. Harry threw back the covers, his breath puffing in the suddenly chill air of the tower room. He walked to the great window, pulling the curtain aside. The moon was high, bathing the silent castle and grounds in an eerie silver light. Somewhere, hundreds of miles away, in a fortress in the middle of a cursed sea, Sirius Black was fighting to remember his own name, clinging to a promise made to a ghost. The rings on Harry's fingers felt heavy. The circlet seemed to tighten on his brow. The castle around him felt less like a sanctuary and more like a command post. "I hear you," Harry whispered to the knight, his breath fogging the cold glass. His reflection stared back at him, a boy with a man's resolve in his eyes. "I'm coming. Just hold on." The cliff below his tower seemed to drop away into an abyss of responsibility. The game was no longer about claiming a title. It was a rescue mission. And the clock, measured in the fading heartbeats of a tortured man, had just started ticking in his soul. Dot. Dot. The silver light of the moon had bled into the gray pallor of dawn by the time Harry's breathing evened out. He didn't sleep again. He sat by the window, wrapped in a blanket he'd pulled from the bed, watching the black lake lighten to a sheet of polished steel, the forbidden forest a rumpled blanket of indigo slowly turning green. The cold from the dream was gone, burned away by a simmering, impatient energy. He had seen it. He had heard it. Sirius was real, and he was suffering, and the world was sleeping. The first pop of the day was not Dobby, but a breakfast tray appearing on the kitchen table with a soft chime. Porridge with a swirl of golden honey, toast, slices of orange, and a large glass of pumpkin juice. The normalcy of it felt like an insult. Remus emerged from his room not long after, looking more rested than he had in days, the new wolfsbane clearly working. The shadows under his eyes were less pronounced. He took one look at Harry's face, at the blanket around his shoulders and the untouched tray, and his own expression sobered. "You didn't sleep. I did. Then I woke up." Harry's voice was flat. "I had a dream. It wasn't a normal dream." He told it in clipped, precise sentences. The corridor. The cold. The voice. The promises. The Dementors. Remus listened, his face draining of color. By the time Harry finished, Remus's hands were gripping the back of a chair, his knuckles white. "Azkaban," he whispered. "You described the isolation wing. The highest security. The Dementor patrol patterns, no one knows those unless they've been there." He looked at Harry with a mix of awe and dread. "This is a soul scream, Harry. A fragment of consciousness, hurled across a magical void. It's a symptom of profound magical and emotional connection. The bond of a godfather, the blood of his best friend in your veins, the legal tie of his imprisonment being challenged by your lordship, it's created a bridge. A terrible, painful bridge. Can we use it?" Harry asked, the pragmatism cold and sharp. "To help him. To prove he's innocent." Remus shook his head, a pained movement. "It's not evidence. It's a psychic impression. But it tells us his mind is still fighting. He's clinging to his promise to James. To you. That's what the Dementors feast on, happy memories. And he's using one as a lifeline. It's both his torture and his salvation." He came around the chair and knelt before Harry, putting them at eye level. "It also means you are uniquely vulnerable. Your mind is open to his pain. This is why occlumency isn't just about Dumbledore. You must learn to shield against this, too. To control the connection, or it will drain you, haunt you." "I don't want to shut it out," Harry said fiercely. "He's alone. If I'm the only one who can hear him, then you must learn to listen without drowning," Remus insisted, his tone gentle but unyielding. "A lighthouse doesn't feel the storm. It stands firm and sends a beam through it. You must become that. For him, and for yourself. Otherwise, his despair will become your despair, and you'll be of no use to anyone." The logic was infuriating, but Harry saw the truth in it. He gave a short, sharp nod. "Then we start today. Everything. The mind shields. The magic. Everything that makes me stronger, faster. Now." Remus saw the fire in the green eyes, the same stubborn set of the jaw James had when cornered. "All right," he agreed. "But first, you eat. Magic burns calories. And we'll need to send a message to Gringotts. They should know about this development. It may affect their legal strategy." Dot. Dot. The morning was dedicated to what Remus called magical theory fundamentals. They sat at the large table, books open. But these were not dry textbooks. Remus taught like someone who had learned magic is a living, breathing art from brilliant friends. "Magic isn't just waving a wand and saying words," Remus began, his hands animated. "It's intention. It's will. It's emotion. The wand focuses it. The words give it shape. But here," he tapped Harry's chest, "and here," he tapped Harry's temple, "or where the real power lies. Your mother was a genius because she understood the feeling behind a charm. The joy of levitation, the sharp focus of a cutting hex, the profound desire to protect behind a shield. He had Harry start with the simplest of spells, Lumos. But he didn't let him use his family wand. Your wand is a partner. A powerful one, but you must understand the dance before you let the partner lead. Try without. For an hour, Harry sat, finger extended, trying to summon light from sheer will. Frustration boiled up, hot and familiar. Nothing happened. You're trying to push it out, Remus observed. Like shoving a boulder. Think of it as letting it flow. You have a core of magic inside you. It wants to be used. Lumos is just opening a valve and picturing the light. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of the light in the Goblin Hall. Of the glow of his mother's memory. Of the silvery beam he wanted to send to the dark prison in his dream. He felt a warmth in his center, a pool that the rings and circlet seemed to orbit. He didn't push. He simply directed. A soft, white glow blossomed at the tip of his finger. It lasted only 3 seconds before sputtering out, but Remus looked stunned. Merlin's beard. Wandless, wordless magic. On your first real attempt. That's not normal, Harry. Is it because of? Harry gestured to the circlet. Perhaps. Or perhaps it's because you've been suppressing accidental magic for a decade, and now the dam has broken with purpose behind it. Remus's eyes were alight with a scholar's excitement. Again. Longer this time. By the end of the session, Harry could sustain a steady, coin-sized light for a full minute. The effort left him feeling pleasantly drained, like he'd run a long race. After a lunch of sandwiches that appeared quietly, Remus brought out Harry's family wand. Now, with the wand. The principle is the same, but the wand will amplify, clarify, and stabilize. It's the difference between cupping water in your hands and using a pipe. Harry picked up the dark wand. The welcoming warmth surged up his arm again. He pointed it at a quill on the table. Wingardium Leviosa, Remus instructed, demonstrating the swish and flick. The levitation charm. Focus on the feeling of lightness. Of defying gravity. Harry took a breath, focused on the pool of magic, and channeled it through the wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The quill shot into the air like a firework, zooming in a frantic circle around the ceiling before Harry, panicking, jerked his wand. The quill embedded itself in a wooden beam with a solid thunk. Remus blinked. Well, the power is certainly there. Control, however, is a separate skill. Let's try with something less aerodynamic. A pillow. It took the rest of the afternoon, but by the time the light began to fade, Harry could, with intense concentration, make a pillow wobble a few feet off the ground and drift shakily back down. His head ached, but it was a clean ache, the ache of a muscle used properly for the first time. Enough for today, Remus said, watching Harry massage his temple. Magic taxes the mind as well as the body. We'll start occlumency after dinner. A clear, tired mind is sometimes easier to quiet. Dinner was a quiet affair. Harry was ravenous, devouring shepherd's pie and treacle tart. As they ate, a large, official-looking parchment scroll appeared on the table with a soft whoosh of air, sealed with the Gringotts crest. Remus broke the seal. His eyes scanned the dense, legal script, a slow smile spreading across his face. Ragnarok works fast, he murmured. The ministry has formally acknowledged the lawsuit. They've requested a preliminary hearing in the Wizengamot in 2 weeks' time. They're scrambling. And look, they've also filed a motion to have a certified healer examine Sirius Black, citing concerns over the prisoner's fitness for continued detention, raised by the Gringotts case. It's a foot in the door. If they can prove the Dementors have damaged him beyond coherence, it weakens the ministry's position. Hope, sharp and sweet, pierced Harry's fatigue. 2 weeks. The wizarding legal system is glacial. This is lightning speed, forced by goblin pressure. Remus's smile faded. It also means the spotlight is about to get much hotter. The Daily Prophet will get wind of this. Your name will be everywhere again, but with a new twist. Boy who lived Sue's ministry claims lordships. Dumbledore will be under immense pressure to explain. As if summoned by the mention of pressure, there was a knock at the tower door. Not the timorous tap of a house elf, but 3 firm, measured raps. Remus and Harry exchanged a glance. The door, Harry knew, would only open for him, Dumbledore, or McGonagall. He walked over and willed it open. Albus Dumbledore stood on the other side of the threshold. He was not in his starry robes, but in simpler purple ones. He held a basket covered with a checkered cloth. The scent of fresh baking wafted from it. "Good evening," he said, his eyes crinkling in a smile that didn't quite reach their depths. "I thought I would pay a house call to see how you are settling in. And I brought a peace offering, lemon drops, and some of the house elves' excellent cinnamon biscuits." He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, his gaze sweeping the room, taking in the books, the fire, the two place settings from dinner. His eyes lingered on the family wand, which lay on the table next to Harry's plate. "I see you have begun your studies. A Potter family wand, if I am not mistaken. A noble instrument." "Headmaster," Remus said, standing. His tone was respectful but guarded. "Remus," Dumbledore nodded. "It does my old heart good to see you here, looking so much improved." "The Wolfsbane is agreeing with you." "It is," Remus said neutrally. Dumbledore set the basket on the table and turned to Harry. "And you, Harry, how are you finding your ancestral quarters?" "They're fine," Harry said, crossing his arms. He felt the old wizard's presence like a pressure change, the air growing heavier. "I am glad. The castle has a life of its own. It sings to those it accepts." Dumbledore's eyes drifted to the window. "You have a remarkable view. It can be isolating or empowering. Perspective is everything." He turned back, his blue eyes sharp. "I understand Gringotts has initiated legal proceedings regarding Sirius Black." The shift was abrupt, a velvet glove removed. "Yes," Harry said. "A fraught path," Dumbledore sighed, lowering himself into an armchair without being asked. "Sirius's guilt was established. The memory of that night is one of the most painful of my long life. To reopen those wounds, it will cause great turmoil. For you, especially." "The truth causes turmoil," Harry said, repeating something he'd heard Ragnarok say. "Hiding from it just lets the wound fester." Dumbledore inclined his head, conceding the point. "A wise sentiment. The truth is a many-headed beast. The truth of the law. The truth of evidence. The truth of the heart. They do not always align. I would ask you, Harry, as your headmaster and as one who cared deeply for your parents, are you prepared for the truth, whatever it may be? What if the evidence, when fully examined, confirms his guilt?" Harry felt a flare of hot anger. He saw Remus stiffen. "Then I'll know," Harry said, his voice tight. "But the will says he was their friend. Their secret keeper. You said so yourself. But the will also says he was to be my guardian. Why would they do that if they doubted him?" Dumbledore looked weary. "Love and trust can be blinding. Even the wisest can be deceived by those closest to them." A silence fell, thick and uncomfortable. The fire popped. "Why did you never give me the will?" Harry asked, the question he'd been burning to ask directly. Dumbledore met his gaze. "I believed it contained information that could put you in greater danger. Names, places, plans that were better left buried with your parents. And I believed, wrongly, it seems, that a clean break from our world was the surest protection. I have made many mistakes, Harry. That is the burden of age and power. The mistakes grow larger, and the consequences more terrible." The admission was disarming in its honesty. Harry didn't know what to say. "I will not stand in the way of the legal process," Dumbledore continued, rising. "The law must run its course. But I urge caution. The world you are stepping into is a chessboard with pieces that have been moving for centuries. You have placed yourself squarely in the center. Enemies you did not know you had will take note." His eyes flicked to the circlet on Harry's brow. "The symbols you wear are not just titles. They are declarations of war to some. Please, be guided by Remus. And know that despite our differences in method, my office is always open to you." He moved to the door, then paused. "The biscuits are best with tea. Good night, Harry." "Remus." The door closed behind him. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. His hands were trembling. "He's afraid," he realized aloud. "Not of you," Remus said quietly, staring at the closed door. "Of what you represent. Change. A challenge to his authority. And he's afraid of being wrong about Sirius. If he is, then his greatest tragedy was built on his own error. Occlumency that night was a failure." Harry's mind was a churning storm of Dumbledore's warnings, the vision of Sirius, the feel of magic in his veins. The leaves on the stream were a hurricane. Frustrated, Remus called a halt. "It will come. Tonight, we try something different. A practical application. Cast a shield. I don't know how. You know the feeling. You want to keep things out." Dumbledore's words. The cold of the dream. My attempts to read your surface thoughts. That desire to be private, to be safe inside your own mind, that's the foundation of both occlumency and the shield charm. Protega. He had Harry stand in the middle of the room. This time, use the wand. Don't think of the Latin. Think of a wall. A glass wall between you and the world. A barrier of will. Now, Protega. Harry thrust his wand arm out, envisioning a clear, solid shield springing from the tip. What erupted was a shimmering, semi-opaque dome of faintly silver light that surrounded him completely with a deep boom that vibrated in his teeth. It lasted only a second before collapsing, but the backlash of air ruffled the pages of every book in the room. Remus stared, open-mouthed. That was a Protega Horribilis, the superior shield charm. 6th year level. Cast on sheer instinct. He ran a hand through his hair. Your magical core is reacting to your emotional state, bypassing normal learning curves. It's incredible, and it's dangerous. You could exhaust yourself or cause a backlash without control. Harry, panting slightly from the effort, felt a wild grin touch his lips. For the first time, he felt not like a victim of strange occurrences, but an author of them. I made a shield. You made a statement, Remus corrected, but he was smiling too, a proud, sad smile. All right. To bed. Real bed. Your mind needs the rest, even if your magic is throwing fireworks. ... Harry did sleep, deeply and without dreams. He woke to a rainy morning, the world outside his window a watercolor wash of gray and green. The routine began again: theory, wandwork, a lunch break, then history. Remus taught him the history the books didn't cover. The true story of the founders, not as friendly co-founders, but as powerful, flawed visionaries who fell out. Slytherin didn't just leave because he hated Muggle-borns, Remus said. Tracing the serpent on Harry's ring. He believed magic was becoming diluted, that secrecy would be impossible if they brought in those from the non-magical world without proper understanding. He was a purist, and he was wrong, but he wasn't a cartoon villain. Gryffindor was a braggart and a warrior, who believed courage trumped all. Their feud split the school. And you carry the legacy of both. The ambition and the bravery. The cunning and the nerve. It's a volatile combination. In the late afternoon, as the rain cleared to a misty drizzle, Remus declared they needed air. We'll walk the grounds. Stay close to me. We'll avoid the main paths. It was the first time Harry had stepped outside the tower since arriving. The air was cool and smelled of wet earth and pine. They walked along the edge of the forbidden forest, the castle a looming, fairy tale silhouette to their left. Harry saw the whomping willow in the distance, thrashing at the droplets falling on it. And then, he saw other people. A group of students in red and gold scarves was trudging back from the greenhouses, carrying bundles of pulsating plants. They were laughing, shoving each other. One of them, a boy with bright red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose, looked up and saw them. He froze, his laughter dying. He elbowed the boy next to him, who had an identical face. Twins. They both stared, their mouths slightly open. The other students followed their gaze. A hush fell over the group. Harry felt like a specimen in a jar. He kept walking, following Remus, who had subtly moved to place himself between Harry and the students. As they passed out of earshot, the whispering began, sharp and carrying on the damp air. That's him, isn't it? Potter. What's he doing here? Look at his head, is that a crown? Who's the scruffy bloke with him? My dad said Gringotts is suing the ministry for him. The words were arrows, but they bounced off the new shield of Harry's resolve. Let them stare. Let them whisper. He wasn't the freak of Privet Drive anymore. He was something they didn't have a name for. That night, as Harry prepared for bed, a small, folded piece of parchment appeared on his pillow. Not goblin parchment. Cheap, school-grade stuff. He opened it. In messy, blocky handwriting, it read, Heir of snakes and lions. The castle watches. The snakes stir. Not all welcome a king. Watch your step. A friend. Harry's blood ran cold. He showed it to Remus, who examined it, his face grim. A warning. Or a threat. Or both. The snakes stir could mean Slytherin house. Or something else. He looked at Harry. Your security stays with you at all times. The pendant. Your wand. Constant vigilance. This isn't a game, Harry. It's starting. Harry folded the note and tucked it into his mother's notebook. A friend. Or an enemy pretending to be a friend. The lines were blurring. He lay in bed, the note's words echoing. The snakes stir. He looked at the Slytherin ring on his finger, the emerald eyes glinting in the dim firelight from the main room. He had wanted power. He had wanted the truth. He was getting both, in heavy, confusing measures. But as he closed his eyes, he didn't feel the fear of the cupboard. He felt the cool stone of the tower around him, the weight of the wand under his pillow, the hum of the legacy in his blood. He was in the dragon's den. And he was slowly, surely, growing teeth of his own. The foundation of his new life was laid, stone, will, and warning. The walls were up. Now, he had to learn what it meant to defend them. Dot. Dot. The note was a splinter under the skin of the tower's piece. Harry slept fitfully, his mind picking at the words. The snakes stir. Not all welcome a king. He woke with the phrases etched behind his eyes, the anonymous, blocky handwriting imprinted on his memory. Dawn was a reluctant smear of gray on the rain-streaked window. Remus was already in the living area, a letter from Gringotts open on the table beside his untouched tea. His face was set in lines of grim concentration. He looked up as Harry descended the spiral stairs. Ragnarok's response, he said, tapping the parchment. He takes the note seriously. He's recommending we accept an additional security detail, a goblin guard to be stationed in the castle, under the guise of a cultural attaché, or heritage observer, leveraging your status as a founder's heir. Dumbledore will fight it, but the charter has provisions for the heir's personal guard. Harry shook his head, pouring himself juice. A goblin guard in Hogwarts will just make me look more like a freak. A target. I have the pendant. I have you. And I am one man, and the moon is not always kind, Remus said quietly, but firmly. Harry, this is not pride talking. This is strategy. The note proves you are being watched, and not kindly. We don't know if it's from a student, a professor, or a ghost. A goblin guard is a deterrent. It says you are under the protection of a power even Dumbledore cannot lightly cross. It says I'm scared, Harry countered. He felt the truth of it in his gut, a instinct honed in the schoolyard of Little Whinging, showing fear was an invitation. I just got here. If I hide behind a goblin shield from day one, I've already lost. The castle has to see that I'm not hiding. Remus studied him, seeing the stubborn set that was so James, the calculating gleam that was all Lily's brilliance. He sighed, a reluctant concession. For now. But we escalate your training. And we are both armed at all times. Your wand is to be on your person, even in the tower. Understood. Harry nodded, the weight of the wand in his pocket a comfort. Now, Remus said, his tone shifting to that of a professor. Occlumency. We're changing tactics. If the leaf on the stream isn't working, we build a fortress. Your mind is your castle. You are the lord of it. Picture it. Stone by stone. For an hour, Harry sat with his eyes closed, trying to construct a mental Hogwarts around his thoughts. It was exhausting, detailed work. Every whisper of memory, every flicker of emotion, was a potential breach in the wall. He kept seeing the cupboard, the flash of green from his dreams, Sirius's gaunt face from the vision. They were cracks in his foundation. It's not working, he growled, opening his eyes. The things I'm trying to keep out are the things I'm building the walls with. Then you must make peace with them, a new voice said, gentle and aged. Harry started. An old man was sitting in the armchair by the fire that had been empty a moment before. He was translucent, shimmering in the morning light, dressed in the ruff and doublet of a centuries-old wizard. His ghostly form was calm, his eyes wise and sad. Remus was on his feet, his wand half drawn. Who are you? How did you get in here? The tower permitted me, Remus John Lupin, the ghost said, inclining his head. I am a friend to the heir. I have been waiting for one to return to these stones for a very long time. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. But the students call me nearly Headless Nick. Harry had seen ghosts in the corridors from his window, floating silvery shapes. This one was in his sitting room. The tower let you in. The castle and its spirits are one, young lord. And I have an affinity for those who bear the weight of legacy before their time. He gestured to his own neck, which was hanging at a drastic angle. I, too, was a knight, once. A man of standing. Now, I am a party trick. I understand the burden of a title that does not fit. Remus lowered his wand slightly, but his posture remained tense. What do you mean, make peace with them? Nick floated closer, his form causing the fire to gutter. Occlumency is not about building walls so high the memories cannot escape. It is about organizing the treasury. Your painful memories, young sir, are not enemies to be locked in a dungeon. They are rare jewels, albeit sharp ones. Acknowledge them. Place them on a shelf. Know they are there, a part of your collection, but do not let them clutter the floor where you must walk. Your parents' love is a golden locket. Keep it close. The cupboard is a cold, dark stone. Put it on a high shelf, in a corner. Visit it only when you must. The voice from the prison, that is a bell that rings in the wind. You cannot silence it, but you can choose which window is open to its sound. The metaphor was strange, but it made a peculiar kind of sense. The idea of his mind as a treasury, not a fortress, felt manageable. Can you teach me? Harry asked. I can offer perspective, and I can tell you of the castle. Knowledge is a torch in the dark, and there are many dark corners here, even for a lord. Nick's translucent face grew solemn. The note you received. The handwriting is juvenile, but the intent is ancient. There are factions within these walls that have slept for generations, waiting for a sign. Your arrival, bearing those particular symbols, it is a sign. What factions? Remus asked sharply. The Knights of Walpurgis, Nick whispered, the name causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. A secret society born from Slytherin's most ardent followers. Dormant for decades, since the last war. But not extinct. They believe in purity, in the supremacy of the old lines. To them, a half-blood boy claiming the Slytherin lordship is not a return to glory. It is a desecration. And the union with Gryffindor. Heresy. Harry touched the serpent ring. It felt colder. They're here. In the school. Their children are. Their ideals are. They are whispers in the Slytherin common room, books in the restricted section with certain pages charmed to be read only by specific bloodlines. They watch. They waited for the heir of Slytherin to rise. They did not expect you. So the note is a warning from them. Harry's heart was beating faster. Or a warning about them, Nick said. It is signed, a friend. The Knights would not be so polite. They would act, or remain silent. This feels like a concerned third party. Someone who knows of the stirring, and fears for you. The complexity was dizzying. Harry felt like he'd stepped onto a chessboard where he only knew the names of half the pieces. Thank you, Sir Nicholas, Remus said, his voice respectful now. Your counsel is valuable. I serve the castle, and thus, its true heirs, Nick said, bowing. I will listen in the walls. The stone tells old ghosts many things. Be careful, young lord. Your lessons are not only in books. He faded from view, leaving only a faint chill and the smell of old parchment behind. The encounter left Harry thoughtful. That afternoon, during practical magic, he struggled. His lumos was too bright. His attempt at a simple color change charm turned Remus's teacup into a miniature, screeching parrot that had to be banished with a frantic finite. Your focus is scattered, Remus said, not unkindly, after the parrot dissolved in a puff of orange feathers. The ghost's words, the note, the knights, it's all in there, cluttering your treasury. Harry took a deep breath. He closed his eyes. In his mind, he pictured a vast, round room, like a simplified version of the Gringotts Hall. On a central plinth, he placed the memory of his mother's laugh, a glowing, warm orb. On a high shelf in a shadowy corner, he placed a rough, dark rock, the cupboard. On a shelf by a window, he placed a silvery, tolling bell, the connection to Sirius. The note was a scrap of parchment on a desk. The warning about the knights was a dusty, old banner hung on a distant wall. He opened his eyes. The chaotic noise in his head had quieted to a manageable hum. He pointed his wand at a fresh teacup. Calivaria. The white porcelain flushed a deep, even sapphire blue. Remus smiled. Better. Much better. ... 2 days later, the outside world intruded with a vengeance. A large, tawny owl, official-looking, delivered the Daily Prophet to their tower door. Remus paid the owl and unrolled the paper. His face tightened. We're on the front page, he said flatly. Potter Provocation. Boy Who Lived Claims Ancient Titles, Sue's Ministry. By Rita Skeeter. In a move that has sent shockwaves through the wizarding world, Harry Potter, the celebrated survivor of He Who Must Not Be Named, has, through the notoriously litigious goblins of Gringotts, launched a sensational lawsuit against the Ministry of Magic and Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore. The lawsuit alleges a shocking catalogue of wrongs, including the wrongful imprisonment of mass murderer Sirius Black, the criminal neglect of the Potter heir, and the suppression of his parents' will. But more tantalizingly, sources reveal that young Potter is claiming to be the true lord of not only the Potter family, but also the extinct lines of Gryffindor and Slytherin, two of Hogwarts' legendary founders. He has apparently used these claims to force his way into Hogwarts castle outside of term time, installing himself in a private tower with a werewolf as his guardian. "It's an outrage," said Ministry spokesman Percy Weasley. "The boy is being manipulated by greedy non-humans and dangerous creatures for political ends." Albus Dumbledore, when asked for comment, stated, "Harry Potter is, and always has been, welcome at Hogwarts. The school's legacy is complex, and we are navigating uncharted historical waters with caution and care for all involved." The article continues on page 3. Inside the reclusive heir's lavish tower, a werewolf's past, is Hogwarts safe? And, goblins, masters of the wizarding purse. Harry's stomach churned as he read. The tone was vicious, twisting everything. He was a pawn, Remus was a monster, the goblins were manipulators. And Dumbledore's quote was a masterpiece, sounding benevolent while painting Harry as a disruptive, historical anomaly. Rita Skeeter, Remus spat the name. A vile woman who specializes in poison pens. She must have a source inside the ministry, or the board. This is a coordinated smear. They're trying to shape public opinion before the hearing. The portrait it painted was terrifying. Harry could feel the eyes of the wizarding world upon him, judging him through this distorted lens. "What do? We do nothing," Remus said, crumpling the paper and tossing it into the fire, where it burned with green-tinged flames. "We do not engage. Ragnarok will have the Goblin legal team issue a statement of fact, but it will be dry and ignored. The battle is in the Wizengamot, not the papers. But Harry, this means everyone in the castle will have read this. The whispers will get louder. ... He was right. Their next foray into the grounds for fresh air was met with a different kind of attention. It wasn't just curious stares now. It was pointed fingers, hushed conversations that stopped as they approached, looks of outright hostility from a group of older students in green-trimmed robes. Harry saw a sneering, pale boy with white blonde hair at the center of them, his eyes cold and assessing as they passed. "Malfoy," Remus muttered under his breath. "Lucius Malfoy's son. His father is a powerful voice on the board of governors and a known purist. The apple doesn't fall far." As they walked by the greenhouses, the door opened and a tiny, earth-scented witch with a hat covered in moth-eaten feathers emerged. "Professor Sprout." She beamed at Remus. "Lupin, good to see you looking well." Her eyes, sharp and kind behind her glasses, turned to Harry. "And you must be Mr. Potter. Or should I say, Lord Potter. Welcome to Hogwarts, my dear. Don't you listen to that rubbish in the Prophet. Nasty, sensationalist tripe." She patted his arm with a dirt-stained hand. "If you ever fancy learning about whomping willows or mandrakes, my greenhouses are always open." Herbology is a noble subject, close to the earth. Grounding. She gave him a significant nod and bustled off. It was the first unequivocally kind, uncomplicated interaction Harry had had with a Hogwarts professor. It warmed him more than the feeble sun. The walk back to the tower was less pleasant. As they crossed a deserted courtyard, a tall, black-clad figure stepped from a shadowed archway, blocking their path. Severus Snape was a pale, hook-nosed man with lank, black hair and eyes as dark and empty as a bottomless well. His gaze swept over Remus with a contempt so profound it was almost tangible, before settling on Harry. It was like being doused in icy oil. "Lupin," he said, his voice a soft, silken sneer. "I see you've found a position suited to your particular talents." "Babysitting." Remus's face went carefully blank. "Severus, I trust you're well." "Tolerably." Snape's eyes remained on Harry, dissecting him. "And the celebrity in our midst. The Lord of the Castle." He made the title sound like a disease. "I have been instructed by the headmaster to accommodate your unique educational needs. It seems I am to provide private tutoring in potions, should you require it." The offer was delivered with the enthusiasm of someone offering a root canal. Harry felt an immediate, instinctive dislike. This was the man whose name was in his mother's notebook, scribbled in the margins with notes like, "Snape's theory on asphodel infusion is flawed, test." He was a part of her world, and he looked at Harry as if he were something foul on his shoe. "I have a tutor," Harry said, his voice level. In defense, perhaps, Snape said, his lip curling. Potions is a subtle science and exact art. It does not forgive the impulsive, or the emotionally incontinent. Traits, I am told, that run in certain families. His eyes flicked to Remus, then back to Harry's scar. However, the headmaster insists. My laboratory is available on Tuesday evenings. Do not be late, and do not bring your familiar. With a final, sweeping glare at Remus, he turned and billowed away, his robes flowing behind him like bat wings. Well, Remus said with a forced lightness once Snape was out of earshot. That was classic Severus. He and your father had a difficult history. And he and I, well, let's just say he has reasons to dislike me. Don't take it personally. He hates me, Harry said, watching the empty archway. He didn't even know me and he hates me. He sees James when he looks at you, Remus admitted quietly. And he sees the fame you represent. And he is a deeply unhappy man. But he is also a brilliant potioneer. If you can stomach it, lessons from him could be valuable. Dumbledore is likely trying to keep an eye on you, and forcing Snape to do it is his way. They returned to the tower. The encounter with Snape had left Harry feeling soiled. He scrubbed his hands at the sink, as if washing off the encounter. That night, after another grueling occlumency session, he was getting better at shelving the memories, though the bell of Sirius still rang at the edges. Harry was drawn to the window. The moon was a sharp crescent, casting weak silver light on the grounds. Movement caught his eye. A figure, small and slight, was hurrying across the lawn from the direction of the Whomping Willow, heading towards the castle. Even at this distance, Harry recognized the hurried, apologetic gait. It was Remus, but he'd gone to bed an hour ago. Harry watched, confused, as Remus reached a side door and slipped inside. He waited, but Remus didn't reappear on the bridge to the tower. He'd gone somewhere else in the castle. A cold trickle of doubt seeped into Harry's chest. Where had he gone? Why had he left without saying anything? The werewolf comment from the prophet echoed. A dangerous creature. Remus had said the potion was working. Had he lied? Was the moon affecting him already? He pushed the thought away. Remus was his friend, his parents' friend. He'd come when called. He was teaching him, protecting him. But the seed was planted. He didn't hear Remus return. When he finally went to bed, the tower felt less like a sanctuary and more like a beautiful, isolated cage. The stones, which had felt protective, now felt like they were holding secrets. The friend in the note, the stirring snakes, the hostile potions master, the missing guardian. He was surrounded by enigmas. And the one person he was supposed to trust implicitly had just vanished into the night without a word. Sleep, when it came, was thin and restless. He dreamed not of Azkaban, but of Hogwarts corridors that shifted and turned in on themselves, and of a soft, apologetic voice whispering from the shadows, "I'm so sorry, Harry, you have to understand, the moon." He woke with a gasp, the dream dissolving. The room was dark. The fire had died to embers. And from the main room below, he heard the very real, unmistakable sound of the tower door opening, and then shutting with a soft, definitive click. Dot. Dot. The sound of the door clicking shut was a period at the end of a silent, terrifying sentence. Harry lay frozen in the dark, his heart thudding against his ribs. The embers in the fireplace pulsed like a dying heart. Every instinct screamed at him to stay put, to pull the covers over his head, to pretend he hadn't heard. But he wasn't in the cupboard anymore. He was a lord in a tower, and the man who was supposed to be guarding him had just slipped out into the night. He slid from the bed, his feet silent on the cold stone floor. He didn't bother with shoes. He crept to the top of the spiral staircase and peered down into the gloom of the main room. Empty. The fire was out. The only light came from the moon through the great window, casting long, skeletal shadows. He descended slowly, each step a cautious negotiation with the quiet. The tower door was seamless, but he knew it was there. He placed his hand against the wood. It was cool. Locked. He willed it to open, thinking of Remus. It didn't budge. A fresh wave of cold washed over him. Remus had keyed the door to exclude him. Or the castle, for some reason, was denying him. He was a prisoner in his own sanctuary. Anger, hot and immediate, burned away the fear. He turned and stormed to the bookshelf, to the hidden alcove. He needed to do something. His fingers found the seam, and the shelf slid back. He didn't reach for the sword. He took his father's cloak. The fabric flowed over his hands like liquid shadow. On impulse, he threw it around his shoulders. The world didn't go dark. Instead, he watched his own body vanish from the neck down. He was a floating head in the moonlight. A giddy, wild feeling surged, the same feeling from the memory of his father's laugh. Mischief. He pulled the hood up. Complete invisibility settled over him like a second skin. He went back to the door. This time, he didn't ask permission. He thought of his father, of the cloak, of the right to come and go. As he pleased. He pushed. The door swung open without a sound. The enclosed bridge was a tunnel of wind and moonlight. The stone was icy under his bare feet. He hurried across, the cloak billowing around him, and entered the main castle through a heavy oak door that led into a deserted 7th-floor corridor. Where would Remus have gone? The Whomping Willow. He'd seen him coming from that direction. Harry knew the stories. The willow was dangerous, planted the year Remus came to Hogwarts. A coincidence. The Slytherin ring on his finger seemed to grow colder, whispering of connections, of secrets hidden in plain sight. He moved silently, the cloak making him a ghost among ghosts. The castle at night was a different creature. Portraits snored in their frames. Suits of armor stood like silent sentinels. The only sounds were the distant hoot of an owl and the eternal sigh of the stones. He headed downwards, towards the main entrance, thinking he might cut across the grounds. As he passed a particularly ugly tapestry of trolls in tutus, a voice slithered out from a shadowy alcove ahead. "Don't care what your father says, Draco. He's here. He's got the ring. I've seen it." Harry froze, pressing himself against the cold wall. So what? That was the drawling voice of the blond boy from the grounds, Malfoy. He's a half-blood upstart playing dress-up. The knights won't acknowledge him. My father says the very idea is an insult to Salazar's memory. Your father isn't the only one with a say, said the first voice, higher, nervous. My aunt, she wrote to me. She says the mark has been quiet, but the old families are talking. They're watching him. If he really is the heir, they might want to recruit him. Or eliminate him. The note was a test. He didn't respond. Harry's blood turned to ice. The Knights of Walpurgis. They were real. And they were discussing him like a piece on a board. He's a child, Malfoy sneered. A scared little child living with a werewolf. He's no threat. And if he becomes one, there are ways. The school is full of accidents. Just be careful, Draco. Don't do anything stupid. Your father said to observe. That's all. The voices faded as the two boys moved off, their footsteps echoing down a side staircase. Harry stayed where he was for a full minute, the cold from the stone seeping through the cloak into his bones. Eliminate him. Accidents. He had to get back. Now. The urge to run to the tower and bar the door was overwhelming. But another urge was stronger, the need to know where Remus had gone. The conversation had shaken him, but the betrayal of Remus's disappearance cut deeper. He pushed on, reaching the grand staircase. As he descended towards the entrance hall, a faint, rhythmic thumping noise reached his ears. It was coming from a corridor off to the left, the one that led to the hospital wing. And it was accompanied by low, pained grunts. Harry crept forward, the cloak making him a shadow among shadows. The door to the hospital wing was ajar. Inside, in the dim light of a single candle, he saw Remus. He was shirtless, his back to the door. His torso was a landscape of old, silvery scars and fresh, angry welts. He was methodically pounding his fists into a heavy, leather-covered bag that hung from a stand in the corner of the infirmary, a piece of equipment Harry had never seen. Each impact was solid, brutal, fueled by a terrible, focused anguish. Sweat gleamed on his skin. With every grunt, his muscles corded and released. This wasn't a werewolf's transformation. This was a man punishing himself. Madame Pomfrey, the matron, emerged from her office, a bottle of greenish potion in her hand. That's enough, Remus. You'll reopen the scars from last moon. The potion prevents the change, not the pain. The ache is psychic. You can't beat it out of yourself. Remus stopped, his shoulders heaving. He took the potion bottle and drained it, his face contorted in disgust. It's not the ache, Poppy. It's the silence. The wolf is there, but it's muffled. Caged. It's like having a screaming prisoner in the next room, suddenly gagged. The rage doesn't vanish. It just has no outlet. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. And the guilt. Every time I look at him, I see James and Lily, and I know I failed them. I left him in that place. For 10 years. You didn't know. I should have. Remus's voice was a raw whisper. I should have demanded. I should have checked. Instead, I hid in my own misery, letting Dumbledore handle everything. And now Harry's here, bearing marks I don't understand, facing dangers I can't always see, and trusting me. Me, the coward. He trusts you because you're here now, Pomfrey said firmly. You came when he called. That's not cowardice. Is it bravery, or just another form of selfishness? Remus asked, his voice hollow. A chance at redemption. What happens when the moon is full and the potion fails? What happens if the wolf gets out? I'm a time bomb in his tower, Poppy. Harry's breath caught. The dream. I'm so sorry, Harry, the moon. The potion won't fail, Pomfrey said, but her voice lacked absolute conviction. Dumbledore has secured the finest ingredients. But Remus, you must tell him. He needs to understand. The secrecy is a wall between you. And if he's afraid of me, if he looks at me like the world does, he's the only piece of them I have left. The vulnerability in Remus's voice was a physical ache in the air. Harry had heard enough. He backed away silently, his mind reeling. The secret was out, and it wasn't a betrayal, it was a torment. Remus wasn't plotting, he was suffering. The midnight walks were to the hospital wing, to beat back the wolf in the only way he could. The locked door was to keep Harry safe, in case. The anger drained away, replaced by a confusing swell of pity and a fierce, protective loyalty. Remus was broken, but he was trying. He was here, and he was afraid of his own shadow. Harry retraced his steps, the cloak making him a wraith. He slipped back across the bridge, into the tower, and sealed the door behind him. He hung the cloak back in the alcove and climbed the stairs to his room. He lay in bed, staring at the canopy, listening. An hour later, he heard the softest click of the door, and then the careful, weary tread of Remus ascending the spiral stairs, pausing outside Harry's door for a long moment before continuing to his own room. The next morning, Harry came down to find Remus making tea in the kitchenette, his movements slow, his eyes shadowed. He looked like he hadn't slept. Morning, Harry said, taking a seat at the table. Morning, Remus replied, not meeting his eyes. We have a schedule today. Magical theory at 9. Then, I've arranged for you to have your first session with Snape at 4. I'll walk you down. You don't have to, Harry said, watching him carefully. I can find my way. Remus finally looked at him, a flicker of surprise and concern in his tired eyes. The castle is a maze. And after the Prophet article. I have the map, Harry said, tapping his head. The castle shows me. And I have this. He pulled the pendant from under his shirt. Potter Sanctum, remember. Remus managed a weak smile. All right, but be careful. Snape's dungeons are unpleasant. They went through the morning lessons. Harry tried to focus, but his mind kept returning to the image of Remus pounding the bag, the raw confession in the infirmary. During a break, he finally spoke. You don't have to hide it, you know, Harry said, not looking up from the rune he was tracing. The moon. The pain. I heard you leave last night. Remus went very still. The quill in his hand snapped. Harry, I'm not scared of you, Harry said, meeting his gaze. I'm scared for you. You don't have to do it alone. The screaming prisoner. Maybe you don't have to gag it. Maybe you just need to understand what it's trying to say. Remus stared at him, his hazel eyes wide with shock, then glistening with a sheen of tears. He looked away, composing himself. You are, remarkably like your mother. She had a way of cutting to the heart of things. He took a shuddering breath. The full moon is in 3 days. The potion makes it safe, but it's not pleasant. I'll be unwell. I usually spend the night in the Shrieking Shack. It's warded. Madame Pomfrey will check on me. You'll be safe here. The tower will protect you. I know, Harry said simply. And he did. At 4 o'clock, Harry left the tower, his family wand in his pocket, the pendant cool against his skin. The castle corridors felt different now, not just a place of mystery, but a lattice of threats and secrets. He felt the eyes of portraits follow him. He passed a group of giggling first-year Hufflepuffs who fell silent and stared as he walked by. He found the staircase to the dungeons, the air growing colder and damper with each step. The way to Snape's office was marked by a palpable sense of dread. The door was black, like everything else about the man. Harry knocked. Enter. The voice was barely audible through the wood. Snape's office was a cave lined with shelves holding hundreds of glass jars containing pickled, floating things. The light was greenish and dim, coming from globes filled with eerie, bioluminescent algae. Snape sat behind a desk, grading essays with a vicious-looking red quill. He did not look up. "Sit," he commanded. Harry sat in the single, hard-backed chair facing the desk. The silence stretched, broken only by the scratch of the quill and the occasional plink of liquid dripping in a distant corner. Finally, Snape set the quill down and steepled his fingers, his black eyes pinning Harry in place. "Potter, the headmaster believes you require grounding in the subtle arts. We shall see if you possess even a modicum of the talent your mother exhibited, or if you are all your father's son, all flash and arrogance." Harry clenched his teeth, saying nothing. "Shelve the anger. Put it on a high shelf. We will begin with a simple recognition test." Snape waved his wand, and 20 small, unlabeled vials appeared on the desk, each containing a different colored powder or liquid. "Identify them. By sight, smell only. No tasting. Begin." Harry leaned forward. He recognized some from Remus's crash courses: powdered bicorn horn gray, dried nettles green, but most were a mystery. He pointed to a vial of silvery, shimmering dust. "That's fairy wing. Powdered moonstone," Snape corrected silkily. "A common, and costly, mistake." He didn't write anything down. He just watched, his expression one of bored contempt. Harry worked his way through, getting about half right through guesswork and logic. With each mistake, Snape's lip curled further. Pathetic. A house elf with a sniffle could do better. He cleared the vials with another wave. "Now, practical. A simple cure for boils. Follow the instructions on the board. Touch nothing else. Begin." The instructions were basic, but the ingredients were laid out with malicious precision. The dried nettles were next to the flobberworm mucus, which could cause a violent reaction if added in the wrong order. The snake fangs needed to be crushed, not powdered. Harry's hands shook slightly as he lit the fire under his cauldron. He could feel Snape's gaze like a physical weight. He worked slowly, methodically, hearing his mother's voice from her notebook: "Precision is patience. Rushing is the enemy of perfection." He measured exactly. He stirred the required number of times, counterclockwise. The potion turned a pale, sickly green, then a healthier lime, and finally a clear, pale blue, the color the textbook described. He bottled a sample and handed it to Snape. Snape took the vial, held it to the light, sniffed it. His expression didn't change, but a muscle in his jaw twitched. "Adequate." The word seemed to pain him. "It seems you can read. A low bar, but one your father often failed to clear." Harry had had enough. "You knew my mother." The air in the room froze. Snape's eyes narrowed to black slits. "Do not presume to speak of things you do not understand. She wrote about you. In her notes. She thought your theory on Asphodel was flawed." For a fraction of a second, something raw and unguarded flashed in Snape's eyes: shock, then a hurricane of pain and fury so intense Harry took a step back. "You have her notes." Snape's voice was a whisper of deadly calm. "They're mine," Harry said, his own temper flaring. "She was my mother. And what would you know of her?" Snape hissed, rising from his chair, looming over the desk. "You, who grew up pampered and famous while she mouldered in the ground. You, who prance about with stolen crowns and play at lordship. You have her eyes, but you are your father through and through, arrogant, entitled, breaking rules for the thrill of it, collecting admirers without a thought for the consequences." The venom was personal, ancient, and terrifying. Harry stood his ground, the rings on his fingers humming. "I grew up in a cupboard under the stairs," he said, his voice low and shaking with rage. "I was hated and starved and told I was a freak. I didn't know I had a father to be like until a week ago. So don't you dare tell me who I am." The confession hung in the air, stark and ugly. Snape stared at him, his face a mask of pale stone. The hatred was still there, but it was now mixed with something else: confusion, a dawning, horrifying suspicion. The pamphlet from the Prophet smear campaign clearly hadn't mentioned the cupboard. "Get out," Snape said, his voice devoid of all emotion. Harry didn't need telling twice. He turned and left, slamming the dungeon door behind him. He leaned against the cold wall of the corridor, breathing hard, his hands trembling. He had gone looking for a potions lesson and stumbled into a battlefield of the past. And he had the distinct, chilling feeling that he'd just handed Severus Snape a weapon, the truth about the cupboard. He didn't know if that made the man more dangerous, or less. He didn't go straight back to the tower. He needed to walk, to let the adrenaline fade. He wandered up to the library, a vast, echoing space presided over by a stern-looking witch, Madame Pants. He nodded to her and moved between the towering shelves, running his fingers along the spines of ancient books. The quiet was a balm. He found a secluded table in a corner near a window overlooking the lake. He wasn't alone. At the next table, a girl with a bushy mane of brown hair was buried behind a stack of books taller than she was. She glanced up as he sat, her eyes widening behind her glasses. She opened her mouth, closed it, then seemed to gather her courage. "You're Harry Potter," she whispered, her voice full of awe and curiosity. "Yeah," he said, not in the mood for conversation. "I'm Hermione Granger. I read about you in Modern Magical History and in the Daily Prophet." She said the last part with a frown. "They were awfully unfair, I thought. I mean, suing the ministry. It's very brave." He looked at her properly. She wasn't gawking like the others. She looked genuinely interested, and disapproving of the newspaper. "They left a lot out," he said simply. "I imagine," she said, then bit her lip. "Are you really living in the West Tower? With a werewolf? Isn't that dangerous?" "Remus is my friend," Harry said, a defensive edge in his tone. "Oh, no, I didn't mean, it's just, werewolves are very interesting magico-biological subjects. The wolfsbane potion is a masterpiece of modern alchemy. Is he taking the full-strength version? The side effects must be." She was babbling, but it was a babbling born of excitement about knowledge, not fear. Harry felt a strange sense of relief. Here was someone who saw Remus as a potion, not a monster. "It's working," he said. "He's in pain, but he's not dangerous." Hermione's eyes softened. "I'm glad. I've read about the prejudice. It's awful." She looked at the books in front of her. Hogwarts, a history, the founding families, magical lineage and law. "I was researching, you know, about the founders' charter. It's fascinating. The legal precedent is ironclad, but the political implications are a minefield. You've stirred up a hornet's nest." "I didn't have much choice," Harry said. "I know," she said quietly. "Sometimes, the right thing is also the disruptive thing." She hesitated, then pushed one of the books towards him. It was The Founding Families. "You should read this. Page 234. It talks about the original Knights of Walpurgis. They weren't always dark. They started as a scholarly society for the study of pure magic. They changed." Harry looked at her, startled. "Why are you telling me this?" Hermione's cheeks flushed. "Because knowledge is power. And because, well, it's not right, what they're saying about you. I overheard some Slytherins talking. Nasty things. You should be careful." Another warning. But this one felt different. It felt like an offer. An offer of alliance from a bushy-haired girl with too many books. "Thank you," Harry said, and he meant it. He left the library as dusk was falling, his mind full of Snape's fury, Hermione's unexpected kindness, and the looming shadow of the full moon. The castle felt both more dangerous and less lonely. As he climbed the stairs towards the West Tower, he passed a suit of armor. It was one he passed every day, a knight holding a rusty axe. But today, something was different. Slung over the knight's other arm was a shield. And on that shield, freshly scratched into the tarnished metal as if by a sharp claw, was a symbol, a serpent coiled around a sword, with a lion's head impaled on the tip. Beneath it, 2 words were gouged. "Heir beware." It wasn't a note. It was a graffito of pure hate. A declaration. The knights weren't just stirring. They were marking their territory. And they had marked him. Harry stared at it, the cold of the dungeon returning. Then, slowly, he raised his own wand. He didn't know a cleaning spell. But he knew fire. "Incendio," he whispered, focusing all his will on the defaced shield. A jet of flames, tinged with gold and green, erupted from his wand tip, not wild like his first attempts, but precise. It washed over the shield, melting the scratches away, leaving the metal glowing red-hot for a moment before it cooled, smooth and unmarked. The act felt good. Defiant. He lowered his wand, his heart pounding. But as he turned to continue up to the tower, he saw, at the end of the corridor, a figure standing in the shadows. Tall, thin, watching him. It was too dark to see the face, but Harry knew the silhouette, the aura of detached, analytical power. It was Albus Dumbledore. And he had seen everything. The old wizard didn't move. He didn't speak. He simply stood there in the gathering dark, a silent witness to the symbol, its erasure, and the boy who had wielded the flame. Then, he turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Harry alone in the corridor with the smell of scorched metal and the chilling certainty that the lines were being drawn, and he was now standing squarely on his side of them, wand in hand, for all to see. The scent of burnt metal followed Harry up the stairs and into the tower, a ghost of his defiance. His heart was still thumping, not from fear now, but from the adrenaline of being seen. Dumbledore's silent observation felt more intrusive than any shouted accusation. It was a verdict waiting to be pronounced. Remus was waiting in the living area, a book open but unread on his lap. The worry lines around his eyes deepened as he took in Harry's expression. What happened? Harry told him. The potion's lesson, Snape's venomous reaction to the mention of the cupboard, the encounter with Hermione Granger, and finally, the defaced shield and Dumbledore's shadowed witness. Remus listened, his face growing grimmer with each detail. When Harry described the symbol, the serpent, the sword, the impaled lion, he closed his eyes briefly. The knight's old sigil, a declaration of war, and you erased it with fire. He let out a long breath. That was bold, and dangerous. You've shown them you're not cowed, but you've also shown Dumbledore a level of power and control he didn't expect from a 10-year-old. What will he do? Harry asked, pacing before the fire. I don't know, Remus admitted. The old Albus I knew would have taken you aside for a gentle, manipulative chat about the dangers of uncontrolled magic and the importance of reconciliation. This Albus, the one you've backed into a corner with lawsuits and charter rights, he may react differently. He is, above all, a strategist. You've just moved a piece he wasn't anticipating. He stood and went to the window, looking out at the darkening grounds. The full moon is tomorrow night. I'll be leaving for the Shrieking Shack in the afternoon. I don't like leaving you alone, not with this night's business active. Perhaps I should stay, lock myself in the lower level. No, Harry said firmly. You need the shack. You said the potion makes it safe but painful. You shouldn't be locked in a stone tower suffering. I'll be fine. The tower is warded. I have the pendant. And, he hesitated. I have a friend. In the library. Hermione Granger. She knows things. Remus turned, a flicker of surprise on his weary face. You made a friend. I think so. She warned me about the knights. Gave me a book. A small, genuine smile touched Remus's lips. Lily would be thrilled. She always said books and clever friends were the best armor. The smile faded. Still, promise me you'll stay in the tower tomorrow night. No wandering. No matter what you hear. I promise. The promised conversation with Dumbledore did not come that evening, nor the next morning. The castle seemed to be holding its breath. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. When Harry and Remus ventured out for a short walk at noon, they passed the suit of armor. The shield was pristine, the scratches gone without a trace, as if Harry's fire had purified it. But the knight's helmet seemed to track them as they passed, a hollow, empty gaze. The afternoon was a quiet, edgy affair. Remus grew paler and more withdrawn as the hours crept toward sunset. He flinched at sharp noises, his hands trembling slightly. The screaming prisoner was getting louder. At 5 o'clock, he packed a small bag with a blanket and a flask of something that steamed with a bitter, herbal scent. Poppy's pain potion, he explained, his voice strained. I'll be back by noon tomorrow. Remember your promise. The door will only open for you, me, and McGonagall in an absolute emergency. Don't open it for anyone else. I'll be reading, Harry said, holding up the Founding Families. Remus nodded, gave his shoulder a brief, tight squeeze, and left. The door sealed behind him with a final sounding thud. Silence descended, deeper and more profound than ever. The tower, which had begun to feel like a home, now felt like a very large, very empty cage. Harry tried to read, but the words swam on the page. He practiced a few wand movements, but his heart wasn't in it. He kept listening, for what, he didn't know. For scratching at the door. For howls from the distant shack. For the whisper of a ghost. As full dark fell, he made himself a simple dinner with food from the ever-replenishing pantry and ate it at the table, the sound of his own chewing absurdly loud. He was just cleaning up when a new sound did come, not from outside, but from within the tower itself. A soft, metallic click, like a lock turning, came from the direction of the bookshelf. Harry froze, his wand slipping into his hand from his sleeve. He approached the shelf slowly. The hidden alcove was still sealed. But beside it, where the wall met the stone, a thin, vertical line of golden light had appeared. It wasn't there before. As he watched, the line widened, becoming a narrow, door-shaped outline. The castle was showing him something new. He glanced at the main door, remembering his promise. But this was inside. This was the tower itself, his legacy, offering a path. Steeling himself, he pressed his hand against the glowing outline. The stone dissolved inward, revealing a tight, circular staircase leading down into the heart of the tower, into darkness. A cool, dry draft wafted up, smelling of age, damp stone, and something else, something electric, like the air before a storm. Magic. Old magic. His pendant was warm against his chest, not with warning, but with a gentle, persistent thrum, like a beacon. The rings on his fingers hummed in harmony. The castle was inviting him down. Breaking his promise felt like a stone in his gut, but the pull was irresistible. This was his history, his birthright. He couldn't ignore it. He whispered, "Lumos," and the tip of his wand ignited with a steady, white light. He stepped onto the staircase and began to descend. The stairs spiraled deep, far deeper than the tower's height should have allowed. The air grew colder, the stone walls changing from finished granite to rough-hewn bedrock. He was below the castle foundations, into the bones of the mountain. After what felt like 100 steps, the staircase ended in a small, circular chamber. It was empty except for a single, carved stone pedestal in the center. And on that pedestal sat a large, shallow basin made of the same strange, silvery stone as the pensieve. But this was not for memories. Etched around its brim were runes that pulsed with a soft, deep blue light. The surface of the basin was not liquid, but a swirling, misty gray, like fog over a moor. Hesitantly, Harry approached. As he drew near, the mist in the basin cleared, revealing an image. It was the castle, Hogwarts, but not as he knew it. It was a schematic, a magical blueprint. He could see every room, every corridor, every secret passage, glowing with different colors. The Gryffindor common room blazed scarlet. The Slytherin dungeon gleamed emerald. The headmaster's office shone with a complex, shifting gold. His own tower was a nexus of silver, green, and red threads. This was the castle's heart. Or one of them. He leaned closer. He could see tiny, moving dots of light within the schematic: students, professors, ghosts. A cluster of sickly yellow dots moved through a corridor on the 7th floor. The knights. His own dot, here in the chamber, was a brilliant, tricolored flame. As he watched, fascinated, a new section of the map flickered to life. A part of the castle he'd never seen, deep below the dungeons. It was labeled in flickering, ancient script, Chamber of Secrets. The moment he read the name, the Slytherin ring on his finger turned icy, a shock so intense it was painful. A hiss, not in his ears but in his mind, slithered through his thoughts. "Speak to me, heir, command me." He jerked back, clutching his hand. The voice was cold, ancient, and full of sinister allure. It was the voice of the stone, of the serpent, of the darkest part of his inheritance. Before he could react, the image in the basin changed again. It zoomed in, not on the chamber, but on a patch of the forbidden forest. And there, hidden in a hollow beneath a lightning-blasted oak, was another dot. This one was not a steady light, but a frantic, pulsing spark of desperate blue, shot through with streaks of black despair. A name etched itself beside it in the mist: Sirius Black. But that was impossible. Sirius was in Azkaban, hundreds of miles away. Was this a trick? A symbolic representation? The basin seemed to sense his confusion. The image shifted perspective, pulling back to show a wider map of Britain. Azkaban was a tiny, black, sucking vortex far to the north. The desperate blue dot was indeed at Hogwarts. And a thin, almost invisible silver thread stretched between the dot and the vortex, a connection. A soul thread. Sirius Black's magical signature, his essence, was somehow anchored here, at Hogwarts, while his body rotted in Azkaban. An anchor, a tether, a hope. The hissing voice returned, sly and knowing. A soul can be in two places, little heir. One in prison, one in promise. Find the anchor. Break the tether. The dog runs free. The image vanished, the basin returning to swirling gray mist. Harry stumbled back from the pedestal, his mind reeling. An anchor. Something of Sirius's was here, at Hogwarts, holding a piece of his soul out of the Dementor's reach. What could it be? A memory? An object? A secret? The voice of the basin, the voice of Slytherin's legacy, had given him a clue. A dangerous, tempting clue. It wanted him to find this anchor. Why? To free Sirius? Or to claim something for itself? He was shaking, cold to his core despite the chamber's stable temperature. This was too much. Secrets within secrets. He needed Remus. He needed Ragnarok. He needed someone to tell him if this was salvation or a trap. He turned and fled back up the spiral stairs, the light from his wand bouncing wildly off the walls. He burst back into the main tower room and willed the secret door shut, the stone ceiling seamlessly behind him. He stood in the middle of the living area, panting. The familiar surroundings felt like a lie. Beneath his feet, a labyrinth of ancient power and pain pulsed in the dark. He couldn't keep this to himself. He went to the small writing desk and pulled out a piece of parchment. He wrote 2 letters. One to Ragnarok, describing the chamber, the map, the voice, and the anchor. He asked for research, for caution, for advice. The second was to Remus, shorter, saying only that the castle had shown him something important about Sirius, and they needed to talk the moment he returned. He called for a school owl by opening the window and holding out his arm, a method he'd read about. A handsome brown owl swooped in, took the letters, and disappeared into the night. The action made him feel slightly less helpless. But the silence of the tower pressed in again, heavier now. He tried to read, to sleep, but every creak of the settling stones made him jump. He kept seeing the pulsing blue dot, hearing the sly hiss in his mind. Sometime past midnight, a different sound echoed up from the grounds. Not a howl, a scream, a human scream, cut brutally short. It came from the direction of the forbidden forest. Harry was at the window in an instant, peering down. The grounds were pools of ink and silver moonlight. He saw nothing. But then, a flicker of movement at the edge of the trees. Several figures, cloaked and hooded, moving quickly, dragging something heavy and limp between them back into the depths of the forest. A trap, an accident, or something worse. His promise to Remus warred with a sickening dread. Someone was hurt. Someone had been taken into the forest. Before he could think, he was moving. He grabbed the invisibility cloak and threw it over himself. He didn't take his wand out, he kept it in his sleeve. He paused only to clutch the pendant and whisper, "Pater Sanctum," feeling the magic in it warm in response, a safety line. Then he opened the tower door and ran. The castle at night was a tomb. He flew down staircases, through corridors, his bare feet silent on the stones. He reached the oak front doors and found them slightly ajar, as if someone had recently passed through. He slipped out into the cold night. The grass was wet with dew, soaking his feet instantly. He ran towards the spot where he'd seen the figures, his breath pluming in the air. He reached the tree line, the darkness of the forest a solid wall ahead. The air here was thick with the smell of pine, decay, and a coppery tang he recognized with a lurch of nausea, blood. There were tracks, dragged heels, and drops of dark liquid on the fallen leaves. He followed, the cloak making him a wraith, his heart a drum in his ears. The forest closed around him, the moonlight fracturing into useless shards. He relied on the trail, on the terrible smell. He hadn't gone far when he heard voices. Hushed, urgent, fool, sticking his nose where it didn't belong. The Dark Lord will reward us. A son for a son. Quiet, get it deeper. The thing will smell the blood. Harry crept closer, parting a thicket of brambles. In a small clearing ahead, the hooded figures were gathered around a still form on the ground. It was a student, a boy. His robes were torn, his face pale and unconscious. Blonde hair, Malfoy. One of the figures was stirring a potion in a crude stone bowl. Another was drawing a complex, bloody symbol on the forest floor around Malfoy's body. A ritual. But it was the third figure that made Harry's blood freeze. This one wasn't hooded. He was tall, gaunt, his face waxy and skull-like, with wide, staring eyes that held no humanity. He was humming a tuneless little song as he sharpened a long, black knife on a stone. The sacrifice must be pure, the skull-faced man crooned. The blood of a willing servant, or an unwilling pawn, to call the shadow home. The master will walk again. A sacrifice. They were going to kill Malfoy. To call back Voldemort. Harry's mind went blank with terror. Then it cleared, ice cold. The Gryffindor courage roared. The Slytherin cunning calculated. 3 against 1. Adults. Dark wizards. He had one advantage: they couldn't see him. He didn't think. He acted. He aimed his wand, not at the wizards, but at the stone bowl containing the potion. He poured all his fear, all his rage, all the power of the rings coursing through him, into a single, silent spell. He didn't know the incantation for explosion. So he thought of force. Of impact. Of shattering. Confringo. He hissed, the spell springing to his lips from some deep, inherited well. A blast of orange light and concussive force erupted from his wand. The stone bowl exploded. The bubbling potion flew everywhere, sizzling where it hit skin and cloth. The hooded wizard screamed, stumbling back, batting at burning droplets. The skull-faced man spun, his eyes wide with surprise, then fury. "Who's there? Reveal yourself." Harry didn't. He shot a lumos maxima at the man's face, a blinding flare of light in the dark forest. The man shrieked, clutching his eyes. "Get the boy. Grab Malfoy and go." One of the hooded figures yelled, his face a mess of burns. Harry scrambled forward, now visible as he moved through the undergrowth. He reached Malfoy's side. The Slytherin boy was breathing, but shallowly, a nasty cut on his forehead. Harry grabbed his arm, trying to drag him. There. The little rat. The other hooded wizard, his hood knocked back to reveal a pockmarked, furious face, raised his wand. Avada. A silver streak shot from the trees, hitting the wizard square in the chest. He crumpled, not dead, but instantly unconscious. The spell was a brilliant, shining stag, a Patronus. It turned, lowered its majestic head, and charged the skull-faced man, who was still blinking spots from his eyes. The man screamed again, a high, terrified sound, and turned, disapparating with a loud crack. The remaining hooded wizard looked from his fallen comrade to the powerful, glowing Patronus, to the small boy trying to drag Malfoy. He made a decision, turned on the spot, and vanished. The clearing fell silent, save for the panting of Harry and the soft, glowing breaths of the silver stag. It trotted over to Harry, nuzzled his hand with its cool, non-corporeal nose, and then dissolved into mist. From the shadows of the trees, a figure emerged. Tall, trembling slightly, his face pale and gleaming with sweat in the moonlight. His wand was still raised. It was Remus Lupin, but he shouldn't be here. He should be in the shack, transformed, or at least suffering. Yet here he stood, in human form, his eyes wide with panic and relief. "Harry," he breathed, rushing forward. He fell to his knees, checking Harry for injuries, then Malfoy. "What in Merlin's name? You promised, you." They were going to kill him, Harry gasped, the adrenaline crashing, leaving him weak. They said, a sacrifice. To call back Voldemort. Remus's face went from pale to ashen. He looked at the bloody symbol on the ground, at the remains of the ritual. "Death Eaters," he whispered. "Active. Here." He looked at Harry with new, terrified awe. "You fought them. You saved him. Your Patronus," Harry said, staring at where the stag had been. It was beautiful. A strange, pained expression crossed Remus's face. It was James's. His Patronus. A stag. He shook his head, as if clearing water from his ears. "No time. We have to get him to Pomfrey. And we have to alert Dumbledore." He levitated Malfoy's unconscious form. "Can you walk?" Harry nodded, stumbling to his feet. As they hurried back towards the castle lights, Harry looked up at Remus. "The moon, you're not." "The potion held," Remus said, his voice tight. "Just. But the pain, the screaming, I felt a pull. A terror. From the forest. From you. I broke the wards on the shack. I shouldn't have been able to. But I did." He looked at Harry, his eyes full of a wonder that bordered on fear. I think your magic, your need, called to me. Through the bond we've made. It overrode everything." They burst out of the forest onto the lawn. The castle doors were still ajar. As they approached, a figure stepped out, silhouetted against the light from the entrance hall. Tall, bearded, his expression unreadable. Albus Dumbledore. He took in the scene. The levitated, bleeding Slytherin heir, the trembling werewolf, and the small, barefoot boy wrapped in an invisibility cloak, his face smudged with dirt and defiance. His blue eyes, for once, held no twinkle. They were chips of ice, surveying a battlefield he had not foreseen. "It would seem," Dumbledore said, his voice echoing softly in the vast silence of the night, "that the chessboard has caught fire. and the pieces are moving of their own accord. His gaze settled on Harry, who met it without flinching, the scent of scorched earth and forest blood clinging to him like a crown. The game had just changed. And the boy who lit the fire was standing in the flames, very much alive. The silence in the entrance hall was a physical weight, broken only by Draco Malfoy's shallow, pained breathing. Dumbledore's gaze, that glacial assessment, lasted only a moment longer before he sprang into a quiet, efficient kind of action. "Poppy," he said, and his voice, though soft, seemed to carry through the stone. In less than a minute, the hospital matron came hurrying down the marble staircase, her dressing gown tied tightly over her nightclothes. Her eyes widened at the scene. "The Slytherin boy," Dumbledore said, gesturing to the levitated Draco. "Injured. Dark magic. See to him in the privacy of your office, not the main ward. Tell no one he is there." Madame Pomfrey, to her credit, asked no questions. She took charge of the levitation spell from a trembling Remus and began to shepherd Draco's unconscious form up the stairs, her face set in professional lines. Dumbledore turned his attention to Remus and Harry. "My office. Now." It was not a request. Dumbledore led the way, his stride long and swift. Harry, still cloaked, his feet numb with cold and shock, stumbled to keep up. Remus walked beside him, a steadying hand on his shoulder, though Harry could feel the fine tremor in his fingers. The headmaster's office was as Harry remembered, but the usual air of whimsical curiosity was gone, replaced by a severe, crackling energy. The instruments on the spindly tables whirred and twittered at a frantic pitch. Fawkes watched from his perch, letting out a low, troubled warble. Dumbledore did not sit behind his desk. He stood before the cold fireplace, his back to them for a moment, before turning. His face was grave, but the icy anger had been banked, replaced by a profound, weary intensity. "Explain," he said, and the word was directed at both of them. Remus spoke first, his voice hoarse. "I was in the shrieking shack. The wolfsbane was holding, but I felt a pull. A terror, not my own. A magical distress. It was Harry. I broke the wards, I don't know how, and ran to the forest. I saw Death Eaters. 3 of them. A ritual set up. They were going to sacrifice Draco Malfoy. Harry was already there, under his cloak. He disrupted the ritual, saved the boy's life. I cast a Patronus. They fled." Dumbledore's eyes, piercing over his half-moon spectacles, shifted to Harry. "And you, Harry? How did you come to be in the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night, when you were safely locked in your tower?" Harry met his gaze. He saw no point in lying. The truth was strange enough. "I heard a scream. From my window. I saw figures dragging someone into the forest. I went to help. You broke your promise to Mr. Lupin. You left the safety of your wards." There was no accusation in the tone, only a statement of fact. "Yes," Harry said, his chin lifting. "Someone was going to die. I had the cloak. I had my wand. I couldn't just sit there." A strange, almost imperceptible flicker passed over Dumbledore's face. It might have been regret. Or respect. "The spell you used to destroy the ritual bowl. Confringo. The blasting curse. Who taught you that?" "No one," Harry said. "I just knew it. I needed something to break, and the spell was there. Instinctive, wandless wordless magic is one thing," Dumbledore murmured, almost to himself. "But a controlled, specific curse of that nature, at your age, under that duress, your magical core is integrating your inheritance at a phenomenal, and perilous, rate." He paused. "The Patronus Remus cast. You recognized it." He said it was my father's. "A stag." "It was," Dumbledore confirmed, his eyes lingering on Remus with a complex expression. "A Patronus that powerful, cast by a man under the influence of a full moon and wolfsbane, that is an act of extraordinary will, Remus. Driven, I suspect, by a bond you have forged with Harry that goes beyond guardian and ward. A bond of family." He sighed, the sound heavy in the quiet room. "This changes everything. The Death Eaters are not merely nostalgic followers. They are active, organized, and attempting a ritual of resurrection on the very grounds of Hogwarts. Using a student is a sacrifice. This is an act of war." He walked to his desk and picked up a small, silver instrument that looked like a spinning top. It whirled, emitting a faint, musical note. "They will know they failed. They will know they were thwarted by a child and a werewolf. They will be furious, and they will be frightened. A frightened enemy is a dangerous one. What about Malfoy? Harry asked. Will he be all right? Physically, I trust Poppy to see to him. Mentally and politically, that is another matter. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Lucius Malfoy is a powerful, dangerous man. He is also a suspected, but never convicted, Death Eater. His son was nearly killed in a Death Eater ritual. This creates a fascinating schism. Does Lucius rage against the would-be killers for targeting his heir? Or does he cover it up to protect his own standing among them? I suspect the former. His love for Draco is his one consistent, redeeming quality. He looked at Harry. You saved his son's life. That is a debt even a Malfoy must acknowledge, however grudgingly. It is a piece on the board we did not have before. Harry didn't care about political pieces. He saw the pale, sneering boy bleeding in the leaves. He'd done it because it was right, not for a debt. The hearing, Remus said quietly. In 4 days. This will affect it. It will define it, Dumbledore corrected. The narrative is no longer simply about a neglected child and a possibly innocent man. It is now about an heir who bravely fought off the Dark Lord's servants, and the system that left him vulnerable. The Prophet Smear campaign will collapse under the weight of this truth. Cornelius Fudge's desire to avoid panic will war with his terror of appearing weak. We must act quickly. We? Harry asked, the word sharp. Dumbledore looked at him, and for the first time, Harry saw something like genuine collaboration in the old wizard's eyes. You have declared yourself a player, Harry. You have taken the field and won a skirmish. The enemy has seen you. There is no retreating into the shadows now. Whether I will it or not, our paths are aligned in this. The threat to you is now an immediate, proven threat. My priority must be to secure your safety, which now coincides with exposing this conspiracy. He paused. I will testify at the Wizengamot hearing. I will confirm the attack, the identities of the Death Eaters as best I can, and I will state that your actions were heroic and necessary. It will lend immense credibility to your broader case. It was a staggering offer. The Chief Warlock, siding with the goblin-led suit against the Ministry. The cost to his own influence would be immense. Why? Harry asked, suspicion warring with a desperate hope. Because, despite my many failings where you are concerned, I do not wish to see you dead, Dumbledore said simply. And because the return of Voldemort is a threat that supersedes all political games. This attempt proves his followers are working towards that end with renewed vigor. The world must be made to see, even if it is afraid. He turned to Remus. You must return to the shack, Remus. The moon is not yet set. The potion's hold is fragile. I will have Poppy bring you a fresh draft. You have done enough tonight, more than enough. Remus looked torn, his eyes on Harry. Go, Harry said. I'm safe here. Now. With a final, worried glance, Remus nodded and left, moving stiffly. Harry and Dumbledore were alone again. There is more, Dumbledore said, his voice dropping. What you did tonight required not just bravery, but power. The castle, it is responding to you in ways I have not seen. I felt the surge when you cast that fire to erase the shield. I felt the echo of your magic in the forest. The old stones are waking. This is not neutral, Harry. Power calls to power. It will attract more than just Death Eaters. There are ancient things in this world, in this very castle, that sleep. Your presence is a ripple in their deep, dark water. Harry thought of the chamber below the tower, of the hissing voice, of the anchor. He said nothing. Dumbledore seemed to understand his silence. You are learning occlumency. Good. Keep your secrets. For now. But know that I am not your enemy, Harry. Not in this fight. My methods have been flawed. My decisions, catastrophic. But my goal, to see you live, to see the light prevail, has not changed. I offer you an accord, a ceasefire between us. Cooperation against the true darkness. You will accept my help, my knowledge, my protection when it is offered. And I will respect your autonomy, your lordship, and your alliance with Gringotts. Do you agree? It was a monumental shift. From manipulator to proposed ally. Harry searched the blue eyes for deceit, saw only a bleak honesty and a deep, tired resolve. He thought of Sirius, rotting in Azkaban. He thought of the anchor. He would need Dumbledore's knowledge to understand it, to use it. I agree, Harry said. But it's a truce, not surrender. A faint, genuine smile touched Dumbledore's lips. I would expect nothing less. Now, go back to your tower. Try to sleep. Tomorrow, we will have much to discuss with your goblin allies. And Harry, he added as Harry turned to leave. Well done tonight. Your parents would be incredibly proud. And terribly worried. ... Sleep was impossible. Harry lay in bed, the events of the night replaying behind his eyes in a chaotic loop. The hissing voice in the chamber, the bloody symbol, the skull-faced man's song, the silver stag, Dumbledore's offer of truce. His body ached with a deep, pervasive tiredness, but his mind would not quiet. Just before dawn, a soft pop announced Dobby's arrival. The house elf's eyes were huge with worry. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is hearing bad things. Whisperings in the pipes. Dobby is bringing you a calming drafty. He set a small vial of purple potion on the bedside table. And Dobby is seeing the young Master Malfoy in the hospital wing. All secret like. Is the great Harry Potter sir being hurt too? I'm fine, Dobby. Thank you. Harry sat up. Do you know anything about an anchor? Something that could hold a piece of a person's soul here, at Hogwarts, if they were somewhere else. Dobby's large ears drooped. Dobby is not knowing about soul pieces, sir. That is bad magic. But, an anchor, something that holds a promise, maybe. A vow. Hogwarts is full of old vows. In the stones. He snapped his fingers, suddenly excited. There is a tale of a knight who swore a vow to his lord to protect his family, and he left his shield in the castle when he rode to war. He died in battle, but his spirit, it is said, stayed with the shield, watching over the children. Could an anchor be a thing of promise? A thing of promise. Sirius's voice in the dream. I'll get him out, I swear, a promise made to James. Could it have created an anchor? But what object? Harry's thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the morning post. Several owls swooped in through the window he'd left open for Dobby. There was the regular Daily Prophet. The headline would be a day behind, still full of Skeeter's poison. But there were two other letters. One was on heavy Gringotts parchment. The other was on expensive, creamy paper, sealed with a wax crest depicting a stylized M. He opened Ragnarok's letter first. Lord Potter, your report is alarming and significant. The anchor concept is known in obscure necromantic and soul magic theory. It is a tether, often created by powerful, unfulfilled magical promises or oaths, binding a fragment of the promiser's magical essence to a place or object tied to the promisee. If Black made a vow to your father regarding your protection, and that vow is connected to Hogwarts where he likely made it, or where your safety was ultimately to be ensured, an anchor is plausible. Finding it will require tracing his magical signature within the castle, a task for which the chamber you describe may be key. Exercise extreme caution. The voice you heard is a manifestation of the Slytherin legacy. It is cunning and self-serving. It may guide you truly if it serves its own ends, which may align with freeing a powerful wizard from ministry control. Do not trust it, but do not ignore it. Regarding the attack, Gringotts security has been placed on high alert. Our agents have identified one of the attackers from your description, Corbin Yaxley, a known Death Eater sympathizer. This evidence is catastrophic for the Ministry's "Voldemort is gone" narrative. We are integrating this into our legal strategy. The hearing will be a spectacle. Be prepared. Ragnarok. The second letter, from the Malfoy crest, was short and brutally to the point. Potter, my son lives because of your intervention. This creates a debt. I do not appreciate debts. I will speak in your favor at the Wizengamot hearing regarding the Black Matter, to clear this obligation. Do not expect further association. This is a transaction. L. Malfoy. Harry stared at it. Lucius Malfoy, speaking for Sirius. It was a cold, political calculation, but it was a powerful one. Combined with Dumbledore's testimony, hope, bright and fierce, flared in his chest. Remus returned at noon, looking utterly drained, shadows like bruises under his eyes, but whole. He listened in silence as Harry told him everything: the secret chamber, the anchor, Dobby's tale, the letters from Ragnarok and Malfoy. When Harry finished, Remus sat for a long time, staring into the fire. An anchor, he whispered. A vow. He made so many, we all did. He looked up, his eyes haunted. The Marauders. We made a vow, magically binding in our 4th year, to always protect each other. We sealed it with a drop of blood on the map we were making. The Marauders' map. Harry's breath caught. A map. It's a magical document that shows every person in Hogwarts, their location, their name. We created it. James, Sirius, Peter, and me. Remus's voice was thick. Sirius's blood is on it. His magic is in it. It's a record of our promise, our bond. And it's here. In the castle. Where? Harry demanded, standing up. I don't have it, Remus said. When everything happened, I couldn't bear to look at it. I believe it was confiscated by Argus Filch, the caretaker, years ago from some mischievous students. It would be in his office, in his drawer of confiscated items, likely deemed a useless bit of parchment. An object of promise, soaked in the magic and blood of the promise makers. Hidden in plain sight in the caretaker's cupboard. It fit. We have to get it, Harry said. We will, Remus agreed, a new light in his exhausted eyes. But not yet. The hearing is in 3 days. That is our focus. If we succeed, Sirius will be freed, and we can give him back his anchor. Ourselves. If we fail, he didn't finish the thought. The next 3 days were a whirlwind of tense preparation. Dumbledore was true to his word. He met with Ragnarok and Barrowgild via Flow, a historic and uneasy collaboration. Strategies were aligned, testimonies coordinated. The story of the forest attack did not break in the Prophet. Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy, it seemed, had used their considerable influence to suppress it, for now, to avoid mass panic and to preserve the element of surprise for the hearing. The castle buzzed with other rumors, though, of Draco Malfoy's mysterious Quidditch accident, of loud voices from the headmaster's office, of the strange, focused energy around the West Tower. Harry and Remus worked relentlessly. Occlumency became paramount. Harry's mind treasury grew more organized. He placed the forest horror in a locked iron box on a high shelf. The hissing voice he put in a sealed crystal vial, to be examined later. Dumbledore's truce he treated as a carefully worded scroll, to be referenced with caution. He practiced magic not for theory, but for control. Remus drilled him on shield charms, disarming spells, even the basic impediment jinx. The Wizengamot is a theater, Remus said. You may need to demonstrate competence, not just power. Control is more impressive than chaos. Hermione Granger sought him out in the library again, her arms full of books on Wizengamot procedure. I've been researching, she said, her voice hushed with excitement. The chief warlock presides, but the members vote. There are 50 of them. You need a simple majority to win a motion for a retrial. With Malfoy and Dumbledore, and the evidence Gringotts has, I've made a list of the likely swing votes. She pushed a parchment across the table, covered in her neat handwriting and complex annotations. Harry looked at her, this brilliant, bushy-haired girl who had decided, based on fairness and books, to be his ally. Thank you, Hermione. Really. She blushed. It's just logic. And it's terribly exciting. In a scary way. On the eve of the hearing, a final owl arrived. This one was from Gringotts, but it was not from Ragnarok. The parchment was thicker, older, and the seal was the crest of the entire goblin nation. To Lord Harry James Potter Gryffindor Slytherin. By unanimous decree of the Gringotts Conclave of Managers, you are hereby granted the status of friend to the Goblin Nation, with all the rights and privileges therein, for your actions in defending magical life and exposing a shared enemy. Our resources are at your disposal. Our axes are at your back. May your gold ever flow, and your enemy's blood nourish the deep earth. The Conclave. It was a staggering declaration. Goblin friendship was a rare, almost mythical honor for a wizard. It was a statement of absolute, militant support. Remus read it, his hands shaking. This changes everything, again. This isn't just a client relationship. This is a political alliance. The Wizengamot will be terrified. That night, Harry stood once more at the great window. Tomorrow, he would leave Hogwarts for the first time since arriving, to go to the Ministry of Magic. To walk into the heart of the wizard government and demand they free an innocent man. To present himself not as a child, but as a lord, backed by goblins, a werewolf, a headmaster, and even, bizarrely, a Malfoy. He felt the weight of the rings. The cool clarity of Slytherin, the bold courage of Gryffindor, the steadfast warmth of Potter. They were not just jewelry. They were responsibilities. They were weapons. He looked out at the grounds, at the dark line of the forbidden forest where his childhood had ended in fire and blood. He was not the boy who lived. He was the boy who had chosen to live. To fight. To claim. And tomorrow, the wizarding world would get its first, real look at him. He touched the pendant under his shirt, his fingers brushing the cool, goblin-wrought metal. Potter sanctum. His safe haven. But he wasn't hiding anymore. He was marching to war, in a suit and tie, with a wand in his pocket and an army at his call. The cliffhanger of the forest was past. Now came the trial. Not of Sirius Black, but of the world that had put him there. Dawn on the day of the hearing was a pale, nervous thing. Harry watched it bleed into the sky from his tower window, his reflection in the glass a ghost over the waking grounds. He hadn't slept. The silence of the night had been filled with the imagined sounds of gavels and accusations, the phantom taste of dungeon air and Dementor chill. He dressed with careful, ritualistic precision. The black suit Sharp Claw had provided, the emerald tie, the polished shoes that felt foreign on his feet. He placed the rings on his fingers, Potter, Slytherin. He settled the Gryffindor circlet on his brow. He was arming himself for a different kind of battle. Remus emerged from his room, looking as if he'd aged a decade overnight. His own robes were neat but somber, a concession to the formality of the occasion. He said nothing, just poured 2 cups of strong, black tea and handed one to Harry. The silence between them was heavy with all the words they didn't need to say. This is for Sirius. This is for James and Lily. This is for you. At 8 o'clock precisely, the green flames in the fireplace roared to life, and Albus Dumbledore stepped through. He was dressed not in his usual flamboyant robes, but in severe, deep purple with silver stars that seemed to reflect a stormy sky. His face was calm, but his eyes held the focused intensity of a general on the morning of a siege. "It is time," he said simply. They stepped into the flow one by one. Dumbledore first, then Remus, then Harry, clutching a pinch of powder and speaking the destination he'd been drilled on. The atrium, Ministry of Magic. The whirl was brief and disorienting. He stumbled out into a scene of overwhelming grandeur and noise. The Ministry atrium was vast, a cathedral of wizardry. The ceiling was a brilliant, enchanted blue sky with fluffy white clouds that drifted lazily. The dark wood floor shone like a mirror, reflecting the bustling crowds of witches and wizards in robes of every color, hurrying to and fro with purpose. Golden statues of magical beings stood in niches, and in the center of the hall, a magnificent fountain sent jets of water sparkling into the air. But the grandeur was lost on Harry. As soon as he appeared, a hush seemed to ripple out from the fireplace. Conversations died. Heads turned. He felt hundreds of eyes lock onto him, onto the circlet, the rings, the small boy flanked by the towering headmaster and the gaunt werewolf. Whispers rose, a tidal wave of sound. "It's him, Potter. Look at his head, is that a crown? With Dumbledore and that Lupin fellow. Goblins, look." Through the crowd, a phalanx of figures in severe black suits cut a path. It was Ragnarok, followed by Barrowgild, Ironclaw, and 4 other goblins in full, polished armor, their faces set in expressions of grim determination. The crowd parted for them with a mixture of fear and respect. Ragnarok reached Harry and bowed, a sharp, precise movement. "Lord Potter, the delegation is assembled. The courtroom is prepared. We will proceed." They formed a protective wedge around Harry and moved through the atrium towards the golden gates of the lifts. The stairs were like physical pressure. Harry kept his eyes forward, his posture straight, imitating Ragnarok's unshakable bearing. He could see his own reflection in the polished lift doors, a small, pale face under a glint of gold, surrounded by giants and warriors. They took a lift down, deep into the earth. The atmosphere grew colder, more oppressive. When the gates clanged open, they were in a dimly lit corridor hewn from rough stone. At the end of it stood heavy, black doors carved with scenes of justice and punishment. 2 wizards in scarlet robes stood guard, their wands held at the ready. "The Wizengamot courtroom," Dumbledore murmured. "Ready, Harry." Harry nodded, his throat too dry to speak. One of the guards stepped forward, his eyes wide as he took in the group. "Chief Warlock. The party for the Potter petition is to wait in antechamber B until called." They were shown into a small, windowless room with a few hard chairs. The air smelled of dust and old fear. They waited. Minutes ticked by, each one an eternity. Harry could hear the muffled murmur of many voices from beyond the far door. Then, the door opened. A stern-faced witch in Wizengamot robes beckoned. "They are ready for you." Dot. The Wizengamot courtroom was a cavernous, circular pit. Tiered rows of benches, all in dark wood, rose steeply on all sides, each seat occupied by a witch or wizard in plum-colored robes embroidered with a silver W. The room was lit by thousands of floating candles that cast shifting, dramatic shadows. At the very bottom of the pit, in the center, stood a single, high-backed chair. Chains hung from its arms, coiled and waiting. Harry's stomach lurched. The prisoner's chair. But today, there was no prisoner. Instead, there were 3 tables. At one sat Cornelius Fudge, looking florid and uncomfortable, flanked by several frowning ministry officials. At another sat Ragnarok, Barrowgild, and a space clearly left for Harry and Remus. The third table was empty. Dumbledore moved to a raised podium at the front, taking his place as Chief Warlock. He surveyed the room, and the murmurs died instantly. This special session of the Wizengamot is now in order, Dumbledore's voice rang out, clear and resonant, devoid of its usual warmth. We are here to consider the petition of Lord Harry James Potter, presented by Gringotts Bank, for a writ of habeas corpus and immediate retrial for one Sirius Orion Black, currently imprisoned in Azkaban, and to hear related charges of misconduct against the Ministry of Magic and this body. A rumble went through the crowd. Dumbledore gavelled once, a sharp crack that echoed. Barrister Barrowgild, you may begin. The goblin lawyer stood, his spectacles glinting in the candlelight. He did not walk to a lectern. He simply stood by his table, his voice projecting with crisp, magical clarity. Members of the Wizengamot, for 10 years, you have believed a lie. You believed that Sirius Black betrayed James and Lily Potter to he who must not be named. You believed he murdered Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles in a fit of mad grief. You believed this because you were shown selective evidence, guided by a narrative of convenience and fear. He let the words hang. Today, we present the full evidence. He began with the will. A large, magical projection appeared in the center of the room, showing the document with Lily and James's glowing signatures. The last will and testament of James and Lily Potter, magically sealed and witnessed. It names Sirius Black as Harry Potter's godfather and primary guardian. It names Remus Lupin as secondary guardian. It was never presented at Black's trial. It was suppressed by order of Albus Dumbledore. A wave of shock ran through the witches and wizards. Dumbledore sat impassively. Why? Barrowgild pressed. Because the will also contained instructions that would have prevented the systematic neglect of the Potter heir. He gestured, and images, extracted via goblin. Memory crystals, flashed in the air, the cupboard under the stairs, measly portions of food, Harry's 2 large, broken glasses. The images were silent, but they screamed. While the ministry celebrated the boy who lived, the boy lived in squalor, ignorant of his heritage, because his appointed guardian was in Azkaban, and his protector, he looked at Dumbledore, chose to leave him there. Fudge spluttered. This is outrageous. The boy was with family. We were assured. You were lied to, Barrowgild stated flatly. And the lies extended to the financial realm. Gringotts' petitions for oversight of the Potter vaults were denied. Meanwhile, the trust vault meant for the heir's upkeep was siphoned, and the main vaults were left dormant, their political power unused, while the chief warlock acted as de facto regent. The accusations were a drumbeat, each one tightening the tension in the room. Then, Barrowgild changed tack. But this is not merely a case of neglect. It is a case of active, ongoing danger. 3 nights ago, on the grounds of Hogwarts School, a ritual was attempted by known Death Eaters. The room gasped. Their aim, to sacrifice a student, Draco Malfoy, in an attempt to resurrect the Dark Lord. They were thwarted by 2 individuals, Remus Lupin, and, he gestured to Harry, Lord Harry Potter, who, at great personal risk, intervened and saved Mr. Malfoy's life. The projection now showed a memory, Harry's own, extracted with his permission. The goblins had refined it. The Wizengamot saw, from Harry's perspective, the hooded figures, the bloody symbol, the skull-faced man sharpening his knife. They heard the words, "The Master will walk again." They saw Harry's spell shatter the bowl, the arrival of the Silver Stag, the Death Eater's flight. The silence in the courtroom was absolute, horrified. The ministry's official position is that he who must not be named is gone, his followers harmless, Barrowgild said, his voice dripping with disdain. This memory proves that is a fantasy. And it proves that the child you left defenseless is now on the front lines of a war you refuse to acknowledge. His safety, and by extension the justice owed to his family, can no longer be ignored. He took his seat. The room erupted. Dumbledore's gavel fell repeatedly. Order. Order. When quiet was restored, Dumbledore spoke. I will now testify. Under Veritaserum, if this body requires it. Another shockwave. The chief warlock offering to take truth potion. It was unprecedented. I confirm the authenticity of the memory, Dumbledore said, his eyes sweeping the benches. I confirm that I suppressed the Potter will, believing it to contain information that could endanger Harry. In this, I was grievously wrong. My desire to protect him blinded me to the immediate cruelty of his situation and denied him the guardians his parents chose. I also confirm that the attackers were Death Eaters, one of whom has been identified as Corbin Yaxley, a known associate of Lucius Malfoy. He paused, letting the implication sink in. The threat is real. And our failure to give Harry Potter the protection of his rightful guardian is a failure that nearly cost 2 children their lives. He stepped down. The room was buzzing like a furious hive. The Wizengamot calls Lucius Malfoy, Dumbledore announced. The elegant, blonde wizard entered from a side door, his face a mask of cold hauteur. He took the stand. Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore said, your son was the intended victim. What is your view of these proceedings? Lucius's gray eyes found Harry, and for a second, something flickered in them, not gratitude, but a fierce, calculating acknowledgement. My son lives because of the intervention of Lord Potter, he said, the title sounding like acid on his tongue, but he used it. The ministry's inability to secure Hogwarts, the very school where our children are sent, from such a vile attack, is a dereliction of duty. If the ministry cannot protect a single child, cannot conduct a fair trial, and cannot manage the estates of its most prominent orphans, then it is unfit to govern. I support the petition for a retrial. The evidence against Black was always thin. And it seems we were all misled. It was a masterful performance. He painted himself as a concerned father and a reformer, distancing himself from the Death Eaters even as he subtly threatened the ministry's legitimacy. The questioning went on for hours. Ministry officials squirmed and blustered. Fudge turned puce, insisting there was no budget for Dementor guards at Hogwarts, that Black's guilt was settled, that Harry was clearly being manipulated by goblins. Then, Ragnarok stood. He did not address the court. He simply placed a small, ornate chest on his table and opened it. From it, he drew not a parchment, but a sword. It was a goblin-made blade, wicked and beautiful. He held it aloft. By the ancient right of Gornuk's challenge, Ragnarok's voice echoed, steel on stone, I invoke the right of combat to settle this dispute. The goblin nation stands behind Lord Potter's claim. If the Wizengamot denies justice, you deny our alliance. You declare war on our gold, our forges, and our axes. Choose. The room went dead silent. The sheer, audacious threat hung in the air. A goblin war. The economy would crumble. The ministry would fall. Fudge looked like he might be sick. The Wizengamot members stared, a mixture of terror and outrage on their faces. Dumbledore spoke into the silence, his voice weary. There will be no war today. There will be a vote. All in favor of granting Sirius Black a full retrial, with immediate release from Azkaban into the custody of Albus Dumbledore pending its outcome, signify by light. One by one, wands were raised. Tips glowed with white light. Harry watched, his heart in his throat. The lights multiplied, a constellation against the dark wood. It wasn't unanimous, but it was a vast majority. The motion carries, Dumbledore said, and the gavel fell with a final, definitive crack. The retrial is scheduled for 1 month from today. The Dementors are to be notified immediately. Sirius Black is to be released and brought here, under heavy guard, for medical evaluation and sequestration. A roar of sound, outrage, relief, shock, filled the courtroom. Harry felt Remus's hand grip his shoulder, trembling violently. He saw Ragnarok give a single, satisfied nod as he sheathed his sword. They had won. But the victory felt hollow as they navigated the chaotic aftermath. Reporters swarmed them the moment they stepped back into the atrium. Flashbulbs exploded. Rita Skeeter's shrill voice cut through the din. Lord Potter. How does it feel to overthrow the ministry? Harry kept walking, shielded by goblin armor and Remus's tall frame. They made for the flows. Back in the tower, the silence was a shock. The adrenaline drained away, leaving Harry shaking. He'd done it. He'd won. Sirius was coming out. He'll be here by nightfall, Remus said, his voice ragged with emotion. Dumbledore's bringing him straight to the hospital wing. Poppy will need to, he'll need care. It's been 12 years with Dementors. Harry just nodded. He couldn't imagine it. The man from the dream, the voice from the prison, made flesh. As evening fell, a message came via Patronus, a silvery phoenix that spoke with Dumbledore's voice. He is here. He is fragile. You may see him in the morning. The night was the longest yet. Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy, thinking of the gaunt, laughing man from the old photographs, wondering what was left of him. Just before dawn, a different pull tugged at him. Not from the hospital wing, but from below. The secret chamber. The anchor was singing. A low, harmonic hum that vibrated in his bones and in the rings. He slipped from bed and descended the hidden stairs. The basin's mist swirled, showing the castle schematic. The hospital wing glowed with a new, tumultuous light, a swirling mix of desperate blue and healing gold. Sirius. But his eyes were drawn to another part of the map. A dot, labeled Filch's office, was pulsing with a soft, crimson light. And from it, a thin, silver thread stretched out, not to Azkaban anymore, but to the hospital wing, connecting to the swirling blue. The anchor. The map. It was reacting to Sirius's proximity, to his impending freedom. The hissing voice returned, sly and eager. The promise is nearly fulfilled. The anchor awaits its master. Claim it, little heir. Bind the dog to you. Ensure his loyalty. A lord must have loyal hounds. Harry recoiled. The voice wanted him to use the anchor, not just to free Sirius, but to control him. To bind him. No, he whispered to the empty chamber. He's not a hound. He's my family. The voice laughed, a dry, rustling sound. All men are hounds to something. Better he be leashed to a lion and serpent than to a memory or a madhouse. Think on it, heir. Power is not given. It is taken and held. The mist cleared. Harry stood trembling, not from cold, but from the ugly temptation the voice had planted. The Slytherin legacy wasn't just about cunning. It was about domination. He fled back to his room. He wouldn't do it. He would find the map, yes. He would give it to Sirius. But as a gift, not a chain. Sleep finally took him, a fitful doze haunted by images of chained men and silver threads. He was woken not by dawn, but by a frantic, hollow banging on the tower door. Not the polite knock of a professor or the pop of a house elf. This was desperate, irregular, like someone beating against the wood with their fists. Harry scrambled out of bed, pulling on a robe. Remus was already in the main room, his wand drawn, face alert. The banging continued. A voice, cracked and raw, ragged with 12 years of silence and despair, screamed from the other side. Remus, Remus, let me in. I know he's in there. I saw the tower. James's boy. My boy. Let me see him. The voice was broken, edged with madness and a longing so profound it was a physical force against the door. Sirius Black had not waited for morning. He had come. And he was screaming for his godson. Dot. The screaming broke something in the air of the tower. It was a sound that shouldn't exist, raw, unfiltered, scraping against 12 years of silence and despair. It wasn't the voice from the dream. That had been a whisper of essence. This was the battered, screaming container it came from. Remus. Harry stood frozen, his heart a frantic animal in a cage of ribs. Remus had gone utterly pale, his wand hand lowering slightly. The protective rage on his face warred with a heartbreaking, terrible pity. He shouldn't be here, Remus whispered, more to himself than to Harry. Dumbledore said he was sedated, in the hospital wing. Let me in. I swore, Remus. I swore to James. Let me see him. The door shook under the onslaught. Harry found his feet moving before his mind could command them. He crossed the room, drawn by the agony in the voice, by the promise that had been an anchor, by the ghost of his father's laugh. Harry, wait, Remus started, but it was too late. Harry placed his palm flat against the wood of the tower door. He didn't ask the castle. He commanded. Open. The door swung inward. Sirius Black fell into the room. He didn't stride, didn't stand framed in the doorway. He stumbled, his balance shot, his body unused to freedom. To space, to light. He crashed to his knees on the thick blue carpet, just inside the threshold. He was gone to the point of skeletal, his skin stretched taut over sharp bones, gray and unhealthy. His hair, which in the moving photographs had been dark and sleek, was a long, matted, greasy tangle. His clothes were ministry issue, coarse gray robes that hung off him like sacks. But his eyes were alive. A burning, desperate, silvery gray, wide with a madness that was not insanity, but the aftermath of a long, solitary war. Those eyes swept the room, past Remus, and locked onto Harry. All the frantic energy left him. The screaming stopped. He knelt there, trembling, his breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. He stared, and his face did something complicated. It crumpled, then hardened, then crumpled again, as if he couldn't decide between weeping or laughing. Harry, he breathed, the name a prayer, a curse, a sob. Oh, Merlin, James. He didn't look like James. Not to Harry. He looked like a ghost of a ghost. But in the shape of his face, the set of his brow, Harry saw the shadow of the handsome man from the photographs. Sirius, Remus said, his voice choked. He took a step forward, his hand outstretched, but stopped, as if afraid to touch something that might break. Sirius ignored him. His whole world had narrowed to the small, green-eyed boy in pajamas and a robe. You have her eyes, he whispered, his voice cracking. Lily's eyes. In James's face. Merlin, he tried to stand, his legs buckling. He caught himself on a nearby chair, his knuckles white. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I swore to him I'd protect you. And I was in that place. And you were here. Alone. The guilt in his voice was a tangible force, thick enough to taste. It wasn't the polished regret of Dumbledore. It was a festering, open wound. You didn't know, Harry said, repeating the words he'd said to Remus. His own voice sounded small, young, in the face of this cataclysm of a man. Sirius let out a sound that was half laugh, half retch. I should have fought. I should have torn the world apart. Instead, I sat in the dark and let them, he shuddered violently, a full-body spasm that had nothing to do with cold. A Dementor's aftershock. You're here now, Harry said, and took a step forward. Then another. He stopped an arm's length away, within reach. He could smell him, a mix of hospital antiseptic, old sweat, and the deep, salty chill of the sea. Azkaban. Sirius's burning eyes tracked his every movement, drinking him in with a starving intensity. He lifted a trembling hand, slowly, as if approaching a wild, precious bird. His fingers were long, nails broken and dirty. He stopped just short of touching Harry's cheek. Can I? Harry nodded. The touch was feather-light, cold. It lingered on his cheekbone, just below the lightning scar. A single, dirty tear traced a path through the grime on Sirius's hollow cheek. My boy, he whispered. My godson. The words, so simple, so fiercely possessive, unlocked something in Harry's chest. A door he didn't know was locked. He felt his own eyes burn. He didn't pull away. Remus finally moved, coming to Sirius's other side, putting a steadying hand on his shoulder. Sirius, you need to rest. You need to eat, Poppy said. I don't care what she said. Sirius snapped, but the fire was weak, directed at the idea of being forced away, not at Remus. His eyes never left Harry. I have 12 years to see. 12 years to apologize for. You have time, Remus said, his voice firming. You're free. You're here. But you'll collapse if you don't let us look after you. For Harry's sake. That got through. Sirius's shoulders slumped. The manic energy bled out, leaving utter exhaustion in its wake. He swayed, and Remus caught him, guiding him to the nearest armchair. Sirius sank into it like a stone, his body folding in on itself, but his eyes remained fixed on Harry, who stood, unsure of what to do. I'll get food, Remus said, heading to the kitchen. A heavy silence fell, punctuated only by Sirius's ragged breathing. He looked around the tower, his gaze taking in the books, the fire, the opulent furnishings, the circlet on Harry's brow. A flicker of confusion crossed his ravaged face. This is not a dormitory. It's my tower, Harry said. The heir's tower. Heir. Sirius's brow furrowed, the concept not computing through the fog of his ordeal. So Harry told him, not everything, but the essence. The goblins, the rings, the cupboard, the lawsuits, the forest. He spoke in a calm, flat tone, a recitation of facts. Sirius listened, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning horror to a slow, burning fury that seemed to warm the chill in his bones. A cupboard, he repeated, the words a deathly whisper. His hands clenched on the arms of the chair, the tendons standing out like wires. They made you, a cupboard. And Dumbledore, that old, meddling, he trailed off, a vicious snarl twisting his lips. The fury was a living thing in the room, more potent than his earlier despair. Remus returned with a tray of thick broth, bread, and a potent-looking restorative potion. Eat, Sirius. Then, you can be angry. You need strength to be properly furious. Sirius ate like a wolf, his manners non-existent, his focus divided between shoveling food and watching Harry. Between bites, he asked sharp, fragmented questions. The rings. Show me. Harry held out his hands. Sirius took them, his cold, calloused fingers turning them gently. He stared at the Slytherin ring, his lip curling. Salazar's heirloom. On James Potter's son. The world's gone mad. It chose me, Harry said, a defensive edge in his tone. Sirius looked up, meeting his eyes. I'm not judging you, pup. I'm judging the cosmic joke. If Prongs could see this, he shook his head, a faint, real smile touching his mouth for the first time. He'd laugh himself sick. Then he'd worry. Then he'd make a plan. He released Harry's hands. You've got a plan, don't you? With the goblins. With Moony. We're trying, Harry said. Sirius nodded, taking a gulp of the potion and grimacing. Good. I'm part of it now. Whatever it is. He said it with the absolute certainty of a man who had nothing else left to claim in the world. Dumbledore arrived an hour later, his expression unreadable. He found Sirius ensconced in the armchair by the fire, a blanket around his shoulders, Harry sitting on a footstool nearby, Remus standing guard by the window. The tension in the room spiked the moment the headmaster entered. Sirius, Dumbledore said, his voice gentle. You gave Poppy quite the fright. You should be in the hospital wing. I'm where I should be, Sirius said, his voice low and rough, but clear. The food and potion had worked minor wonders. The madness in his eyes had receded, replaced by a cold, focused clarity. The rage was still there, banked like coals. With my godson. I understand. But you are not well. The Dementor exposure. Is my business, Sirius interrupted, a flash of the arrogant, defiant black air breaking through the wreckage. You don't get to decide what's best for me anymore, Albus. You decided that once, and look where it got us. His gaze swept over Harry, then back to Dumbledore, accusing. Dumbledore accepted the rebuke with a slight inclination of his head. A mistake I have acknowledged. One I am attempting to rectify. Your retrial is in a month. We must prepare. You must be seen to be stable. Sirius barked a laugh, a short, harsh sound. Stable. After 12 years with soul-sucking parasites. You'll get what's left of me, Albus. That's all there is. He leaned forward, the blanket slipping. But I will be at that trial. And I will tell them everything. About the secret keeper switch. About Peter. About the rat. His voice trembled with a hatred so pure it was frightening. Peter Pettigrew is dead, Sirius, Dumbledore said softly. No, Sirius snarled. He's not. He's hiding. I'll find him. I'll tear him apart. The evidence was a finger. Sirius roared, surging to his feet, the blanket falling. He was a scarecrow of fury. A finger and a crater. He's an animagus, Albus. A rat. He shrunk, he transformed, and he ran. He framed me. And you all just buried me and forgot. The truth of it, the sheer, desperate conviction, hung in the air. Harry believed him instantly. Remus looked sick. Dumbledore's face was a mask of pained sorrow. If that is true, Dumbledore said slowly, it is the gravest of miscarriages. And it will be addressed at your trial. But you cannot go on a crusade, Sirius. You are too weak. And you would play into the hands of those who wish to see you returned to Azkaban, or silenced permanently. There are Death Eaters active, as Harry can attest. Sirius's furious eyes snapped to Harry. The forest. They told me. Touched you. Threatened you. The protective fury returned, molten and immediate. They'll die for that. They will be dealt with by the law, Dumbledore said firmly. Your role is to heal, and to testify. Harry's role is to learn, and to be safe. You must trust me on this. I trusted you once, Sirius said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Never again. The silence that followed was absolute, a chasm between them. The truce Dumbledore had offered Harry did not extend to the man he'd left to rot. Finally, Dumbledore sighed. Very well. You may stay here, in the tower, for now. Remus can look after you. But you will submit to periodic checkups with Madame Pomfrey. And you will not leave the castle grounds. Is that understood? Sirius gave a curt, defiant nod. It was as much of a concession as he would give. Dumbledore turned to leave, but paused at the door. The world has changed while you were away, Sirius. Harry is at the center of that change. Help him. Don't drown him in your nightmares. He left, the door closing softly behind him. Sirius sank back into the chair, trembling slightly from the outburst. He looked at Harry, the fury melting back into that aching, desperate tenderness. I'm sorry, pup. I'm a mess. I'm not what you needed. You're here, Harry said again, the only truth that mattered. That's what I needed. ... The next few days were a strange, claustrophobic ballet. Sirius was a storm confined to a teacup. He paced the tower like a caged animal, his energy unpredictable. He would spend hours staring out the window, silent and grim. Then he would talk, a torrent of stories about James and Lily, about Hogwarts pranks, about motorbikes and magic, his voice sometimes fond, sometimes jagged with grief. He devoured books on modern wizarding law, on the political landscape, his mind sharpening with frightening speed as nourishment and purpose returned. He was fiercely, obsessively protective of Harry. If Harry so much as flinched at a loud noise, Sirius was on alert, his wand, a loner from Remus, in hand, his eyes scanning invisible threats. He watched Harry's lessons with Remus, interjecting with a practical, sometimes ruthless perspective that contrasted with Remus's careful theory. Don't just shield, pup, he'd say during a defensive lesson. Shield and move. Always be somewhere they don't expect. Your dad was a seeker for a reason, unpredictable. He took a violent, instant dislike to the Slytherin ring. That thing is a shard of old, cold magic, Harry. Don't let it whisper to you too often. The snake's wisdom is poison in large doses. But he was also broken. The nights were bad. He would wake screaming, tangled in blankets, lashing out at phantoms. Remus had to cast calming charms more than once. The Dementor sickness lingered, a tendency to shiver in warm rooms, a shadow that passed over his face at unexpected moments, leeching the light from his eyes. Harry saw it all, the strength and the shattered pieces. This wasn't a storybook godfather. This was a wounded, dangerous, fiercely loving man, and Harry didn't know how to fit him into the new, complicated puzzle of his life. 4 days after Sirius's arrival, the tension found a new outlet. Snape. Remus had taken Sirius for a supervised walk on the grounds to get air, leaving Harry in the tower to study. Harry was practicing a complex locking charm when the door chimed, the polite, formal sound that meant a professor. He opened it. Severus Snape stood there, his black eyes boring into Harry. Potter. The headmaster has requested your presence for a joint lesson. Bring your potions kit. His gaze swept past Harry into the empty living area. Where is your guardian? Out, Harry said shortly. And the convict? His name is Sirius Black, Harry said, his temper flaring. And he's out too. A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. How? Domestic. 5 minutes. My laboratory. He turned and swept away. Harry collected his kit, a sense of dread pooling in his stomach. A joint lesson, with Dumbledore present, sounded like an ambush. He was right. When he entered the dungeons, he found not just Snape and Dumbledore, but a third person. Sirius stood by a workbench, his posture rigid, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. He was clean now, his hair cut short by Remus, wearing borrowed robes. He looked more like the man from the photographs, but the elegance was ruined by the vicious snarl on his lips. Snape stood behind his own desk, his expression one of cold, triumphant loathing. Dumbledore stood between them, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said. Thank you for coming. It is imperative that certain hostilities are addressed. For the safety of all within this castle, and for the success of the upcoming trial, you two will learn to coexist without violence. Coexist. Sirius spat, not taking his eyes off Snape. With him, the Death Eater who crept and spied and sold information to the Dark Lord. Who begged for Lily's life but not for James's. Not for Harry's. Harry froze. The words hung in the air, toxic and revealing. Snape's face went dead white, his eyes black holes of fury. You know nothing, Black. You, who spent your years in luxury while your friends died. You, who betrayed them with your arrogance, leading them to their doom. I didn't betray them, Sirius roared, lunging forward. Dumbledore's wand flicked, and an invisible barrier sprang up between them, shimmering in the air. Sirius slammed against it, rebounding. Peter was the secret keeper. Sirius screamed, pounding a fist on the barrier. We switched. It was the plan. He was the rat. Snape flinched, but his sneer remained. A convenient story for a madman. The word of a black against the evidence. The world believes you guilty. I believe you guilty. And now you infect the sun with your madness. He is my godson. My family. A family you are uniquely skilled at destroying. The vitriol was ancient, personal, and drenched in a shared, terrible history. Harry watched, his heart hammering. This was the raw, bleeding truth behind the stories. This hatred had festered for over a decade. Enough. Dumbledore's voice cracked like a whip, filled with a power that made the glass jars on. The shelves rattle. Both men fell silent, breathing heavily. The past is a graveyard. We are standing on the edge of a cliff. The enemy is at the gates, and you are squabbling over bones. He looked at each in turn. Severus, you will brew the wolfsbane potion for Remus. It is complex, and you are the only one here capable of the consistent precision required. His stability is crucial to Harry's safety. Snape looked as if he'd been asked to drink poison. Headmaster, it is not a request. You will also, despite your feelings, continue Harry's potions tutelage. He requires the skill. Snape gave a stiff, furious nod. Dumbledore turned to Sirius. And you, Sirius, will provide Harry with training in practical defense and dueling. Your instincts are sharp, and he needs more than theory. But you will do so under supervision, and you will not leave the castle. You will also provide Severus with any memories you have of Peter Pettigrew's animagus form, for verification. Sirius stared, aghast. Give him my memories. Never. Then Pettigrew remains a ghost, and your innocence a theory, Dumbledore said coldly. The time for pride is past. We need evidence. All of us. The standoff was palpable. Two scorpions in a bottle, forced to cooperate. For Harry, Dumbledore said, his final, unanswerable argument. Sirius's shoulders slumped in defeat. Snape's lip curled, but he said nothing. You will begin now, Dumbledore said. Sirius, you will observe Harry's potions lesson. You will be silent. Severus, you will teach. Harry, you will learn. He gave them all a look that brooked no argument, and then left, the door closing behind him with a sense of inescapable finality. The next hour was the most tense of Harry's life. He tried to brew a draught of peace, a potion requiring supreme calm. The atmosphere was poison. Sirius sat on a stool in the corner, his gray eyes burning holes in Snape's back. Snape circled Harry's workstation, his criticisms more barbed and personal than ever, clearly provoked by the audience. Stir clockwise, Potter, unless you wish to induce hysterical laughter instead of peace. But perhaps that is your goal, to emulate your godfather's celebrated sense of humor. Harry's potion turned a muddy brown instead of a silvery blue. He failed. As expected, Snape sneered, vanishing the failed brew. You may go. We will repeat this torture tomorrow. Black, my memories. A pensieve is on the shelf. Extract them and leave. Sirius stood, his movements stiff. He walked to the pensieve, his hatred a cold aura around him. He pointed his wand at his own temple and pulled out silvery strands of memory, dumping them into the basin without a word. He didn't look at Snape. He just looked at Harry. Come on, pup. Let's get out of this dungeon. They left Snape standing alone amidst his pickled horrors, staring into the pensieve with an expression of profound disgust. In the corridor, Sirius leaned against the wall, passing a hand over his face. I'm sorry, Harry. You shouldn't have seen that. Is it true? Harry asked quietly. What he said. About begging for my mother's life. Sirius's face twisted. Yeah, it's true. Snivelus was obsessed with Lily. In a twisted, possessive way. He joined the Death Eaters, then got cold feet when he realized Voldemort was going after her. Went crying to Dumbledore. Saved his own skin. But he didn't lift a finger for James. Or for you. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder. He's a bitter, hateful man who's chosen to live in the past. Don't let his poison get to you. But Harry stored the information away. Another piece of the puzzle. A complicated, ugly piece. That night, the tower felt different with Sirius in it. His presence was large, even when he was silent. He claimed the other armchair by the fire, a permanent fixture. After dinner, as Remus graded Harry's rune homework, Sirius spoke up. Moony. The map. Remus went still. What about it? You said Filch has it. In his closet. We need it. We agreed to wait until after the trial, Remus said, but his voice lacked conviction. The trial is a formality if we can find Peter, Sirius said, his eyes gleaming with a hunter's light. The map can find him. He's a rat. He'll be hiding, but he'll have a name. Peter Pettigrew. It'll show us where. We can present it at the trial, irrefutable proof. It's too dangerous, Remus argued. Filch's office is warded. And if we're caught, I'll do it, Harry said. Both men looked at him. The castle shows me things, Harry said. The wards. I think I can get in. Without setting off alarms. The Slytherin ring felt cool on his finger. The castle's secret heart had shown him Filch's office pulsing. It had shown him the anchor. It would show him the way. Sirius looked at him with fierce pride. James's son. A true marauder. Remus looked deeply worried. Harry, no. It's one thing to use the castle's gifts for knowledge. It's another to use them for theft. It's not theft, Harry said, his voice firm. It's reclaiming what's ours. It's evidence. For Sirius. He looked at his godfather. You're my family. I want to help. The words hung in the air. Sirius's eyes glistened in the firelight. He gave a sharp, decisive nod. Tomorrow night. We'll plan. The decision was made. The path was set. They would go after the map. After the anchor. After Peter Pettigrew. Later, as Harry lay in bed, he heard the low murmur of voices from below. Remus and Sirius, talking late into the night. He caught fragments. Can't push him like that, Sirius. He's 10. He's James and Lily's son. And he's in a war. He needs to be sharper than anyone. Scares me sometimes. The things he can do. The things he knows. It should. It scares me too. But it's our job to make sure that power doesn't eat him alive. Harry clutched his pendant. Potter Sanctum. A place of safety. But safety felt like a distant country now. He was on a path of reclaiming, of hunting, of uncovering truths that were sharp enough to cut. Just before he drifted off, a soft rustle came from his bedside table. A piece of parchment, folded into a tight square, lay where nothing had been before. He sat up, opening it. The same blocky, anonymous handwriting as the first note. The dog is loose. The snakes are watching. The map is a key, but all keys turn two ways. What you seek to prove innocence may also prove other, darker things. Tread carefully, heir. Your friend. R.S. Harry stared at the initials. R.S. Who? The warning was clearer now, more direct. The map was a key. It could free Sirius. But it could also unlock something else. Something dark. He folded the note and slipped it under his pillow, next to his wand. The friend was still out there, watching, warning. Were they a guardian angel, or a spider, weaving a web? He didn't know. But tomorrow night, he would take the first turn of the key. And he would find out what door it opened. Dot. Dot. The plan was simple, which, as Remus muttered darkly, meant it was destined to go wrong. But the alternative, waiting, hoping the Wizengamot would believe their story without concrete proof, was untenable. The map was the key. And Harry, with his newfound connection to the castle's ancient bones, was the lockpick. They waited until the deep hours of the night, when the castle was a tomb of shadows and sighing stone. Sirius, despite Remus's protests, insisted on coming. I'm not letting him go alone, he'd growled, his gaunt face set in stubborn lines. If anything happens, I'm the shield. It's my job. Harry wore the invisibility cloak, the silvery fabric settling over him like a second skin. Sirius and Remus would follow at a distance, disillusioned, their wands ready. Harry's role was to get into Filch's office, find the map, and get out, using his instinctive understanding of the castle's wards to bypass the alarms. Standing in the dark tower, Harry closed his eyes. He thought of the chamber below, of the pulsing crimson dot labeled Filch's office. He focused on the Slytherin ring, on its cool, analytical magic. Show me the way, he thought, not to the castle, but to the specific, tangled knot of protections around the caretaker's domain. A path, faint and glowing like foxfire, painted itself across his closed eyelids, a route through the castle that avoided the main corridors, that used a hidden passage behind a tapestry of dancing trolls, that descended a disused servant's staircase. It showed him the ward lines around Filch's door as a spiderweb of pulsing gold. There was a weak spot, a place where two lines crossed and created a blind spot, right by the keyhole. He opened his eyes. I'm ready. They moved like ghosts. Harry, under the cloak, was a whisper of air. Sirius and Remus were faint shimmerings in the dark, their breaths held. They followed Harry's lead through the sleeping castle, past snoring portraits, around corners where suits of armor stood like silent witnesses. The hidden passage behind the troll tapestry was narrow and smelled of dust and mice. The servants' stairs were tight spirals of cold stone. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs, a steady drum of anticipation. This was different from the forest. This was stealth, not combat. It required a different kind of courage, the cold, patient kind the Slytherin ring seemed to feed him. They reached the corridor leading to Filch's office. The door was plain, dark wood, scarred from years of misuse. Mrs. Norris, his skeletal cat, was nowhere to be seen. Harry approached, the foxfire path in his mind highlighting the ward lines. They were thick, ministry-issue anti-theft and alarm charms, woven with Filch's own paranoid additions. Harry knelt by the keyhole, the blind spot. He didn't need to pick the lock. He placed his hand, the one bearing the Slytherin ring, flat against the wood, right where the wards were thinnest. He pushed his will, not against the wards, but through them, like oil through water. He felt the castle's magic recognize his own, the heir's right to roam, the founder's blood in the stones. The wards didn't break, they parted, just for him, with a soft, reluctant sigh. The lock clicked. He pushed the door open a crack and slipped inside, closing it silently behind him. He waited, listening. From a small adjoining room came the sound of gargantuan, rasping snores. Filch. The office was a monument to petty tyranny. Shelves groaned under the weight of rusted chains, manacles, and boxes labeled, confiscated and highly dangerous. The air smelled of lemon polish and bitterness. Harry's eyes scanned the clutter. Where would a seemingly blank piece of parchment be? He thought of the map's nature. A thing of mischief, of secrets. It wouldn't be with the obviously dangerous items. It would be dismissed, filed away as junk. His eyes fell on a dusty cardboard box shoved under a wobbly table. The label, in Filch's spidery script, read, "Useless novelties and student trash." Harry crept over, his cloak brushing against a teetering pile of empty punishment forms. He opened the box. Inside was a sad collection. A bitten ever flavor bean, a fake wand that turned into a rubber chicken, several dung bombs presumably diffused, and at the very bottom, a folded square of parchment, yellowed with age. It looked utterly ordinary. He picked it up. The moment his fingers touched it, a jolt, like a tiny electric shock, ran up his arm. Not painful, but familiar. It felt like his father's cloak. Like family magic. He tucked it inside his robes and turned to leave. As he passed Filch's desk, a moving photograph caught his eye. It was of a younger, slightly less miserable-looking Filch, standing beside a witch who looked kind. His mother. A friend. Harry didn't have time to ponder. A floorboard creaked under his foot. The snoring in the next room stopped. A grunt. "Mrs. Norris. Is that you, my sweet?" Harry froze, then darted for the door, willing it open as he had before. He slipped out into the corridor just as he heard the groan of a bed and Filch's shuffling footsteps. "Who's there?" Filch's voice, querulous and suspicious, came from behind the door. Harry didn't wait. He ran, silent on the stone, back the way he'd come. He met Sirius and Remus at the entrance to the servants' stairs. They didn't speak, just retreated, a silent, swift exodus back to the safety of the West Tower. Dot. Back in the fire-lit living area, the sense of triumph was palpable. Sirius was pacing again, but this time with a frenetic, joyous energy. "You did it, pup. You brilliant, sneaky little thing." Remus was more subdued, holding the parchment with a reverence that bordered on grief. "I haven't seen this in over 12 years. He unfolded it carefully, laying it flat on the table. It was blank. "How does it work?" Harry asked, peering at it. "With the right words," Remus said, a ghost of a smile on his face. He drew his wand, touched it to the parchment, and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink spread from the point of his wand touch like a spill, but a controlled, beautiful one. Lines sketched themselves across the parchment, forming a perfect, detailed map of Hogwarts Castle and its grounds. Tiny, labeled dots moved in the corridors. F. Flitwick in his office. P. Pringle, Filch pacing his quarters, Sir Nicholas floating near the trophy room. In their own tower, 3 dots sat close together. H. Potter, R. Lupin, S. Black. It was breathtaking. Harry leaned over it, his eyes wide. He could see everything. Every secret passage, every room. He saw the dot for P. Pettigrew, but it wasn't moving. It was stationary, in a part of the map labeled the burrow. Not at Hogwarts. His heart sank. He's not here, he said, disappointment sharp. But he's alive, Sirius breathed, his finger hovering over the name. His voice was thick with a vicious satisfaction. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. At the Weasley home. The burrow. He looked up, his gray eyes blazing. He's their rat. What? Harry asked, confused. Scabbers, Remus said softly, his face pale. Ron Weasley's pet rat. He's had it for years. It's missing a toe. He met Sirius's gaze. The finger they found. The pieces slammed together with an almost audible click. The rat that had lived with a wizarding family for over a decade, hiding in plain sight. Peter, the coward, the animagus, surviving as a pet. Sirius let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. All this time, he was with a family of blood traitors, being fed and coddled while I rotted. The fury was back, but it was a cold, focused thing now, honed by the proof on the map. We have to get him, Harry said immediately. We have to bring him here. Show the ministry. It's not that simple, Remus said, rubbing his temples. We can't just kidnap the Weasleys, pet. And if we reveal ourselves, Peter will flee. He survived this long by being a coward. The moment he senses danger, he'll disappear again, maybe for good. So we trap him, Sirius said, his mind working with a speed that spoke of his old, cunning self. We need to get him away from the burrow, to a place he can't run. Somewhere contained. Hogwarts, Harry said. Both men looked at him. The trial is here, in a month. The Wizengamot will be here. If we can get Peter here, into the castle, and force him to reveal himself in front of everyone, it's irrefutable. How do we get a Weasley to bring their pet rat to a murder trial? Remus asked, skeptical. We don't, Harry said, the plan forming with a clarity that felt borrowed from the ring on his finger. We get Ron Weasley to bring his rat to school. Term starts in a few weeks. He'll bring Scabbers. All students bring their pets. He'll be here, in Gryffindor Tower. Sirius's grin was wild, feral. Perfect. He'll be in the castle. We can corner him, expose him, and if he runs before we can. Remus pressed. Then we use the map, Harry said, tapping the parchment. We'll always know where he is. We can track him. He can't hide from this. He looked at the dot labeled P. Pettigrew, a stationary, innocent-seeming speck in a loving, chaotic home. A viper in the nursery. We wait for term. We prepare. And then we catch him. It was a plan that required patience, a virtue none of them had in abundance, especially Sirius. But the map had given them something more valuable than immediate action, certainty. And a timeline. Sirius stared at the map, at the proof of his innocence lying there in enchanted ink. The mad, desperate light in his eyes softened, replaced by something more profound, a dawning, almost unbearable hope. We can really do this, he whispered. We can clear my name. Really clear it. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of the mission settle on his shoulders. This wasn't just about a trial anymore. It was about hunting, and he was part of the pack. Dot. The days that followed took on a new, charged rhythm. The map became their central tool. They studied it relentlessly. Harry learned every secret passage, every shortcut, every blind spot in the castle's surveillance. Sirius, with his intimate knowledge of the castle from his own school days, pointed out additions, changes, sharing stories of pranks and escapades that made the dots on the map come alive with a nostalgic, painful history. Remus, meanwhile, began Harry's training in earnest. With Sirius as a volatile, unpredictable opponent, Harry learned real dueling. Not the structured spellwork of class, but the dirty, adaptive combat of survival. Forget fair, Sirius barked, as Harry blocked a stinging hex. Fair is for dueling clubs. This is for your life. If you can trip them, trip them. If you can blind them with a lumos to the eyes, do it. If you have to bite, you bite. They practiced in a cleared space in the tower, with Remus casting cushioning charms on the walls. Harry learned to cast on the move, to use his smaller size to his advantage, to channel his magic in quick, sharp bursts. His power was still wild, but under Sirius's relentless, demanding tutelage, it began to find focus. He could now cast a solid Protego without exhausting himself, and his disarming charm, Expelliarmus, packed a surprising punch that once sent Sirius's borrowed wand clattering to the far wall. Nice, pup. Sirius had grinned, shaking his stung hand. Just like James, he had a mean disarmer too. The mention of his father in the midst of combat felt different now. Not a distant icon, but a reference point, a standard to live up to. But the training wasn't just physical. The map's existence had to be kept an absolute secret. Dumbledore couldn't know. Snape couldn't know. The castle, it seemed, was content to keep Harry's exploration of its secrets to itself. But the human elements were less predictable. Harry's friendship with Hermione Granger became a strategic asset. She was a fountain of information about the student body, about routines, about which teachers patrolled when. She was fiercely loyal once she decided Harry was being wronged, and her curiosity about the map was only barely held in check by Harry's vague explanation that it was a family heirloom that shows shortcuts. She also brought news from the outside world. The Daily Prophet, after the hearing, was in chaos. Rita Skeeter had pivoted from smear to sensationalism. Air of Chaos saves Malfoy Cyan. Dementor attack at Hogwarts. The Ministry was scrambling, issuing contradictory statements about isolated incidents and enhanced security. Fudge's face in the photographs looked increasingly panicked. Lucius Malfoy, true to his word, gave a single, terse interview stating that the Ministry's failures required private solutions, and that he supported a full review of the Black case, wording that carefully avoided outright endorsement but applied maximum pressure. The external pressure was a buffer, but within Hogwarts, the atmosphere remained treacherous. The defaced shield had been replaced, but other, subtler signs appeared. A dead garden snake was left on the bridge to the tower one morning. The words, "Half-Blood Upstart," were scrawled in what looked like blood but turned out to be red ink on the wall outside the Great Hall. The Knights of Walpurgis were letting their displeasure be known. Then, a new problem arose. Snape, with Sirius officially residing in the castle and Dumbledore's enforced cooperation, Snape's hatred had nowhere to go but into his potions lessons with Harry, which had become weekly torture sessions. He was colder, more precise, more viciously cutting than ever. He seemed to take a special delight in Harry's failures, which were frequent under his glare. "Tell me, Potter," Snape said one afternoon, watching Harry struggle to dice daisy roots evenly. "Does your godfather regale you with tales of his glory days? Of his unshakable loyalty?" Harry kept his head down, focusing on the roots. "Shelve the anger. High shelf. Or does he speak of his regrets? Of the friends he led to slaughter with his arrogance?" Harry's knife slipped, nicking his finger. A drop of blood welled. He hissed. "Careless," Snape sneered. "A lack of control. A familial trait, it seems. That did it." Harry looked up, his green eyes meeting Snape's black ones. "Why do you hate him so much? Really? Because he was popular. Because my father was a bully to you. That was years ago. He's spent 12 years in hell. What more do you want?" Snape's face contorted. "I want the world to see the black stain on the black name for what it is. I want the son to understand the debt of misery his father's crowd incurred. Your mother," he said, and the name was a soft, poisoned dart, "might be alive today if not for the company she kept. The reckless, arrogant, loud company that drew the attention of the Dark Lord like a beacon." The accusation was new, and it struck a nerve so deep Harry felt it in his teeth. "Don't you talk about my mother," he said, his voice low and shaking. "Or what?" Snape whispered, leaning over the table. "You'll set your godfather on me. The mad dog. Or will you try another of your impressive, little blasting curses?" The standoff was broken by the door opening. Dumbledore stood there, his face unreadable. "Severus. A word. Harry, you are dismissed." Harry didn't need telling twice. He gathered his things and left, his blood pounding in his ears. As he walked away, he heard Snape's hissing voice, insolent, just like his father. In Dumbledore's weary reply, "He is a child, Severus. And he is our best hope. Bury the past, or it will bury us all." The encounter left Harry seething. That night, during a dueling session with Sirius, his spells were wild, unfocused, shots of raw emotion. "Whoa, pup," Sirius said, deflecting a particularly violent flipendo that scorched the carpet. "What's got your wand in a knot?" "Snape," Harry spat, lowering his wand. He said my mother might be alive if not for you and my dad. If not for the company she kept." Sirius went very still. All the humor left his face. Remus, watching from the sidelines, looked down. "He's not entirely wrong," Sirius said, his voice hollow. Harry stared at him, shocked. Sirius ran a hand through his short-cropped hair. "We were a loud target, Harry. James and I. Rich, pure blood, talented, defiant. We flaunted our opposition to the Dark Lord. We were in the Order of the Phoenix, fighting him directly. We drew his eye. And Lily, she was with James. She was a muggle born of immense power. She was a double prize. By marrying James, by being his friend, she was in the crosshairs." He looked at Harry, his eyes full of a old, familiar guilt. "Snivellus is a bastard, but he's pointing at a real shadow. Our choices, our war, put a spotlight on her. On you." The truth was a cold stone in Harry's gut. It wasn't a clean narrative of good versus evil. It was messy, filled with pride and consequence. "But she chose it," Remus said quietly, breaking his silence. "Lily chose James. She chose the fight. She was as brave as any of us. She wouldn't have wanted to hide. And she would hex Snape into next week for suggesting her love was a mistake." Sirius managed a weak smile. "Yeah, she would." He looked back at Harry. "Don't let Snape's poison make you doubt them, Harry. They loved each other. They fought for what was right. And they died for it. The blame lies with the murderer, not with the people who lived too brightly for his darkness." It was a complex solace, but a real one. Harry nodded, the anger cooling, replaced by a sadder, more mature understanding. Later that night, as Harry prepared for bed, the map on the table caught his eye. He walked over to it. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," he murmured. The ink spread. He watched the dots. S. Snape was in the dungeons, in his office. A. Dumbledore was in his tower. P. Pringle was patrolling the third floor. And in Gryffindor Tower, a cluster of names from the few students who had returned early, the Weasley twins, G. and F. Weasley. And there, beside them, a dot he hadn't paid attention to before, R. Weasley. And, clinging close to it, a tiny, unmoving dot, Scabbers. No, not Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew. He was here. Ron Weasley had come back to school early. And he'd brought his rat. The timeline had just accelerated. Their prey was in the castle. Now, Harry's heart began to race. He traced the dot, there in Gryffindor Tower, sleeping innocently beside a boy who thought he was a pet. The trap was set, but they weren't ready. They needed a plan to expose him in front of witnesses, not just snatch him in the night. As he stared, another dot moved on the map, catching his eye. It was leaving the Slytherin dungeons, moving with purpose through the castle. The name beside it made his blood run cold. L. Malfoy. And he wasn't heading towards the dorms or the common room. He was moving, slowly but surely, along a secret passage that led directly towards the West Tower. Malfoy knew about the passage. And he was coming here. Now, in the dead of night. Harry spun from the map, his wand already in his hand. He rushed to wake Sirius and Remus. The hunt for Peter would have to wait. A new, immediate threat was slithering through the stones towards them. The game was moving faster than they'd planned. And the snakes, it seemed, were done with warnings. Dot. Dot. The world telescoped into a single, terrible point, the dot labeled L. Malfoy gliding closer through the secret passage, and the dot labeled P. Pettigrew quivering in the Gryffindor common room. Two threats, converging on their fragile peace. Harry's whisper cut through the tower's sleeping silence, sharp as a knife. "Sirius. Remus. Malfoy's coming. Through the passage behind the tapestry of the three witches. He'll be here in minutes." Sleep evaporated. Sirius was on his feet in an instant, the predatory alertness of Azkaban snapping back into place. Remus, ever the strategist, swept the Marauder's map into his robe. How many? Just him on the map. But Snape's in the dungeons. He could be alerted. Right. Sirius's mind worked, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. We don't know if the little ferret's alone, or if he's the point of the spear. Moony, you guard the main door. I'll take the passage. Harry, you're with me. Under the cloak. You see everything, you say nothing. If it goes wrong, you run. Not to us. To Dumbledore's office. Understood. Harry nodded, his mouth dry. He threw the invisibility cloak over himself and his godfather. They were a two-headed ghost, moving as one to the far wall of the living area where a seemingly solid section of stone, according to the map, concealed the entrance to the passage. Sirius pressed his hand against the stone, muttering a spell Harry didn't catch. A line appeared, and a narrow door swung inward, revealing a dank, dark tunnel smelling of earth and mildew. They slipped inside, the door sealing behind them. Sirius extinguished his wand light, plunging them into absolute blackness. "He'll have light," Sirius breathed in Harry's ear. "We'll see him first." They waited in the consuming dark. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, Sirius's steady breathing beside him, the drip of water somewhere deep in the castle's bowels. Then, a faint, bobbing light appeared in the distance, painting the rough-hewn walls in shaky relief. Draco Malfoy moved with a cocky, nervous certainty. He held his wand aloft, his pale face sharp and intent in the luminescent glow. He wasn't sneaking, he was proceeding with a sense of entitled purpose, as if the secret passage were his birthright. 5 feet away, Sirius went rigid. Harry felt the tremor of suppressed rage run through him. This was the son of the man who had probably sent the Death Eaters after Harry, who had sat in judgment while Sirius rotted. As Malfoy drew level, Sirius moved. It was a blur of motion. One hand shot out, snatching Malfoy's wand wrist in a grip of iron. The other clamped over the boy's mouth, stifling a yelp. The cloak slipped from them, revealing their presence. "Hello, little Malfoy," Sirius hissed, his voice a low, deadly purr in the confined space. "Taking a midnight stroll. Dangerous habit. You might run into convicts." Draco's eyes were wide with pure, unadulterated terror. He struggled weakly, but Sirius held him effortlessly. "Who sent you?" Sirius demanded, his face inches from Draco's. "Your father. Or the little club you're trying so hard to impress." Harry, still invisible, watched, his own wand trained on Malfoy. He saw the fear, but also a stubborn, calculating defiance in the gray eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about, Black," Malfoy managed to choke out around Sirius's fingers. "I was just exploring a passage that leads directly to my godson's tower. With a wand drawn." "Tell me another one." Sirius's grip tightened. "What were you going to do? Leave another present? A dead snake? A threat? Or something worse?" "I wasn't." Malfoy's protest was cut off as Sirius shook him like a ragdoll. "The forest," Harry said, his voice emerging from the empty air beside them. Malfoy's eyes darted, trying to find the source. "Your father owes me a life debt. Is this how he repays it? Sending you to finish what his friends started?" The accusation hit its mark. Draco's face paled further. "My father didn't send me. He doesn't know I'm here. This is about the knights." The word hung in the damp air. Sirius's eyes narrowed. "What about them? They know you have the map," Draco whispered, his bravado crumbling under the twin pressures of physical fear and the revelation of his father's debt. "The old one. They think you'll use it to find something that belongs to them. They wanted me to see. To report back." "What belongs to them?" Sirius pressed. "I don't know." Draco whined. "Something Slytherin left behind. They think Potter, with the ring and the map, can find it. They're scared he will. They want to stop him, or control what he finds." It was a confession born of panic, but it rang true. The knights weren't just purists, they were treasure hunters, legacy seekers. And Harry, the unwanted heir, was a key they couldn't control. "Who are they?" Harry asked. "Names." Draco shook his head frantically. "I don't know all of them. Older students. Some aren't even students. They communicate through the old house elf networks, through charmed objects. My father, he knows some, but he's not one of them. Not anymore. Not since the Dark Lord fell." There was a desperate honesty in his voice now, the need to separate himself and his father from the true fanatics. Sirius studied him for a long, tense moment. Then, with a grunt of disgust, he released him, snatching his wand. Draco stumbled back against the wall, rubbing his wrist, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "You're a foolish, nasty little boy playing with forces that will eat you alive," Sirius said, his voice cold. "You tell your knights this. Harry Potter is under my protection. And I have nothing left to lose. They touch him, they come near this tower, and I will hunt every last one of them down and feed them to the Dementors myself. And I'll start with the children. Do you understand?" The promise was delivered with such flat, chilling conviction that Draco could only nod, mute with fear. "Now, get out," Sirius snarled. "The way you came. And if you value your skin, you'll forget this passage exists." Draco needed no further urging. He turned and fled back down the tunnel, his footsteps echoing pathetically until they faded into silence. Sirius stood, breathing heavily, the stolen wand clenched in his fist. He looked at the empty space where Harry was. "You heard." "Yeah," Harry said, dropping the cloak. The encounter left a sour taste. It wasn't a victory, it was a messy, ugly skirmish in a shadow war. "The map," Sirius said, his mind already racing ahead. "They know about it, which means our time to use it is shorter than we thought. We need Peter. Now, before they try to interfere." They regrouped in the tower with Remus, who had heard nothing at the main door. The map was spread again. Pettigrew was still in Gryffindor Tower, unmoving. Malfoy was fleeing back to the Slytherin dungeons. And Snape was now on the move, leaving the dungeons, heading upwards. "He knows," Remus said grimly. "Malfoy must have a way to alert him. A panic button. Or Snape was monitoring him." "It doesn't matter," Sirius said, his gaze locked on Peter's dot. "We have to move. Now. We get to Gryffindor Tower, we corner the rat in front of witnesses, Weasley, his brothers, anyone, and we force the change. Once he's revealed, the truth is out. Snape can't stop that. It's too risky," Remus argued. "Barging into a common room in the middle of the night. We'll look like attackers. The Weasley boys will defend their brother's pet. It could turn into a fight. Then we get him alone," Harry said, an idea forming. He pointed to the map. "The boys' bathroom on the 5th floor. It's always empty. And look, there's a secret passage from the 7th floor corridor behind the portrait of the silly witch in the pink dress that leads to a broom closet near that bathroom. If we could get Ron Weasley to go to that bathroom, with the rat." "How do we do that?" Sirius asked. "Moaning Myrtle," Harry and Remus said in unison. They looked at each other. Remus gave a wry smile. "She haunted that bathroom in our time too. Flooded it if she was upset. If she starts wailing, a boy seeking a quiet place might go to the next available toilet. And we can orchestrate a Myrtle meltdown." "How?" Sirius raised an eyebrow. Harry thought of the map, of the castle's magic, of the whispers in the stones. "I think I can ask the castle. Or the ghosts. Sir Nicholas owes me a favor." It was a long shot, a bizarre plan built on ghostly cooperation and teenage bladder habits. But it was better than a frontal assault. They acted quickly. Harry, under the cloak, went to find nearly headless Nick. He found the ghost glumly practicing his head tilting in an abandoned classroom. "Sir Nicholas, I need a diplomatic favor. With Moaning Myrtle." Nick listened, his translucent face growing intrigued. "A diversion to flush a rodent to a specific location. How delightfully Slytherin, young lord. I shall persuade her. She does so enjoy a good, dramatic flood. The prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor has particularly sensitive taps." Meanwhile, Sirius and Remus positioned themselves. Remus, disillusioned, would wait in the secret passage near the broom closet. Sirius, under the cloak with Harry, would be in the 5th floor boys' bathroom itself, the trap. The plan was set in motion. Harry, back in the tower, watched the map. At 2:17 a.m., the dot for Myrtle left her usual bathroom and floated to the prefect's bathroom. Moments later, the map showed a shimmer of dampness spreading on the 5th floor. A minute after that, the dot for R. Weasley detached from the Gryffindor Tower cluster and began moving, grumpily, towards the 5th floor bathroom. The dot for Scabbers went with him. "He's moving," Harry whispered. They slipped out, two ghosts under one cloak, and hurried to the designated bathroom. It was an ordinary, slightly dingy room with chipped porcelain and a faint smell of pine soap. They hid in a large stall, the door slightly ajar. They didn't have to wait long. The door creaked open, and Ron Weasley shuffled in, yawning, his bright red hair tousled. He was in striped pajamas, and on his shoulder, clinging sleepily, was a fat, gray rat missing a toe. Harry's breath caught. "Peter." Ron muttered about mental ghosts and ruined baths, and set the rat down on the edge of a sink while he used the urinal. Scabbers yawned, showing yellow teeth, and began washing his whiskers. This was it. Sirius shed the cloak. He stepped out of the stall, his wand pointed not at Ron, but at the rat. His face was a mask of such intense, focused hatred that the very air grew cold. Ron turned, saw the gaunt, wild-eyed man, and let out a yelp, fumbling for his own wand which wasn't there. "Who? Black." "Not him, Ron," Harry said, stepping out too, lowering his own hood. The rat. Ron stared between the escaped convict and the famous boy he'd only seen from a distance. What? Scabbers. His name, Sirius said, his voice trembling with the effort of control, is Peter Pettigrew. He's a wizard, an animagus. And he's the one who betrayed my best friends. Who got them killed. You're mad. Ron cried, stepping protectively towards the sink. He's just a rat. I've had him for years. The rat, Scabbers, had gone rigid. His beady black eyes were fixed on Sirius, filled with a terrible, intelligent recognition. Then, in a blur of motion, he launched himself from the sink towards the floor, aiming for a drain. Stupefy. Sirius roared. The red bolt missed, scorching the tiles. As the rat hit the ground and streaked for the door. But Remus was there, blocking the exit, his wand drawn. "Hello, Peter," he said, his voice soft and deadly. "Long time no see." The rat skidded to a halt, trapped between the man he'd betrayed and the man he'd framed. It let out a high, terrified squeak. "Show yourself, Peter." Sirius advanced, his wand unwavering. "Show yourself, you cowardly, sniveling, treacherous piece of filth. Or I'll curse you back to the bloody stump you pretended to be." The rat trembled. Then, in a hideous, distorting swirl of fur and flesh, it began to grow. Limbs elongated, the body bloated, the face bulged and reshaped. In seconds, where a fat rat had been, a short, balding man with watery eyes and a twitchy, rabbity face was crouched on the bathroom floor. He was dressed in rags that had once been clothes. He held up his hands, his left missing a finger. Tears streamed down his pudgy cheeks. "Sirius, Remus, my old friends," Peter Pettigrew whimpered, his voice a high-pitched squeal. "You don't understand, he would have killed me, the Dark Lord, he was everywhere. You should have died." Sirius screamed, the sound raw and agonized. "Died rather than betray them. I was scared." Peter sobbed, cowering. "What would you have done?" "I would have died." Sirius roared, and Harry saw his finger whiten on the wand, saw the killing curse form on his lips. "Sirius, no!" Remus shouted. "Expelliarmus!" The spell came from the doorway. Not from Remus. A jet of red light struck Sirius's wand, sending it flying. Snape stood there, his own wand raised, his face a cold sneer of triumph. Behind him, his hand on the shoulder of a terrified-looking Draco Malfoy, stood Albus Dumbledore, his expression grave. "It seems," Snape said, his voice dripping with malice, "the convict has re-offended. Attempting to murder an unarmed man in front of witnesses. And with an accomplice." His black eyes flicked to Harry, then to the cowering Pettigrew. "Though this creature appears to be full of surprises." The scene was frozen, Pettigrew weeping on the floor, Sirius panting with rage, Remus looking stricken, Snape triumphant, Dumbledore inscrutable, Ron Weasley gaping in utter confusion, and Harry standing between them all, his own wand half raised. It was Peter who broke the stalemate. Seeing Dumbledore, he crawled forward on his knees, blubbering. "Professor Dumbledore, save me. He's going to kill me. He's mad. He was the secret keeper. He betrayed them. I tried to stop him. He blew up the street. He killed all those muggles. He cut off my finger." The lies poured out, slick and practiced, the story he'd lived for 12 years. But the evidence was against him now. He was here, alive, an unregistered animagus, hiding as a pet. Dumbledore looked from Peter to Sirius, his blue eyes seeing everything. "A complex tableau," he murmured. He glanced at Ron. "Mr. Weasley, you will return to your tower. You will speak of this to no one until I summon you. Do you understand?" Ron, pale and shaken, nodded mutely and fled, casting one last, bewildered look at the sobbing man who had been his rat. "Severus," Dumbledore said, "secure Peter Pettigrew. Gently. He is to be held in a warded chamber adjacent to the hospital wing, under guard. He is not to be harmed. His testimony will be vital." Snape looked as though he'd been asked to bottle a particularly vile stink, but he complied, conjuring magical ropes that bound Pettigrew, who continued to weep and protest his innocence. "As for you, Sirius," Dumbledore said, turning his gaze on the shaking man. "You have delivered the true culprit, albeit in a dramatic fashion. Your methods leave much to be desired. You will return to the West Tower with Remus. We will discuss this in the morning. In my office, with representatives from Gringotts and the Ministry present." His eyes softened a fraction. "The truth, it seems, has claws. And it has bitten you all. He looked finally at Harry, who still stood, feeling the seismic shift in his world. Pettigrew was caught. Sirius was vindicated. But it had happened in shadow and violence, witnessed by enemies. Harry, Dumbledore said, you played your part. A dangerous game. Go with your guardians. The night is not over, but the hunt, for now, is. As Snape led a bound and weeping Pettigrew away, and Dumbledore shepherded a sullen Draco Malfoy out, Harry, Sirius, and Remus were left alone in the cold, tiled bathroom. The silence was broken only by the drip of a tap and Sirius's shuddering breaths. He slumped against a wall, sliding to the floor, his head in his hands. The furious energy was gone, replaced by a vast, hollow exhaustion. He was right there, he whispered. And I wanted to kill him. I still want to kill him. Remus went to him, kneeling, a hand on his shoulder. But you didn't. You proved it, Pads. You proved it. He's alive. They'll have to believe us now. Harry walked over and sat down beside his godfather. He didn't say anything. He just sat there, a solid presence in the aftermath of the storm. Sirius lifted his head, his gray eyes haunted. James, he would have done it. He would have killed him. For Lily. For you. He looked at Harry. I'm not the man your father was, Harry. I'm broken. And angry. And I have so much darkness in me. Harry met his gaze. So do I, he said quietly, thinking of the hissing voice, the cold ring, the fire he'd wielded. We'll have to be careful with it, that's all. A ghost of a smile touched Sirius's lips. He reached out, pulled Harry into a rough, one-armed hug. Yeah, pup, we'll be careful. They helped each other up, three wounded creatures leaning on one another, and made their way back through the silent castle to the tower that was their fortress, their battleground, and, for now, their fragile home. The truth was out. Peter Pettigrew was in chains. But as Harry looked back down the dark corridor, he knew this wasn't an end. It was a beginning. The real trial, for Sirius, for the truth, and for the boy caught between a lion, a serpent, and a dog starved for justice, was just about to begin. And outside, the first pale light of dawn was bleeding into the sky, revealing the jagged outlines of the mountains, sharp and unforgiving as the day to come. Dot. Dot. The walk back to the West Tower was a silent, haunted procession. The adrenaline that had carried them through the confrontation in the bathroom had drained away, leaving a hollow, shivering fatigue. Sirius moved like a man sleepwalking, his eyes fixed on some middle distance only he could see. Remus kept a steadying hand on his elbow, his own face etched with a deep, weary sorrow. Harry trailed slightly behind, his mind replaying the scene on a loop. Pettigrew's transformation, Sirius's scream, Snape's sneering intervention, Dumbledore's weary judgment. The castle around them felt different. It was no longer just an ancient school full of secrets. It was a crime scene, a courtroom, a prison with gilded bars. The stones seemed to hold their breath, absorbing the night's violence into their long memory. They reached the tower door. It opened for them, the familiar warmth of the hearth a stark contrast to the chill in their bones. The moment the door sealed shut, Sirius's knees buckled. He didn't fall, but sank heavily into his armchair, his body folding in on itself as if the strings had been cut. He stared into the dying embers of the fire, his face a mask of ashen exhaustion. Remus wordlessly busied himself making tea, the clink of porcelain abnormally loud in the silence. Harry stood awkwardly, unsure of his role. The victorious hunter returning with his prize. He felt no victory. Only a sick, churning dread and a profound, aching pity for the broken man by the fire. Remus brought over a steaming mug and pressed it into Sirius's cold hands. Drink, he said, his voice gentle but firm. It's not a potion, but it's something. Sirius's hands trembled, the tea sloshing dangerously. He took a sip, then another, the heat seeming to bring a flicker of life back to his eyes. He looked up, his gaze finding Harry. I'm sorry, he rasped. You shouldn't have seen that. Any of it. I needed to see it, Harry said, his voice quiet but firm. He pulled the footstool over and sat facing his godfather. He's real. And he's a coward. And now everyone will know. Will they? Sirius's laugh was a dry, bitter thing. Snape was there. He'll spin it. Dumbledore, he'll weigh the political cost. Pettigrew will lie and weep and they might just believe the weeping rat over the angry dog. The map, Harry said. The memory. Your memory's in the pensieve. And Pettigrew himself, an unregistered animagus, hiding for 12 years. It's too much to ignore. It's a start, Remus agreed, sitting on the sofa's edge. But Sirius is right. The narrative is fragile. The Daily Prophet will have a field day. Escaped convict captures second maniac. Black's revenge. Kidnaps family pet. We need to control the story, and we can't. Dumbledore and the Ministry will. The helplessness of it was a familiar, suffocating feeling to Harry. Powerlessness. But he wasn't powerless now. He touched the rings on his fingers. Gringotts, he said. Ragnarok. We send him an owl now. We tell him everything. The goblins control the narrative of Golden Law. They can pressure the prophet. They can present the evidence to the Wizengamot before Fudge can twist it. Sirius looked at him, a slow, reluctant respect dawning in his tired eyes. You think like a lord, he murmured. Cold, strategic. I think like someone who's tired of being lied about, Harry corrected. He stood, went to the writing desk, and pulled out parchment and a quill. Tell me what to write. The facts. Only the facts. They composed the letter together, a terse, clinical report, the location and capture of Peter Pettigrew, proven animagus, alive and in custody, the testimony of Ronald Weasley, the intervention of Professors Snape and Dumbledore, the immediate need for Gringotts' legal and media intervention to secure the evidence and shape the public announcement. Harry signed it, Lord Harry James Potter Gryffindor Slytherin. The title, once so strange, now felt like a weapon. He sealed it with a drop of red wax, pressing the Potter signet ring into it. The eagle owl they kept for Gringotts' correspondence took it silently and vanished into the pre-dawn gray. The action, small as it was, broke the paralysis. They had done something. They had allies. Now we sleep, Remus said, though dawn was already lightening the sky. Or try to. Dumbledore will summon us later. We'll need clear heads. Sleep was a fractured, thin thing for Harry. He drifted in and out, images of Pettigrew's twitching face morphing into the skull-faced Death Eater from the forest, the silver stag, the cold emerald eyes of the serpent ring. He woke to the sound of the tower door opening and the unmistakable smell of fresh pastries. Dobby had arrived, his large eyes wide with anxiety. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is hearing terrible whisperings. The castle is all a-flutter. There is a bad man in the hospital wing, all tied up, and Professor Snape is being like a thundercloud, and the Weasley young master is crying in his common room. He began setting out an elaborate breakfast, wringing his hands. Dobby is bringing extra bacon. For strength. Harry managed a smile. Thank you, Dobby. That's very kind. He ate with Remus. Sirius remained in his chair, picking at food, his gaze distant. He was retreating into a place Harry couldn't reach, the aftermath of 12 years of trauma crashing down now that the immediate goal was achieved. At 10 o'clock, the summons came. Not an owl. A silvery lynx patronus, majestic and aloof, that spoke in Professor McGonagall's crisp accent. Lord Potter, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Black. You are to attend the headmaster's office immediately. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt like a march to the gallows. They were not escorted. The castle corridors were eerily empty for a Saturday morning, classes were likely cancelled, students confined to common rooms. The portraits they passed didn't whisper, they stared, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, fear, and disapproval. The gargoyle guarding the entrance slid aside at their approach. The spiral staircase carried them upwards. The door to the office was open. The room was crowded. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his hands steepled. To his right sat Cornelius Fudge, looking profoundly uncomfortable, his bowler hat in his lap. To his left was a severe-looking witch with a monocle and an aura of iron, Amelia Bones, Harry would learn, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Severus Snape stood in the shadows by a bookcase, his arms crossed, a portrait of vindictive satisfaction. And standing near the window, clad in immaculate business robes, was Ragnarok, his golden eyes missing nothing. "Ah," Dumbledore said softly as they entered. "Please, come in. Close the door." The door swung shut, sealing them in. The air was thick with tension and the smell of old books and political anxiety. "Now," Fudge began, blustering, "this is a most serious breach of protocol." "Yes, Cornelius, we are aware," Amelia Bones interrupted, her voice calm and authoritative. She looked at Sirius, her gaze assessing, not unkind. "Mr. Black, you are currently a free man pending retrial, under the guardianship of Albus Dumbledore. Explain last night's events. Sirius drew himself up. He was still gaunt, still ragged at the edges, but he met her gaze squarely. I discovered the true betrayer of James and Lily Potter, the man who framed me for his crimes, hiding in this school. I confronted him. He attempted to flee. He was subdued. He is Peter Pettigrew, an unregistered animagus, who has been living as a rat named Scabbers in the care of Ronald Weasley for the past 12 years. A fantastic story, Snape sneered from the shadows. One corroborated by evidence, Ragnarok stated, his dry voice cutting through the room. Gringotts has received a full account. We have also, via our agents, taken the liberty of securing the memory of last night's events from Miss Myrtle Warren, the ghost who facilitated the diversion. We have retrieved the object known as the Marauder's Map from Mr. Filch's office, a confirmed magical artifact showing the location of Peter Pettigrew within the castle. And we have, with Professor Dumbledore's permission, conducted a preliminary Veritaserum-assisted questioning of Pettigrew in his cell. The room went very still. Even Snape looked shocked. You administered Veritaserum without ministry authorization. Fudge squeaked. As representatives of Lord Potter, whose family was the primary victim of Pettigrew's crimes, we acted within our rights to gather evidence for his civil suit and for Mr. Black's defense, Ragnarok said, as if explaining something simple to a child. The testimony is conclusive. Pettigrew confessed to being the Potter's secret keeper, to faking his death, to framing Sirius Black. He named names of Death Eaters he spied for. He confirmed the ongoing activity of the Knights of Walpurgis within Hogwarts. Amelia Bones's face was grim. This is monumental. If true, it overturns one of the most significant convictions of the post-war era. It is true, Dumbledore said quietly. I have viewed the memories. I have seen Pettigrew's transformation. There is no doubt. Fudge looked like he wanted to be sick. The public, the prophet. The public will learn the truth, Amelia said firmly. In a controlled manner. The ministry's credibility depends on it. The retrial for Sirius Black will be moved up to next week. We will present the evidence then. Until that time, Black remains under house arrest in Hogwarts. Pettigrew remains in our custody here, under maximum security. She turned her monocled gaze to Harry. Lord Potter, your involvement, while concerning given your age, appears to have been crucial in uncovering this. You have the thanks of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It was a formal, grudging acknowledgement. Harry simply nodded. He looked at Sirius. His godfather's face was tight, a muscle working in his jaw. This was it, the official recognition. The path to clearing his name was now a ministry-sanctioned road. There is the other matter, Snape said, his voice silky. The assault on a student. Draco Malfoy was threatened and manhandled by Black last night, in a secret tunnel. An act of intimidation, if not attempted violence. Sirius's eyes flashed. He was skulking towards my godson's tower in the middle of the night, part of a vigilante group that has already made threats. I detained him for questioning. You are not an Auror, Black, Snape snapped. You are a convict on parole. He is the boy's legal guardian, as of this moment, under the terms of the Potter will, Ragnarok interjected. He has the right to defend his ward from perceived threats, especially those linked to known subversive groups. Young Mr. Malfoy's own testimony, which we have also secured, confirms he was acting on behalf of the Knights of Walpurgis, a group now linked to a captured Death Eater. The threat was real. The response was proportionate. Snape looked apoplectic. He had been outmaneuvered at every turn by goblin preparation. Amelia Bones held up a hand. The matter of Malfoy's involvement will be investigated separately. For now, the priority is Pettigrew and Black's retrial. She stood. I will return to the ministry to begin preparations. The Wizengamot will be convened. The evidence will be presented. Good day. She left, a whirlwind of efficiency. Fudge scurried after her, casting a last, bewildered look back at the assembled group. Snape, seeing his leverage gone, swept out without a word, his robes billowing. That left Dumbledore, Ragnarok, and the three from the tower. You have played a dangerous game, and won a crucial battle, Dumbledore said, his eyes on Harry. But the war has many fronts. The capture of Pettigrew proves Voldemort's inner circle is still active, still plotting. The Knights are a symptom of a deeper sickness in our world. And you, Harry, are now a symbol to both sides. A savior to some, a usurper to others. I know, Harry said. Gringotts will handle the legal and financial fallout, Ragnock said. The Black and Potter estates will be audited and restored. Reparations will be demanded from the ministry. Your focus, Lord Potter, must be on your safety and your education. The enemy will not take this defeat lightly. Sirius finally spoke, his voice rough. I want to be the one to guard him. Officially. Once I'm cleared. That is the plan, Dumbledore agreed. But you must heal, Sirius. In body and in mind. You are no use to him as a haunted house. It was a blunt truth, painfully delivered. Sirius flinched but nodded. They were dismissed. As they walked back, the castle seemed to breathe again. Students were beginning to trickle into the corridors, their voices hushed, casting furtive, odd glances at Harry and the man who might soon be known as the most wronged wizard in living memory. Back in the tower, the exhaustion finally won. Sirius went to his room and closed the door. Remus sank onto the sofa, closing his eyes. Harry stood by the window, watching the sun climb over the forbidden forest. He had wanted the truth. He had wanted justice. He had gotten a mouthful of both, and they tasted of blood, tears, and cold, hard politics. A soft pop announced Dobby's return. The house elf was carrying a small, ornate box. A delivery, Harry Potter, sir. For your eyes only. Harry took the box. It was light. He opened it. Inside, on a bed of black velvet, was a single, crystal phial. It contained not a memory, but a swirling, metallic gray substance that seemed to absorb the light. A note rested beside it. Lord Potter. This is a goblin-made truth-teller. One dose, ingested, will force the speaker to answer one question with absolute, magical truth for the next hour. It is keyed to your magical signature. Use it wisely at the trial. The law is a tool, but truth is a sword. Ragnock. Harry held the phial up to the light. A weapon for the coming battle. Not of violence, but of revelation. He looked out the window again. The world was waking up to a new day, a new reality. Peter Pettigrew was in a cell. Sirius Black was on the brink of freedom. The ministry was in chaos. And he, a 10-year-old lord with a lion's crown and a serpent's ring, stood in a tower between them all, holding a vial of pure, undeniable truth. The first war, the war for his past, was nearly won. But as he watched a flock of birds rise from the forest, scattering before some unseen predator, he knew with cold certainty that the second war, the war for his future, was just beginning to circle. And this time, he would not be hiding in a cupboard. He would be standing in the open, with a truth-teller in his hand, and a family of broken, loyal warriors at his back. The dawn had broken, but the light it cast was sharp, and full of shadows yet to be named. Dot. The crystal phial of truth-teller felt heavier than its size suggested, a dense knot of potential in Harry's palm. He placed it carefully in the hidden alcove with his mother's notebook and father's cloak. A weapon for the trial. But the trial felt distant, abstract, compared to the living, breathing consequences unfolding around him. The tower was no longer a sanctuary, it was the calm eye of a hurricane. News, in the wizarding world, did not travel, it exploded. By lunchtime, despite the ministry's attempts at control, the castle was vibrating with the story. Whispers chased Harry like flies as he and Remus went to the Great Hall for a tense, necessary appearance. Pettigrew, alive. Black was innocent all along. The Weasleys, rat. Potter caught him, I heard. The stares were no longer just curious or hostile. They were awed, horrified, incredulous. Ron Weasley was not at the Gryffindor table. Fred and George were there, but their usual boisterous energy was subdued, their faces unusually grim as they spoke in low, urgent tones with a tall, red-haired prefect Harry guessed was their older brother Percy. At the staff table, the professors were a study in tension. McGonagall's mouth was a thin, white line. Sprout looked deeply troubled. Flitwick kept adjusting his glasses, peering around as if expecting an ambush. Snape was absent, and Dumbledore sat at the center, eating lemon sherbets with an air of detached contemplation that seemed to enrage the very air around him. Hermione Granger appeared at Harry's elbow as he pushed food around his plate. She slid onto the bench beside him, her face pale but alight with fierce intelligence. I heard, she whispered. Everyone's talking, but they're getting it wrong. They think it was some kind of lucky accident. They don't understand the planning, the map. She looked at him, her eyes wide. You did it. You really did it. We did it, Harry corrected softly, nodding towards Remus, who was watching the hall with a watchful, weary expression. Is it true? About Mr. Black. He's really innocent. Yes, Harry said, the word solid and good in his mouth. Hermione let out a long breath. Then it's the biggest miscarriage of justice in centuries. The Ministry will have to issue a formal apology. There'll be reparations. The history books will have to be rewritten. She was already thinking in footnotes and appendices. Then her expression faltered. Ron, he's devastated. And scared. He loved that rat. He feels violated. And guilty, I think, for not knowing. Harry looked over at the empty space at the Gryffindor table. He felt a pang of sympathy for the boy he didn't know. His pet had been a murderer in hiding. The world could turn inside out in the most personal, cruel ways. After lunch, a message came. Sirius was awake, and he wanted to talk to Harry. Alone. Harry found him not in the living area, but standing at the great window, his silhouette sharp against the afternoon light. He had washed and changed into proper wizarding robes, dark, simple, but they fit him, lent him a semblance of the aristocratic bearing he must have once had. He turned as Harry entered. The hollows under his eyes were still dark, but the frantic, haunted light had been banked. In its place was a cold, clear focus. Pup, he said. His voice was steadier. We need to talk about the trial. About what comes after. After? Harry asked, sitting on the arm of a chair. After they clear my name. Which they will. The goblins have Pettigrew singing like a canary in a reinforced cage. The evidence is unassailable. He said it without joy, as a simple fact. But clearing my name isn't the same as being free. There will be conditions. Oversight. I'm a black, a notoriously unstable family. And I have 12 years of Dementor exposure on my medical chart. They'll want to appoint a minder. Probably Dumbledore. You're my guardian, Harry said, a spike of defiance in his chest. The will says so. The law says so. The law is flexible when it's scared, Sirius said, a bitter twist to his mouth. And a lot of people are scared of me right now. Of what I represent. A living reminder of their failure. And of you. He walked closer, crouching down so they were eye level. You're not just a boy who was wronged, Harry. You're a political earthquake. You hold 3 titles that shatter the old balance of power. You've allied with goblins. You've exposed Death Eater activity. You are, whether you want to be or not, a revolutionary. And I am your revolutionary's mad dog. He said it plainly, without self-pity. They will try to separate us. For your own good. For stability. Dumbledore will argue for it, subtly. The Ministry will demand it. Our only leverage is your lordship, the Goblin Alliance, and public opinion. We need to court that opinion. And we need to show them I'm not a rabid animal. I'm just damaged. And fiercely loyal to you. How do we do that? Harry asked, the political landscape Sirius outlined feeling as complex and dangerous as any magical maze. We give them a show, Sirius said, a glint of his old, reckless cunning in his eyes. At the trial, it's not just about me. It's about you. You need to be seen not as a child puppet but as a decisive force. A lord claiming his due. You'll be there. You'll speak, if they let you. And you'll use that. He nodded. Towards the alcove where the truth-teller lay. Ragnarok sent it. For one question. Then we make that one question count, Sirius said. We make it so devastating, so public, that the truth can't be buried again. We don't just ask Pettigrew if he was the secret keeper. Everyone will know that by then. We ask him something that implicates the system. Something like, who, in the Ministry or the Wizengamot, knew or suspected you were alive and did nothing? Or, who helped you hide after the massacre? The ambition of it took Harry's breath away. It wasn't just about exoneration. It was about burning down the House of Lies. They'll never let me ask that, Harry said. They'll have to, a new voice said. Ragnarok stood in the doorway, having entered with his usual silent precision. As the aggrieved party and a sitting lord, you have the right to question the accused directly, especially with a verified truth agent. It is an obscure but valid procedural right. We will invoke it. He stepped fully into the room. The trial is set for 3 days' time. The Wizengamot will convene here, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, for security and symbolic reasons. It will be a global wizarding media event. Every prophet, every wireless channel, will be here. You will have one chance to shape the narrative in the minds of millions. We must prepare your testimony, your demeanor, your question. You must be impeccable. And you must be human. A child seeking justice for his parents, not a merciless lord exacting vengeance. The line is fine, but it is the line you must walk. It was a crash course in high-stakes theater. For the next 3 days, Harry's life became a grueling rehearsal. Remus drilled him on Wizengamot procedure, on the formal language of address Chief Warlock, esteemed members. Sirius worked on his posture, his tone, how to project authority without arrogance, grief without weakness. Ragnarok and Barrowgild arrived with legal tomes and strategy scrolls, plotting every possible intervention, every objection from the prosecution. Harry felt like a doll being dressed for a very dangerous party. He practiced his short, prepared statement until he could recite it in his sleep. I only ever wanted to know the truth about my parents. The truth has been hidden from me, and from the world, for 12 years. I ask this body to finally let the truth be heard, so that justice can be for the living, not just a ghost for the dead. It was good. It was heartfelt. And it was a carefully crafted piece of rhetoric designed to make hardened politicians feel a pang of shame. Through it all, the map glowed on the table, a constant reminder. The dot for P. Pettigrew remained in a specially warded room near the hospital wing, under rotating guard by Aurors and a stoic goblin sentinel. The dot for L. Malfoy moved between the Slytherin dungeons and Snape's office, a silent, fuming nexus of resentment. And the castle itself seemed to watch, its ancient magic a patient audience to the drama unfolding within it. The night before the trial, Harry couldn't sleep. He slipped down to the living area. The map was there, but he didn't consult it. He went to the window. A figure was standing on the covered bridge, looking out at the night. Sirius. Harry joined him. The night was clear and cold, stars like chips of ice in the velvet sky. Can't sleep either? Sirius asked, not turning. No. I keep thinking about the morning after, Sirius said quietly. When it's over. When I'm just Sirius Black again. Or whatever's left of him. I don't know who that is. The boy who went into Azkaban died in there. What came out? I don't know what to do with him in a world without bars. Harry didn't have an answer. He just stood beside him, sharing the silence. After a while, he said, "You don't have to know. We'll figure it out. Together." Sirius looked down at him, and in the starlight, Harry saw the ghost of a smile. "Yeah," he breathed. "Together. Dot. Dot." The day of the trial dawned gray and solemn, as if the sky itself was holding court. The great hall had been transfigured. The house tables were gone. In their place rose the familiar, terrifying amphitheater of the Wizengamot benches, but they were arranged in a wider circle, leaving a large central space. At one end was the witness chair. At the other, 2 defendants' chairs, one for Sirius, one for Peter. A gallery had been conjured along the walls for spectators, press, selected Hogwarts students, dignitaries. The air hummed with suppressed noise and the flash of omnipresent quick quotes quills. Harry was ushered in through a side entrance with Remus and Ragnarok. He was dressed once more in the severe, warded suit, the circlet on his head, the rings on his fingers. He carried the truth-teller file in an inner pocket. He felt like a sacrifice walking to an altar. They were given seats at a small table near the front, beside the Dumbledore's podium. Across the way, at the prosecution table, Cornelius Fudge sat with a team of frowning lawyers. Amelia Bones presided from a central, raised seat, her monocle flashing. The hall filled. Harry saw Hermione in the gallery, gripping the rail, her knuckles white. He saw the Weasley twins, their faces uncharacteristically solemn. He saw Draco Malfoy, flanked by 2 stony-faced Slytherin 7th years, his expression a mask of disdain that couldn't hide his anxiety. And he saw Snape, lurking in a shadowed archway, a silent, brooding specter. A gavel struck. "This special session of the Wizengamot is now in order," Amelia Bones announced, her voice magically amplified. "We are here to adjudicate the case of the Ministry versus Sirius Orion Black, and to hear new evidence pertaining to the murders of James and Lily Potter and the events of October 31, 1981. Bring in the accused." A door opened. 2 Aurors led in Sirius. He walked with his head high, his shoulders back, but Harry could see the tension in the line of his jaw, the too careful placement of his feet. He was wearing new robes, his hair was neat, but nothing could disguise the starved lines of his face or the shadows in his eyes. He took his seat, his hands resting on the arms of the chair, the chains remaining inactive. Then, a second door. A hunched, weeping figure was half dragged in by 2 goblin guards. Peter Pettigrew looked even smaller and more pathetic in the bright, formal light of the hall. He was placed in the other chair, where chains did slither out, wrapping around his wrists. He flinched at their touch, sobbing quietly. The evidence was presented. It was a relentless, forensic dismantling of the past. The goblins presented the magically verified will. They showed memories, Sirius's, extracted in Snape's pensieve, showing the 4 young marauders swearing their oath, the drop of blood on the parchment. They showed the map, demonstrating its function, pointing to the unmoving dot labeled P. Pettigrew at the Burrow, and then its journey to Hogwarts. They presented the testimony of Ronald Weasley, delivered via a quiet, ashamed memory crystal, confirming the rat's long residence and its sudden transformation. Then came Pettigrew's Veritaserum confession, projected for all to see and hear. His squeaking voice filled the hall, describing his fear, his deal with Voldemort, the switch of Secret Keeper, his own faked death, his life as a rat. The details were too specific, too grotesque, to be fabricated. The Wizengamot listened in a stony, appalled silence. Fudge's prosecution was feeble, a rehash of old theories that crumbled to dust under the weight of new evidence. He looked more and more like a man watching his career explode in slow motion. Finally, Amelia Bones spoke. The evidence for the wrongful conviction of Sirius Black is overwhelming and incontrovertible. Does the prosecution have any further evidence to present regarding the charges of betrayal and murder? Fudge shook his head, mute with defeat. Then, before we move to verdict, there is a procedural matter. Lord Harry James Potter, as the direct victim of the crimes connected to this case and as a recognized peer of the realm, has petitioned to exercise his right of direct inquiry of the principal accused, Peter Pettigrew, using a certified magical truth agent. The request is granted. A murmur swept the gallery. This was the unexpected moment. The theatrical climax. Harry stood. He felt every eye in the hall upon him. He walked to the center of the floor, between the 2 chairs. He could feel Sirius's intense, supportive gaze, and Pettigrew's terrified, watery stare. He took the truth-teller file from his pocket. Amelia Bones summoned it, examined it, gave a curt nod. A goblin arbitrator administered a single drop to Pettigrew, who gagged but swallowed. The agent is active for 1 question, to be answered with magical truth for 1 hour, Bones announced. Lord Potter, you may proceed. Harry faced Pettigrew. The little man seemed to shrink further into his chair. The hall was so quiet Harry could hear his own heartbeat. This was the moment. The question he and Sirius and Ragnarok had agonized over. The question that could not just free a man, but wound a corrupt system. He took a breath, his voice clear and carrying in the silence. Peter Pettigrew. The man flinched. You have confessed to betraying my parents, to framing Sirius Black, and to hiding for 12 years. Harry paused, letting the crimes hang in the air. My question is this: during those 12 years, did any witch or wizard in a position of authority in the Ministry of Magic or the Wizengamot, upon seeing you in your rat form or through any other means, suspect or discover that you were alive, and choose to ignore it or help you conceal it to protect themselves or the official narrative of that night? It was a masterstroke. It wasn't asking for names of Death Eater allies. It was asking for names of enablers within the system. It turned the mirror on the very institution judging him. Pettigrew's face contorted. The truth-teller forced honesty, but it didn't erase self-preservation. He fought it, his cheeks puffing, his eyes bulging. But the magic was inexorable. A strangled, high-pitched voice was forced from his throat. Yes. The single syllable hissed through the hall like a lightning strike. WHO. Amelia Bones demanded, leaning forward, her own voice sharp. Pettigrew writhed. I can't. The truth agent compels you. Ragnarok's voice cut in. Barthemus Crouch. Pettigrew shrieked, the name torn from him. Senior. Head of Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He saw me. Once. In the market. Years ago. Our eyes met. He knew. But he looked away. He was obsessed with catching dark wizards. With his own son's trial, my capture would have shown his failure. The wrong man in Azkaban, he let me go. He looked away. The revelation was cataclysmic. Barthemius Crouch Sr., a famously ruthless enforcer of the law, a man who had sent his own son to Azkaban without trial, had knowingly let a fugitive mass murderer go free to protect his department's reputation. The hypocrisy was so profound it sucked the air from the room. Chaos erupted. Fudge looked like he'd been hit with a bludger. Reporters were scribbling furiously. Wizengamot members were on their feet, shouting. Amelia Bones's face was granite. She hammered her gavel until order was restored. This testimony will be investigated fully and with extreme prejudice, she declared, her voice shaking with controlled fury. For now, we conclude the matter before us. She turned to Sirius. Sirius Orion Black, based on the evidence presented, all charges against you are hereby dismissed. Your conviction is overturned. You are a free man, with the full apologies of the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic for the grievous injustice done to you. Reparations will be determined by a special commission. She turned to Pettigrew, her disgust palpable. Peter Pettigrew, you are remanded to the custody of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to await trial for treason, murder, and fraud upon the magical world. Take him away. As the goblin guards dragged a weeping, broken Pettigrew out, the hall exploded in noise again. But Harry didn't hear it. He was looking at Sirius. Sirius sat perfectly still in his chair, as if the words hadn't reached him. Then, slowly, he raised his head. He looked at Harry, then at the Wizengamot, then at the ceiling high above. A single, silent tear traced a path through the stubble on his cheek. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't cheering. He was just breathing. Breathing free air in a room that had just acknowledged his right to exist. It was over. He was free. Dot. The aftermath was a blur of flashing bulbs, shouted questions, and controlled retreat. Ragnarok and a team of goblins formed a shield around Harry and Sirius, ushering them out of the hall, back to the sanctuary of the tower. Remus followed, his face wet with tears he didn't bother to hide. In the tower, they sat, the three of them, in a silence more profound than any cheering crowd. Crouch, Sirius said finally, the name a curse. All that time, the man who signed my damnation order looked my best friend's killer in the eye and let him scurry away. He laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. It's almost perfect. It's not perfect, Harry said. But it's justice. Starting. Sirius looked at him. You were magnificent, pup. Cold as ice. You broke the whole damn ministry with one question. Harry didn't feel magnificent. He felt drained. Hollow. The weight of the truth, now fully acknowledged, was a different kind of burden. A knock at the door. It was Dumbledore. He entered, looking older than ever, but his eyes held a respectful light as he looked at Sirius. Sirius. On behalf of Hogwarts, and myself, I offer my deepest, most inadequate apologies. And my congratulations. Sirius nodded stiffly. Thank you, Headmaster. The world outside is in an uproar. Crouch has already been suspended. Fudge is likely to resign by morning. Amelia Bones will be acting minister. The political landscape has been reshaped. Dumbledore's gaze turned to Harry. You have changed history today, Harry. Not with a wand, but with a question. Be wary. Those you have toppled will not forget. I know, Harry said. Your godfather is free. Your place is secure. But your education must continue. The darker reaches of magic that sought your parents are not idle. Pettigrew's capture is a victory, not an end. We will speak more tomorrow. With a final nod, he left. The reality settled in. The fight was won. The battle was over. But as night fell, and Harry lay in bed, the map on his bedside table caught the moonlight. Out of habit, he whispered, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The ink bloomed. He scanned it. Pettigrew's dot was in a high-security holding cell deep in the ministry. Sirius's dot was here, in the tower, finally, blessedly, free. But his eyes were drawn to another dot. In the Slytherin dungeons, a small, private room. The dot was labeled L. Malfoy. And it was not alone. Huddled around it were three other dots, unlabeled, anonymous. And from that room, a thin, black line, a representation of a powerful, dark magical connection the map could sense but not name, stretched out, not into the castle, but off the edge of the parchment, into the unknown. The Knights of Walpurgis were not disbanded. They were regrouping, and they were calling out. To something, or someone. The war for the past was over. The war for the future, Harry realized with a cold clarity as he watched the ominous black line pulse on the map, had just received its summons. And the boy who lived, the Lord of Three Lines, the unwitting revolutionary, was its primary target. He erased the map and lay back, the rings cool on his fingers, the circlet a light weight on his brow. Freedom was a fragile thing. And his, it seemed, would have to be defended every single day. Outside, a true storm was gathering, the wind beginning to howl around the stone battlements of his tower. The calm was over. The storm that had threatened the night of the trial broke at dawn, a violent catharsis of thunder and lashing rain that mirrored the political tempest sweeping the wizarding world. Inside the West Tower, however, there was a strange, fragile peace. For the first time in 12 years, Sirius Black woke up a free man. Not a fugitive, not a convict awaiting retrial. Free. Harry watched him that morning, sitting at the kitchen table, staring at his own hands as if they belonged to someone else. He was turning a simple teaspoon over and over, watching the firelight catch the metal. The action was mundane, hypnotic. It was the action of a man relearning the texture of ordinary things. The paper, Remus said softly, placing the Daily Prophet on the table. The headline was a single, massive word, free. The subhead read, Black exonerated, Pettigrew confesses, Crouch implicated, Fudge resigns in disgrace. Amelia Bones named acting minister. The article beneath was a masterpiece of journalistic backpedaling. Rita Skeeter was nowhere to be seen, the byline belonged to a staid, official writer. It recounted the trial in dry, factual terms, heaping praise on the dogged investigation by Gringotts and the courageous testimony of Lord Potter. It was the ministry's attempt to control the narrative, to align themselves with the victory rather than be buried by it. Sirius didn't touch the paper. It doesn't feel real, he said, his voice rough with sleep and wonder. I keep waiting for the Dementors. For the cold. It's real, Harry said, pouring himself pumpkin juice. The normality of the action felt important. You're here. You're having tea. The paper says so. A ghost of a smile touched Sirius's lips. Tea. And pumpkin juice. And a godson. He looked at Harry, the wonder deepening. What do we do now? It was the question that hung over all of them. The great, driving purpose that had united them, freeing Sirius, exposing Pettigrew, was achieved. Now they had to build a life on the cratered landscape left behind. First, Remus said, adopting a practical tone, you have a mountain of paperwork. Gringotts has filed for reparations on your behalf and Harry's. You'll need to sign things. Then there's the matter of your vaults, your properties. Grimmauld Place. Sirius's face darkened at the mention of his family home. That cursed pile. I'd burn it down if it weren't for the ancient wards. It's an asset. And it's headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, Remus said gently. The Order? Harry asked. A secret society Dumbledore founded to fight Voldemort, Sirius explained, his distaste for the topic evident. Met in my parents' house during the last war. Full of brave, doomed people. He shook his head. Later. For now, the tower is home. If that's all right with you, Harry. It's your home, too, Harry said simply. The door chimed. It was Professor McGonagall, her expression a complex blend of sternness and something akin to relief. Mr. Black, Lord Potter, the headmaster has asked me to inform you that, in light of the resolution of recent events, the school schedule will resume normally on Monday. Lord Potter, while your private tutelage with Professor Lupin will continue, the Board of Governors and the headmaster believe it would be beneficial for you to attend certain group classes, history of magic, herbology, astronomy, to facilitate social integration. She said the last words as if they were a particularly tricky transfiguration. You will, of course, be exempt from potions and defense, given your current arrangements. Harry glanced at Sirius, who gave a slight shrug. It was a compromise. A step towards a normal Hogwarts life, or the closest approximation he would get. Also, McGonagall added, her gaze softening a fraction as she looked at Sirius, the post has arrived. A considerable amount. She gestured, and a flurry of owls swooped in, depositing a small mountain of letters and packages on the table before flying out. The correspondence was for both of them. For Sirius, there were official ministry parchments, howlers that exploded with the shrieking voices of old society matrons denouncing him or praising him, and a surprising number of letters from strangers offering support or demanding money. For Harry, there were more press requests, invitations to every wizarding event under the sun, and letters from children his age, some adoring, some nasty. But one letter, on heavy, expensive parchment, caught Harry's eye. The seal was the Malfoy crest. He opened it. Potter, my debt is cleared. Do not expect further correspondence. L. M. Sirius read it over his shoulder and snorted. Typical Lucius. Settling his accounts. He'll be lying low, trying to distance himself from the knights now that they're linked to a scandal. His eyes grew serious. Speaking of which, we need to talk about the map. They spread the Marauders map that evening. The dot for L. Malfoy was in the Slytherin common room. The 3 anonymous dots were not present. The thin, black line that had stretched off the parchment was gone, or invisible unless the connection was active. The knights are in disarray, Remus reasoned. With Pettigrew's capture and Crouch's exposure, any ministry sympathies they had are toxic. They'll go deeper underground. Or they'll get desperate, Sirius countered, his finger tracing the Slytherin dungeons. Desperate people do stupid, dangerous things. They see Harry as a threat to their pure blood ideology and a key to Slytherin's lost treasures. They won't just vanish. We keep the map secret, Harry said. And we watch. ... Monday arrived, and with it, a new kind of challenge. Walking into the history of magic classroom with Remus at his side, Harry felt a different kind of stare than he was used to. It wasn't just the fame of the boy who lived, or the notoriety of the recent trial. It was the circlet. It was the knowledge that he had toppled a minister. He was a force, and the other students, mostly second and third years mixed due to his unusual schedule, didn't know how to treat him. He took a seat at the back. Hermione Granger immediately slipped into the chair beside him, giving him a reassuring smile. On his other side, to his surprise, sat Ron Weasley. The red-haired boy looked exhausted, his eyes red-rimmed, but he gave Harry a shaky nod. "All right," Ron mumbled. "Yeah, you. Been better." Ron looked down at his hands. "Mum and Dad are furious. Not at me, just at everything. They've written about 100 times. They want to meet you. To thank you. And to, I dunno, apologize for having him in our house." He shuddered. "It wasn't your fault," Harry said. "Feels like it," Ron said quietly. Then, as Professor Binns droned to life about the Goblin Wars of 1612, Ron leaned closer. "Fred and George, they think you're brilliant. They've been trying to map the castle for years. They want to know if you've found any new passages." Hermione hissed at them to be quiet, but her eyes were alight with curiosity. The ice was broken, not with fanfare, but with shared trauma and the universal language of teenage rebellion against boring ghosts. Herbology was better. Professor Sprout treated him like any other student, if a bit more cautiously. "Just don't touch the venomous tentacula, Lord Potter, there's a dear. Those gloves aren't that thick." He got dirt under his nails. It felt good. But the tentative steps towards normalcy were shattered that afternoon. He was returning from the greenhouses with Remus when they passed the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The door was ajar, and a voice, high-pitched and nervously cheerful, floated out. "And so, the red cap can be deterred by simply showing it a large, stick-like object. Very important for woodland safety." Harry peeked in. The teacher was a witch with flyaway gray hair and a pointed hat adorned with a moth-eaten stuffed vulture. She was waving a lavender-scented handkerchief at a cowering first year. "Professor Trelawney," he'd heard, "divination, not defense." "Where's the defense professor?" Harry asked Remus quietly. Remus's face was grim. Lockhart resigned. The night of the trial. Apparently, he remembered a pressing book tour in Tibet. "Dumbledore is covering the classes temporarily, but he's spread thin. The ministry hasn't approved a replacement. There's talk." "What kind of talk?" "That no one wants the job. That it's cursed." Remus sighed. "After what happened with Quirrell last year, and now with the Death Eater attack on the grounds, it's becoming hard to fill." The instability of the defense post was a minor worry compared to what awaited him in the tower. Sirius was pacing, a letter crushed in his fist. "It's from Amelia Bones," he said without preamble. "Formal offer. They want to make me an Auror. Leverage your unique experience and motivation. They're desperate for good press and competent people after the Crouch scandal. Will you take it?" Harry asked, a knot of anxiety forming in his stomach. The idea of Sirius leaving the castle, diving back into danger. "I don't know," Sirius said, stopping to look at him. "Part of me wants to hunt down the rest of them. The ones who got away. The ones who are still out there, looking at you." He saw Harry's expression and his own softened. "But the other part, the part that's been a godfather for about 5 minutes, knows my first job is here. With you. You could do both," Remus suggested carefully. Consult. Work remotely. Train. The Auror office could use an informant with inside knowledge of dark families, of the Knights. Sirius nodded slowly, the idea taking root. Maybe. I'll think on it. As the week wore on, a pattern emerged. Mornings were for academic lessons with Remus. Afternoons were for 1 or 2 group classes, where Harry was a silent, observing specter at the back. Evenings were for training with Sirius, real, grueling dueling practice that left Harry bruised but exhilarated. And nights were for the map. He had become obsessed with the thin, black line he'd seen. It hadn't reappeared, but he watched Malfoy. He saw him meet with the same 2 7th-year Slytherins regularly, a boy named Nott and a girl named Bulstrode. Their dots would cluster in a disused classroom on the 5th floor for hours. Studying, or plotting. He also explored the castle's schematic in the secret chamber below the tower. The pulsing crimson dot of the Chamber of Secrets called to him, a siren song of dark legacy. The hissing voice had been silent since the night they caught Pettigrew, but he felt its presence in his dreams, a coil of cold scales at the back of his mind. Friday evening, the map offered a new puzzle. The dot for R. Weasley was moving through the castle, not towards the Gryffindor common room, but towards the library. And it was alone. Harry, on a whim, decided to follow. He found Ron in the restricted section, which was unusual for a second year. He was hunched over a massive, moldering tome titled Magical Maladies of the Mind. He jumped a foot when Harry cleared his throat. Blimey, Harry. Don't do that. Sorry. What are you reading? Ron slammed the book shut, his ears red. Nothing. Just stuff about Dementors. Harry guessed, seeing a chapter heading. Ron deflated. Yeah, after what happened with Scabbers, and hearing about what Black went through, I wanted to understand what it does to people. He looked at Harry, his blue eyes serious. Is your godfather, all right? I mean, really? It was a surprisingly insightful question. No, Harry said honestly, sitting down. But he's getting better. He has good days and bad days. Ron nodded. My dad says the ministry should pay for him to go to St. Mungo's for proper treatment. But Sirius Black in a hospital, the papers would have a field day. He won't go, Harry said. He's too proud. And he doesn't trust them. Can't blame him, Ron muttered. He hesitated. Listen, Harry. My family, we're not like the Malfoys. We don't have a vault of gold or a fancy name. But we're on your side. Whatever that means. Fred and George said to tell you that if you ever need anything, they're good at making trouble. The right kind. It was an offer of alliance, pure and simple. From a family that had been unknowingly housing the enemy, to the boy who had unmasked him. Thanks, Ron, Harry said, and meant it. The weekend brought the first Hogsmeade visit of the term. As a non-standard student, Harry wasn't allowed to go without a guardian. Sirius, eager to leave the castle grounds and feeling stifled, volunteered immediately. The village was a postcard of wizarding normality, nestled under snow-dusted mountains. But normality was relative. As Harry, Sirius, and Remus walked down the high street, the reaction was palpable. Witches and wizards stopped to stare, to whisper. Some nodded respectfully at Harry, or offered Sirius sympathetic, awkward smiles. Others scurried away, as if proximity to them might attract trouble. They visited Honeydukes, where Sirius bought Harry every sweet he pointed at, a look of childish delight on his own face. James and I used to save up for weeks to afford a bag of these, he said, holding up a packet of cockroach clusters. Now I can buy the whole shop. Surreal. In the Three Broomsticks, they found a corner table. Madame Rosmerta brought them butterbeers, her usual flirtatious demeanor tempered with a nervous reverence. As they drank, the door opened, and a blast of cold air announced a new arrival. Severus Snape stood in the doorway, his black eyes scanning the room like a radar. They landed on their table. For a long moment, he stared. Then, to Harry's shock, he walked over. Black, he said, his voice devoid of its usual sneer, flat and businesslike. A word. Outside. Sirius's easy smile vanished. He set his tankard down. We're having a family moment, Snape. Whatever it is can wait. It cannot. Snape's gaze flicked to Harry. It concerns the security of the castle. And your charge. Remus put a hand on Sirius's arm before he could retort. Go, Sirius. We'll be fine. With a last, warning look at Snape, Sirius stood in followed him out into the cold. Harry watched through the window as the two men stood in the snow, Snape speaking in low, urgent tones, Sirius's posture going from defensive to alert. "What's that about?" Harry asked Remus. "I don't know," Remus said, his worry clear. "But if Snape is seeking Sirius out, it's serious." 10 minutes later, Sirius returned alone, his face pale and set. He threw a handful of coins on the table. "We're leaving. Now." They didn't speak until they were back in the privacy of the tower. Sirius threw a series of locking and silencing charms on the door, his movements sharp with tension. "Snape's been monitoring the knights," he said without preamble. "Through Malfoy, through his own Slytherin connections. They're not lying low. They're mobilizing. They've made contact with someone outside. Someone powerful." Snape intercepted a message. A single phrase, "The heir has the key. The chamber must open before the solstice." The words landed like stones in the quiet room. The heir. The chamber. "They're going to try to open the Chamber of Secrets," Harry breathed. "Or force you to open it for them," Remus said, his face ashen. "The solstice is in 3 weeks." Sirius ran a hand through his hair. "Snape's playing a double game. He hates me, but he hates the Dark Lord more. He's offering a truce. Information for protection. He wants to meet. To plan. Can we trust him?" Harry asked. "No," Sirius said immediately. "But we can use him. He's a spy. It's what he does. And right now, his intelligence is all we have." The fragile normalcy of the past week shattered. The enemy had a timetable. A goal. And Harry was at the center of it. That night, Harry descended to the secret chamber. He stood before the basin, watching the schematic. The Chamber of Secrets glowed with a malevolent, inviting light. He focused on it, and the hissing voice returned, not as a whisper, but as a clear, cold command. "They come for what is yours, heir. The pretenders. The blood traitors to the Founder's line. You must claim it first. The power within is yours by right. It will make you strong. Strong enough to protect your pack." The temptation was ferocious. Power. To protect Sirius, Remus, his new friends. To never be helpless again. The voice made it sound so logical, so right. "What's in the chamber?" Harry asked aloud. "Salazar's legacy. A weapon to purge the unworthy. A companion to guard the true heir. It sleeps. It waits. For your command. A weapon. A companion." The diary from the basin's vision had mentioned a basilisk. A king of serpents. A monster. "I don't want to purge anyone," Harry said, but his voice lacked conviction even to his own ears. "Then they will purge you," the voice hissed, merciless. "The solstice approaches. Choose, heir. Be the master. Or be the sacrifice." The mist in the basin swirled, showing not the castle, but a vision, the great hall, decorated for Yule. Students laughing. Then, screaming. Petrified bodies falling. And at the center, a pair of giant, yellow eyes. And through the chaos, a figure in green and silver watching from the shadows, a satisfied smile on Draco Malfoy's face. The vision vanished. Harry staggered back, his heart hammering. It was a threat, a prophecy, or a manipulation. He didn't know which was worse. When he returned to his bedroom, a new note lay on his pillow. The familiar blocky writing. "The key is not a place. It is a choice. The serpent offers power, but demands your soul. The lion offers courage, but demands your heart. The badger offers loyalty, the eagle offers wisdom. But only the boy can choose which master he serves. The solstice is a deadline. For them, and for you. Your friend, R.S." The mysterious friend knew about the chamber. About the solstice. About the voice. In his head. They were watching, closer than anyone. Harry crumpled the note. He was surrounded by agendas, the knights, Dumbledore, Snape, the goblins, the whispering legacy in the castle, this anonymous friend. Everyone wanted something from him. To use him, to guide him, to protect him, to claim him. He looked at the rings on his fingers. The cool serpent, the warm lion. He thought of Sirius, finally free but haunted. Of Remus, always on the edge of pain. Of Ron's guilty offer of friendship, of Hermione's fierce belief in fairness. He was a lord, an heir, a weapon, a key. But underneath it all, he was just a boy who had spent too much of his life in a cupboard, and who was desperately trying to build a family in a world that kept trying to tear it apart. The solstice was coming. The chamber waited. And Harry Potter stood at the crossroads, every path leading into shadow, with only the uncertain light of his own choices to guide him. He had won the battle for the past. Now, the battle for his soul was beginning. And the first move, he knew, would have to be his. Dot. Dot. The note from RS burned a hole in Harry's mind. The key is not a place. It is a choice. The words echoed the internal debate that had raged within him since the hissing voice's offer. Power or principle? Safety or soul? He felt split down the middle, the cool serpent and the warm lion warring in his blood. He didn't tell Sirius or Remus about the latest note, or about the explicit vision of the petrified students. Telling them would make it real. It would force a confrontation he wasn't ready for. Instead, he buried it with the others, a growing stack of warnings in his mother's notebook. But he couldn't bury the tension. It leaked out in his magic, in his temper. His next occlumency lesson with Remus was a disaster. He couldn't clear his mind. The treasury was in chaos, the iron box of the forest horror had sprung open, the crystal vial of the hissing voice was rattling on its shelf, the scroll of Dumbledore's truce was unfurling, its words blurring. "Harry, you're resisting," Remus said gently, breaking off the mental probe. "Your walls are up, but they're brittle, because you're trying to hold too much inside. You have to process, not just store." "I don't know how," Harry snapped, more harshly than he intended. He saw the flicker of hurt in Remus's eyes and instantly regretted it. "Sorry. There's too much." "Then we talk about it," Remus said, leaning forward. "What is the too much right now?" Harry looked at his hands, at the serpent ring. The voice. From the castle. "It says the chamber has a weapon. Something that can protect us. It says I should claim it before the nights do." Remus went very still. "Salazar Slytherin's monster," he whispered. "The legends say he left a beast in the castle to purge it of the unworthy. It's been considered a myth for centuries. But if the heir can control it," he looked horrified. "Harry, that kind of power, it's dark. It's the magic of purity and exclusion. It's everything the knights want. If you take it, even to protect, you become what they admire. You validate their entire ideology. But if they get it first," Harry argued. "Then we stop them," Sirius said from the doorway. He'd been listening. He walked in, his face set. "We don't fight a monster with a bigger monster, pup. We fight it with strategy, with allies, with smart, hard spellwork. That's what your dad would have done. He was brave, not stupid." "The voice says it's mine by right," Harry insisted, feeling a stubborn, defensive anger rise. "Rights are tricky things," Sirius said, crouching before him. "I had the right to a trial. I had the right to raise you. Rights don't mean much if using them turns you into something you hate. Look at me. I have the right to hunt down every Death Eater who breathed the same air as James and Lily. But if I do that, if I let that rage drive me, I'm just a different kind of prisoner. I choose to be your godfather instead. It's harder, but it's the right choice." The raw honesty of it disarmed Harry. He saw the struggle in Sirius's gray eyes, the daily battle against the darkness of Azkaban. He was choosing to build, not destroy. Could Harry do any less? "What do we do, then?" Harry asked, the fight leaving him. "We meet with Snape," Sirius said, his lip curling in distaste. "We hear what he knows. We make a plan. And we use every resource we have, the map, the goblins, Dumbledore, even the damned castle itself, to guard the chamber, not open it." Dot. Dot. The meeting with Snape was arranged for the dead of night in the very same fifth-floor bathroom where Pettigrew had been revealed. The irony was not lost on anyone. It was a neutral, easily secured location. Myrtle, thankfully, was elsewhere. Snape arrived first, a bat-like shadow coalescing from the gloom. Sirius and Harry entered under the invisibility cloak, dropping it only when the door was locked and warded by Remus, who stood guard outside. The two men faced each other in the tiled room, the air so thick with animosity it was hard to breathe. Snape broke the silence. "The Knights have identified a leader. Not a student. A former student, who never left the castle's employ." His black eyes glittered. Argus Filch. The name was so absurd, so utterly unexpected, that Sirius barked a laugh. Filch. The squib. That miserable old fool. "Don't be ridiculous, Snape. His lack of magic is his greatest camouflage," Snape said coldly. "And his hatred for students, for rule breakers, aligns perfectly with the Knight's purest ideology. He has access to every corner of this castle. He has been collecting banned artifacts for decades, under the guise of confiscation. He has been their eyes, ears, and quartermaster. And he is fanatically loyal to the idea of a pure, orderly Hogwarts, the kind Slytherin envisioned. Harry remembered Filch's office, the boxes of useless novelties, the bitterness in the air. The man who loved rules, who hated mess and mudbloods and mischief, it made a terrible kind of sense. How do you know this? Sirius demanded. Because, Snape said, his voice dropping to a venomous whisper, he attempted to recruit me. Years ago. He believed my former affiliations, and my current position made me a sympathetic ear. I played along enough to learn the structure. It is small. A core of older Slytherin students, a few alumni like Lucius Malfoy who provide funding and direction from afar, and Filch, the castle's anchor. Their goal has always been to find and control Slytherin's legacy. Potter's arrival, and his claiming of the ring, has sent them into a frenzy. They believe he is either the key or an abomination to be removed. The solstice, Harry said. They want to open the chamber by then. Why? Astrological alignment, Snape said dismissively. Dark magic often peaks on the solstices. They believe it will amplify whatever ritual they need to either wrest control from you, or to awaken the chamber's guardian if you refuse. He looked at Harry with undisguised contempt. They have a ritual. It requires a blood sacrifice from a true heir of Slytherin. They are uncertain if your blood will suffice, given your mongrel lineage. They are seeking alternatives. But they are running out of time. And desperate people make mistakes. What's the plan? Sirius growled. My information suggests they will make a move on the night of the Yule Ball, Snape said. The entire school and staff will be distracted. Filch will use his access to guide them to the chamber's entrance, which they believe is somewhere in the second-floor girls' bathroom, based on their research. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry's mind made the connection instantly. The ghost who had helped them flush out Pettigrew haunted the place. Was she a victim of the chamber the first time it was opened? Our plan, Snape continued, is to let them proceed. To intercept them at the entrance. To catch them in the act of attempted dark magic, with Filch as their guide. A public exposure that will cripple the organization. To do that, we must know the exact location and method of entry. And we must have a way to contain whatever they might awaken. We need to find the entrance first, Sirius said. Before they do. Potter is the heir, Snape said, his gaze boring into Harry. The castle speaks to him. Let him find it. And then, he must decide. To seal it forever, or to walk in and face what his ancestor left behind. The choice was back in Harry's lap, delivered by his most hated professor. He felt the weight of the serpent ring. It was warm. It wanted to go down, to delve, to claim. I'll find it, Harry said, his voice quiet but firm. But I'm not opening it. We find it, we ward it, we trap it. We wait for them. A flicker of something, surprise. Respect, passed through Snape's eyes before the customary sneer returned. Sentimental. And risky. But it is your legacy to mismanage. I will continue to monitor Filch and the students. I will inform you of their final plans. Do not contact me unless it is urgent. He turned to leave, then paused. In black, try not to let your sentimental idiocy get the boy killed. The Dark Lord may be gone, but the world he created is still very much alive. He left, melting into the shadows. Sirius let out a long, slow breath. I hate that man, but he's good at this. ... The next week became a race against an invisible clock. Harry's life fractured into parallel pursuits. By day, he was a student, attending classes, enduring whispers, slowly building fragile bridges. He played wizard's chess with Ron in the Gryffindor common room, losing spectacularly, and discussed the ethical implications of the Goblin Wars with Hermione in the library. He was, piece by piece, becoming a part of Hogwarts. By night, he was a hunter. With the map and his growing sensitivity to the castle's magic, he began a systematic search for the chamber's entrance. He spent hours in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, much to the ghost's delight. He tapped walls, whispered in Parseltongue, a skill that had emerged unbidden, shocking him and terrifying Remus, and studied the intricate plumbing. It's here, he told Sirius and Remus one evening, frustration edging his voice. I can feel it. The ring gets cold. I can hear water deep down. But there's no door, no crack, nothing. Salazar was a cunning man, Remus mused, examining a sketch Harry had made of the bathroom's serpent-themed taps. He wouldn't make it obvious. The entrance might not be a physical door you can see. It might be a magical trigger. A specific command in Parseltongue to a specific object. Harry stared at the sketch. The taps. One of them was carved into the shape of a tiny, coiled serpent. He hadn't tried speaking to it. Meanwhile, the castle prepared for the Yule Ball. Garlands of holly and ivy appeared. The suits of armor polished themselves to a high sheen. A buzz of excited gossip about dresses and dates filled the corridors, a stark, surreal contrast to the silent war Harry was fighting. He received a formal invitation as a Hogwarts resident and honored guest. Sirius, to Harry's surprise, decided they would attend. We need to be seen. Normal. Part of the school. It throws off suspicion. And, he added with a grim smile, it keeps you in a public, well-lit place with hundreds of witnesses. The safest place you can be on solstice night is in the middle of a party. The decision led to another first: shopping. A discreet trip to Diagon Alley, flanked by a disguised Sirius and Remus. He was fitted for formal dress robes, forest green with silver trim, a subtle nod to his Slytherin heritage that felt less like a betrayal and more like an acceptance of a complicated whole. Sirius bought himself new robes as well, black and severe, but well cut. He stood a little straighter in them. At Flourish and Blots, while Sirius argued with the manager about the exorbitant price of a new edition of Defensive Magical Theory, Harry felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find Draco Malfoy, flanked by his ever-present bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle. Draco's face was paler than usual, his expression not sneering, but oddly intent. "Potter," he said, his voice low. A word. Wary, Harry followed him a few steps away, within sight of Sirius but out of earshot. "My father is displeased," Malfoy said, not meeting his eyes. "With recent events, his associations have become a liability." He glanced around nervously. "There is a meeting tonight in the room of requirement. 7 o'clock. Filch will be there, and others. They're finalizing the plan for the ball." Harry's heart stuttered. "Why are you telling me?" Draco's gray eyes flicked up, filled with a complex stew of fear, pride, and something like resignation. "Because the life debt is a stain on my family's honor. And because some of them, their plans for the chamber, they don't just want to open it. They want to use it. On Muggle-borns. Starting with Granger." He swallowed. "I am a Malfoy. I believe in purity. But I am not a murderer. And my father says the wind is changing. Telling you this clears the debt. For good." He turned and walked away before Harry could respond, his cronies lumbering after him. Harry stood frozen, the noise of the bookstore fading. They were targeting Hermione, his friend, because of her blood, because of her brilliance. The abstract threat had just become terrifyingly personal. He told Sirius and Remus everything the moment they returned to the tower. Sirius's face turned to stone. "That's it. We go to Dumbledore. Now. We have names, a time, a place. We raid the meeting. We end this tonight. And if they scatter, if we don't catch them all. If Filch denies everything," Remus countered, "we have one shot. Malfoy's information gives us the ultimate advantage. We know their plan. We can be waiting at the chamber entrance, not in the room of requirement. We catch them red-handed, with the tools for their ritual, at the site. It's stronger evidence. And we leave Hermione as bait." Harry asked, horrified. "No," Remus said firmly. "We warn her. We make sure she is surrounded by friends, by teachers, at all times. We make her safety a priority. But we use the knowledge to spring the larger trap." It was cold, strategic. It felt like a betrayal of friendship for the sake of a bigger victory. Harry hated it, but the Slytherin part of him, the part that wanted to win, knew it was the smart play. They compromised. They would inform Dumbledore, but only of the general threat, not the specific tip from Malfoy, to protect the source. They would ask for discreet surveillance on Hermione. And they would prepare to ambush the knights at the chamber entrance on the night of the ball. The plan set, Harry sought out Hermione. He found her in the library, as expected, surrounded by books about Yule traditions. "Hermione," he said, sitting across from her. "I need you to promise me something. On the night of the Yule Ball, I need you to stay close to Professor McGonagall. Or Flitwick. Or any teacher. Don't wander off. Not for any reason." She peered at him over her stack of books. "Harry, what's going on? You look terrible. There's a threat. From some of the Slytherins. They might try to target Muggle-borns. As a prank." He watered it down, the light tasting foul. I just need to know you're safe. Her eyes widened, then narrowed with determination. A prank. On the basis of blood. That's not a prank, that's hate speech. I'll report it. No, Harry said, too quickly. Please, Hermione. Just stay with a teacher. For me, I'm handling it. I have help. But I can't focus if I'm worried about you. She studied his face, her intelligent eyes missing nothing. She saw the fear, the sincerity. You're involved in something dangerous. Aren't you? Yes. And telling me more would put me in more danger. I think so. She took a deep breath. All right, Harry. I'll stick to the teachers like glue. But you have to promise me something in return. You come out of this thing, in one piece. And you tell me the whole story afterwards. Every bit. He managed a weak smile. Deal. ... The night of the meeting in the room of requirement, Harry, under the cloak, watched the corridor. At 5 minutes to 7, Argus Filch shuffled into view, carrying a mop and bucket, the perfect camouflage. He stopped before a blank stretch of wall, paced 3 times, and a door materialized. He slipped inside. Over the next few minutes, Nott, Bulstrode, and 2 other older Slytherins Harry didn't recognize arrived and entered. He itched to go closer, to listen. But they had agreed. Observation only. Confirmation. The trap was for the solstice. He returned to the tower, his nerves stretched taut. The pieces were moving. The enemy was named. The battlefield was chosen. He went to the secret chamber one last time before the ball. He stood before the basin, looking at the glowing chamber of secrets. I'm not opening you, he said aloud, to the room, to the voice, to himself. But I need to know how to guard you. Show me the entrance. The mist swirled. It didn't show him a map. It showed him a memory, not his own. A girl with curly hair and a kind face, crying in a bathroom. A boy's voice, speaking in a sibilant hiss from the shadows. The sound of stone grinding. The girl's scream, cut off. Then the view swooped down, through pipes, into a deep, dark cavern, where something vast and scaled slept. And on the floor near the sleeping beast, half hidden in dust, lay a small, black diary. The image focused on it. The cover bore a name, faded but legible, T.M. Riddle. Then, as if from the diary itself, a new voice whispered, young, compelling, and full of a charming, absolute malice, "Hello, Harry Potter. We have so much to discuss." The vision snapped off. Harry stumbled back, gasping. The hissing voice of the castle was one thing. This was different. Intelligent. Personal. T.M. Riddle. The name meant nothing to him, but the malice in that whispered greeting had been intimate, as if it knew him. He fled the chamber, his heart racing. The chamber didn't just hold a monster. It held a memory. A poison. And the knights, in their fanaticism, wanted to wake it all up. He dressed for the ball in a daze. The green robes felt like a costume. The circlet on his head felt like a target. Sirius looked at him with concern as they prepared to leave the tower. "You all right, pup? They're not just opening a door, Sirius," Harry said, his voice hollow. "They're opening a grave. And something in it is waiting. It knows my name." Sirius's face hardened. He placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. "Then we make sure it goes back to sleep. Permanently. Tonight. Ready?" Harry looked at his godfather, at Remus standing resolute by the door, at his own reflection in the window, a boy playing at being a lord, caught in a web of ancient hatreds. He wasn't ready. He would never be ready. But he had a family to fight for. A friend to protect. A choice to make. He took a deep breath, and straightened the circlet on his brow. Ready. Together, they walked out of the tower and down towards the glittering, music-filled great hall, where 1,000 oblivious people danced on the edge of a nightmare. And beneath their feet, in the dark heart of the castle, a diary whispered, and a monster waited for the key to turn. The solstice had arrived. The game was on. And every player was now on the board. ... The great hall was a vision of enchanted winter. Icicles glittered like diamond daggers from the ceiling, charmed snow fell gently and vanished before it touched the ground, and 4 magnificent ice sculptures of the house mascots stood watch over the throng of swirling, brightly robed dancers. The air thrummed with music from a wizard band that floated on a cloud of mist, playing a lively, complex waltz. Laughter and chatter rose in a wave, a symphony of normalcy. Harry stood just inside the entrance with Sirius and Remus, feeling like an intruder in a dream. His green and silver robes felt stiff, the circlet an unnatural weight. He scanned the crowd, his eyes not seeing the glamour, but the map imprinted on his mind. He located Hermione's dot, a steady, bright point anchored near Professor McGonagall's at the staff table. Good. Ron's dot was with his brothers near the punch bowl, a cluster of amused red. Draco Malfoy's dot was in the Slytherin section, not dancing, stationary. And the other dots he cared about, not Bulstrode. They were together, moving slowly on the edge of the dance floor. And Filch's dot was not in the hall. It was moving, with purpose, along a corridor on the second floor. Heading towards the girls' bathroom. The trap was being set. And the bait was walking into it. He's moving, Harry said sotto voce to Sirius, who was doing a poor job of looking relaxed, his eyes constantly scanning the room like a hawk. Sirius gave a tight nod. Right on schedule. We wait 10 minutes. Let them get settled. Then we go. Remus adjusted his own simple robes, his face pale but calm. Remember the plan. We intercept at the entrance. We contain. We expose. No heroics. Our goal is capture and proof, not a duel in the pipes. The 10 minutes were an eternity. Harry watched the dancers, his senses stretched thin. He saw Professor Snape gliding through the shadows like a specter, his eyes occasionally meeting Sirius's across the room in a flash of cold understanding. He saw Dumbledore, resplendent in robes of deep blue that swirled with real constellations, chatting amiably with Professor Sprout, but his eyes, when they passed over Harry, held a watchful, knowing glint. He saw Hermione, who caught his eye and gave a small, brave smile. He forced himself to smile back. Finally, Sirius touched his elbow. Now, they slipped out through a side entrance, unnoticed in the general movement of students coming and going for air. The moment they were in the quieter corridor, the sounds of the ball muted behind them, the atmosphere changed. The festive lights gave way to the torchlit gloom of the castle at night. The playful magic in the air was replaced by the ancient, watchful silence of the stones. They moved quickly and silently, Harry leading with the map held low. They took a shortcut through a tapestry-concealed passage, emerging on the second-floor corridor. The door to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was just ahead. Light spilled from under it. Sirius held up a hand. They listened. From within came the low, eager murmur of voices, more than one. And the distinctive, wheezing grumble of Argus Filch. Certain this is the place. All these years, right under my nose. The markings match the description in the Secretum Slytherinis, came a voice Harry recognized as Knott's, older, arrogance barely contained. The air must speak the command to the serpent faucet. In the true tongue. But we don't have the air. That was Bulstrode, her voice sharp with anxiety. Malfoy failed to deliver Potter. This is a waste of time. The solstice alignment peaks in an hour. If we can't open it. We have the alternative, Nott said, his voice dropping. The ritual. The blood of a faithful servant, willingly given on the threshold, may suffice to force the lock. It's a weaker opening, but it should be enough for the Guardian to sense us, to know its true masters have come. A chill worse than any dungeon air seeped into Harry's bones. A blood ritual. Here. Now. Sirius's face was a mask of fury. Remus mouthed, now. Sirius kicked the door open. The scene inside was a grotesque parody of a ritual. The bathroom was lit by the cold, blue flames of 4 black candles set at cardinal points. Filch stood by the sinks, looking both terrified and exultant. Nott and Bulstrode were there, along with 2 other 7th-year Slytherins, a boy named Crabbe and a girl named Greengrass. In the center, on the damp tiles, a complex circle was drawn in what looked like silvery mercury mixed with soot. At its heart was the serpent-headed tap. All heads snapped towards the door. Shock, then rage, contorted Knott's face. Black. Filch squealed, reaching for his belt where no wand hung. Students out of bed. Vandalism. I'll have you. Shut it, Filch, Sirius snarled, his wand pointed unwaveringly at Nott. The game's up. You're under arrest for attempted dark magic, conspiracy, and about a dozen other things I don't have the patience to list. Nott recovered quickly, a sneer spreading across his sharp features. Under whose authority, convict? You have no jurisdiction here. We are studying historical runes. He gestured to the circle. A harmless reconstruction, with blood ritual components. Remus said quietly, pointing his wand at the circle. Specialis Revelio. The silvery mercury flared a violent, bloody red. The runes within the circle glowed with a malevolent light, revealing their true purpose: invocation. Forced entry. Blood price. Enough, said a new, cold voice. Snape stepped into the bathroom from a shadowed stall, his wand already drawn. He looked at the circle, at the students, with utter disdain. Theo not. Millicent Bulstrode. You will come with me. Now. Your fathers will hear of this before morning. For a moment, it seemed they had won. The knights, caught in the act, outnumbered and outmatched. Then Nott laughed. It was a high, brittle sound. You misunderstand, Professor. We are not the ones opening the chamber tonight. His eyes, gleaming with fanatical light, locked on Harry. He is. He lunged not at Sirius or Snape, but at Bulstrode, who stood frozen. With a swift, brutal slash of a silver dagger Harry hadn't seen, Nott cut a deep line across her palm. She gasped, more in shock than pain. He shoved her, bleeding hand first, towards the center of the circle, towards the serpent tap. Sanguis fidel, ostium aperi. Nott shouted. Bulstrode's blood splashed onto the silver circle. The runes blazed. The serpent tap glowed, not green, but a sickly, fiery orange. It began to twist, not in response to Parseltongue, but screaming in protest against the forced, sacrificial magic. No! Sirius roared, sending a stunning spell at Nott, who dodged behind a stall. The bathroom shook. A deep, grinding groan emanated from the sinks. The entire bank of porcelain began to slide sideways, revealing a dark, pipe-sized tunnel that descended into absolute blackness. A foul, damp, ancient smell wafted out, the smell of scales and stagnant water. They had done it. They had forced the entrance open. But it was wrong. The magic was jagged, unstable. The tunnel didn't look like a crafted passage, it looked like a wound torn in the castle's flesh. And from the depths, a new sound emerged. A slow, dry, slithering scrape of something immense moving over stone. And a low, psychic hiss of rage that echoed not in the ears, but in the mind. The basilisk was awake. And it was furious. Seal it, Remus yelled, firing a brilliant gold spell of containment at the opening. The magic splashed against the edges like water on hot iron, sizzling and fading. Snape was dueling Nott, spells flashing in the cramped space, ricocheting off tiles. Crabbe and Greengrass had drawn wands, firing hexes wildly. Filch cowered in a corner, moaning about his beautiful floors. Sirius grabbed Harry, shoving him behind him. Stay back. But Harry couldn't. The serpent ring was freezing, a band of ice on his finger. The hissing in his mind wasn't the castle's voice now. It was older, hungrier. It was the basilisk. And it was pushing against the forced opening, wanting out. Ere they disturb the sacred sleep, punish them. The thought was not his own. It was an impulse, pure and violent, poured into his mind through the ring. Punish them. For a second, Harry wanted to. He wanted to let the monster out, to cleanse the bathroom of these fanatics who wanted to hurt Hermione, who had tortured Sirius with their lies. But then he saw Bulstrode, pale and bleeding, clutching her hand, her eyes wide with real terror as she realized what she'd been part of. He saw the unstable, screaming magic of the torn opening. Letting the basilisk out wouldn't be justice. It would be a massacre. And he would be its master. No, Harry shouted, not at the people, but at the voice in his head. He focused all his will, all the stubborn, defiant love he had for his new, fragile family, into the ring. Stay, he commanded in Parseltongue, the words ripping from his throat with a power that shook the very air. The mental hiss cut off. The slithering from the tunnel paused. But the forced opening remained, a gaping wound. And from within the tunnel, something else floated up, borne on a wave of foul air. It was small. A book. The black, simple diary he'd seen in the vision. It landed with a soft thud on the wet floor, just outside the circle. For a moment, everything stopped. The dueling ceased. All eyes fell on the diary. It was utterly nondescript. And yet, it radiated a presence, a cold, intelligent malice that made the dark ritual circle seem like child's play. Nott, bleeding from a cut on his cheek from Snape's spell, stared at it with triumph. The master's key. He lunged for it. Accio diary. Harry yelled, his hand outstretched. The diary shot towards him. But Nott was closer. His fingers brushed the cover. The moment he touched it, he froze. His eyes widened, not in triumph, but in utter, soul-deep horror. A choked gasp escaped his lips. Then, His body went rigid, and he collapsed, not like someone stunned, but like a marionette with its strings cut. He didn't move. His eyes stared, unseeing, at the ceiling. A silent, terrible scream seemed to echo in the sudden quiet. The diary lay on the floor between them, innocent and deadly. Snape was the first to move. He conjured a glass bell jar and, with the tip of his wand, flipped the diary inside it, sealing it shut. The moment it was contained, the oppressive malice in the room lessened, just a fraction. What was that? Bulstrode whispered, her blood forgotten. A Horcrux, Snape said, his voice hollow with a fear Harry had never heard in him before. A container for a fragment of a soul. Of his soul. He looked at the sealed jar with pure loathing. The knights weren't just seeking a monster. They were seeking him. A piece of the Dark Lord, hidden here. The revelation was a blow that left them all reeling. Voldemort's shadow was in this castle. Had been for decades. The grinding from the tunnel started again, weaker now, as if the basilisk, denied its true summoner, was retreating back into its long sleep. The torn edges of the opening began to knit themselves back together, stone and porcelain reforming with painful slowness, sealing the chamber once more, this time by the castle's own wounded magic. It was over. The knights were broken. Not was, empty. The diary was contained. The chamber was sealed. But they hadn't won. They had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had left a piece of itself behind in a glass jar. Sirius lowered his wand, his face ashen. He looked at Harry, who was trembling, the effort of his Parseltongue command and the psychic backlash of the Horcrux leaving him dizzy. You stopped it, Sirius said, his voice thick. You stopped the monster. Harry shook his head, his eyes fixed on the jar. Not that one. From down the corridor, they heard the sound of running feet and alarmed voices. The music from the ball had stopped. The spells and the shaking had been noticed. Dumbledore appeared in the doorway, his festive robes seeming grotesque in the scene of dark magic and collapse. His eyes took in the sealed tunnel, the collapsed knot, the bleeding Bulstrode, the terrified Filch, and finally, the glass jar in Snape's hands. His face, for once, showed not a hint of twinkle, only a deep, weary grief. I see, he said softly. The solstice has brought more than a change of season. He looked at Harry. You faced a terrible choice, Harry. And you chose to protect, not to punish. That is a more powerful magic than any monster or any dark artifact. He waved his wand. Aurors, summoned by who knew what means, filed into the bathroom, taking charge of the stunned knights, levitating Knott's catatonic form. Amelia Bones herself stepped in, her monocle flashing as she surveyed the scene. Severus, give that to me, she said, holding out a lead-lined box for the jar. It will be taken to the Department of Mysteries for study and secure containment. She looked at Dumbledore. The school will be safe, Dumbledore finished. The entrance is sealed by blood magic and the castle's own will. It will not open so easily again. He looked at the repaired sinks, now whole, but with a faint, silvery scar where the circle had been. But the poison is not gone. It has merely changed jars. Harry, surrounded by the aftermath, felt the adrenaline crash. He leaned against the cool tile wall, suddenly aware of the music starting again, faintly, from the great hall. The ball was continuing. The world was moving on, oblivious to the war that had just been fought in a bathroom. Sirius put an arm around his shoulders. Come on, pup. Let's go home. As they walked back through the castle, the sounds of celebration a bitter contrast to the silence within them, Harry knew one thing for certain. The chamber was closed. The knights were finished. But the diary, that little black book, was just the beginning. They had found a piece of Voldemort's soul. And if there was one piece, there were likely more. The war for the future hadn't been won. It had just found its true, horrifying shape. The walk back to the West Tower was a silent pilgrimage through a ghost town. The festive decorations in the corridors seemed garish now, mocking. The distant, rejuvenated music from the Great Hall was a tinny echo of a celebration they had left behind in another lifetime. Harry moved as if in a dream, his body operating on some automatic directive while his mind whirred in a tight, horrified loop. Horcrux. Soul fragment. A piece of Voldemort. Sirius's arm around his shoulders was the only solid thing in a world gone liquid and strange. Remus walked slightly ahead, his posture rigid, wand still in hand, scanning for threats that were no longer there, or were now too small to see. They reached the tower. The door sealed behind them, and the familiar warmth of the fire did nothing to thaw the ice in Harry's veins. He went straight to the largest armchair and sank into it, not bothering to remove his formal robes. He stared at his hands, at the serpent ring. It was inert now, just a cool band of metal. The voice was silent. Had he imagined its urgency, its temptation? Or had the touch of the true evil, the diary, scared even the castle's legacy into submission? Sirius poured 3 glasses of fire whiskey from a decanter, pressing one into Harry's hands. Drink. Just a sip. It'll steady you. The liquid burned a path down Harry's throat, shocking his system into the present moment. He coughed, his eyes watering. A Horcrux, Remus said, the word a foul taste in the quiet room. He hadn't touched his glass. He was leaning against the mantelpiece, staring into the flames. The darkest of magic. The ultimate corruption of the soul. To think, he hid a piece here. At Hogwarts. In the one place linked to his own ancestor. What does it mean? Harry asked, his voice raspy. That he's not gone. That he can come back. It means he anchored himself to life in the most vile way possible, Sirius said, draining his glass in one go. It means killing his body wasn't enough. There are pieces of him out there. Anchors. And that diary, it wasn't just sitting there. It was active. It possessed not, just by touch. It's a weapon as much as a secret. The image of Theo Knott's empty eyes, the sudden, silent collapse, flashed before Harry. A life, snuffed out not by violence, but by a whisper of contained evil. Is he dead? No, Remus said quietly. Soulless. A living body with nothing inside. A fate worse than death, some would say. Street. Mungo's has a ward for such things. He'll never wake up. The horror deepened, layered. This wasn't the clean violence of a killing curse. This was a theft more profound than any Dementor could perform. A soft pop announced Dobby's arrival. The house elf took in their somber faces, the untouched state of the room, and his large eyes filled with tears. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is feeling the bad magic. The castle is weeping in the stones. He wrung his ears. Dobby is bringing calming tea and chocolate. He vanished and reappeared with a laden tray, setting it down with exaggerated care before disapparating again, leaving them in silence once more. Harry didn't want tea. He wanted answers. The voice. The castle's voice. It told me to claim the chamber. To use the power. Was it the Horcrux talking? Through the ring. Remus and Sirius exchanged a look. Unlikely, Remus said slowly. The Horcrux is a separate entity. The castle's magic, Slytherin's legacy, is ancient and ambivalent. It seeks strength, continuation. The Horcrux seeks only its own preservation and the corruption of others. They might have goals that align momentarily, like opening the chamber, but they are not the same. He sighed. The ring is a tool, Harry. A powerful, sentient one. It responds to your will, your nature. It offered you power because that is what it understands. Your rejection of that path, that was you. Not the ring. It was a small comfort. He had been tested, and he had chosen. But the cost felt immense. Bones has the diary, Sirius said, pacing again, the nervous energy returning. The Department of Mysteries will lock it away. But the knowledge is out now. Voldemort made Horcruxes. More than one. The goblins will. No. Dumbledore certainly knows. He stopped, looking at Harry. This changes everything, pup. This isn't about clearing my name or claiming an inheritance anymore. This is about a war we thought was over, but was just, sleeping in pieces. The weight of it settled on Harry, heavier than any crown. He was 10 years old. He had a vault of gold, a handful of titles, and a godfather who was a shell of a man. And he was supposed to fight a shattered Dark Lord who hid his soul in everyday objects. What do we do? He whispered. We learn, Remus said firmly. We prepare. And we find the others. Others. If there is one Horcrux, there are likely more. He would have wanted redundancy. 7 is a powerfully magical number. Remus's face was grim. It will be a hunt. A dark, dangerous hunt across the wizarding world. And you, Harry, are uniquely placed for it. Because of the rings. The connection. Because you are his opposite, Sirius said, a fierce light returning to his eyes. He tried to kill you and failed. You bear the mark of his failure. You have a power he knows not. And you have something he never had and never understood. What? A family who would die for you, Sirius said simply. And a heart that chooses protection over power. That's your weapon. Don't ever forget it. Dot. Dot. The next days were a blur of official fallout and private resolution. The story that reached the Daily Prophet was a heavily sanitized version of events. Dark artifact discovered at Hogwarts, students involved in dangerous experiment hospitalized. There was no mention of Horcruxes, of the chamber, of the basilisk. Theo Knott's condition was reported as a severe magical backlash. His father, a reclusive but influential pure blood, withdrew from the Wizengamot indefinitely, shrouded in scandal. The Knights of Walpurgis were effectively decapitated. With Knott catatonic, Bulstrode and the others facing expulsion and lifetime bans from certain types of magic, and Filch stripped of his position and escorted from the castle to a ministry-holding cell, pending charges of accessory to dark magic and child endangerment, the organization crumbled. The anonymous dots on the map ceased their meetings. Draco Malfoy's dot moved between classes and the Slytherin dorms, a model of quiet, solitary behavior. Hogwarts itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, though a wary one. The silvery scar on the bathroom floor remained, a secret monument to the battle. Moaning Myrtle, for once, was quiet, haunting a different toilet entirely. Dumbledore called Harry to his office 2 days after the solstice. The headmaster looked his age, the lines on his face deeper, the twinkle in his eyes replaced by a grave, crystalline focus. "Harry," he said, gesturing for him to sit. "I owe you a greater apology than I can ever express. I have long suspected the presence of a Horcrux at Hogwarts. The signs, the lingering darkness around the chamber legend, the peculiar, resistant nature of Tom Riddle's memory in an old trophy, I should have acted sooner, more decisively. My desire to protect you from such knowledge left you vulnerable to confronting it head-on." "Tom Riddle?" Harry asked. "The boy who became Lord Voldemort," Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers. "He left a diary here 50 years ago. It was the same object. I believe he used it to open the chamber the first time, framing another for the deed. He was always fond of souvenirs, of anchors to his past." He looked at Harry over his spectacles. "You have now faced 2 of his creations, Harry. The shade that tried to kill you as a baby, and this fragment of his schoolboy self. You have prevailed both times. That is not coincidence. What does it mean? It means you are connected. By the curse that failed. By the blood he took from you. By the soul he lost when he tried to murder you." Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. "It may mean that you, and you alone, have the power to find and destroy these anchors. Not because you are a lord, or an heir, but because you are Harry Potter." The responsibility felt like a physical yoke. "How?" "That," Dumbledore said, "is what we must discover. Together. I will teach you what I know of Tom Riddle. Of his habits, his obsessions. You will learn occlumency not just to shield your mind, but to sharpen it into a tool for detection. And we will use every resource, the goblins, historical archives, the castle's memory, your own unique connection, to hunt." It was an offer of partnership, of mentorship, without the manipulations of before. Harry nodded. "All right. There is one more thing," Dumbledore said, his eyes softening. "Your magic. What you did in the bathroom, commanding the basilisk to retreat in Parseltongue, that was an act of immense will. The castle has responded to you. I can feel the wards, shifting. Adapting to you. You are not just a resident here, Harry. You are becoming a part of Hogwarts's defensive magic. A living ward. That is a profound and ancient bond. It will protect you, but it will also demand from you. Be mindful of it. Dot. Dot. Life attempted to find a new rhythm. With the immediate threat of the nights gone, a tentative normalcy returned. Harry returned to his hybrid schedule of private lessons and selected classes. The stares from other students were different now, less curious, more odd and fearful. He had gone from a famous oddity to a figure of whispered legend, the boy who had fought dark wizards in the forest, toppled a ministry, and now been at the center of some mysterious, catastrophic event that had left a Slytherin heir empty-eyed. Hermione, true to her word, demanded the full story. Harry told her, in a hushed conversation in the far reaches of the library, about the knights, the forced ritual, the diary. He left out the word, Horcrux, on Dumbledore's orders, but called it a evil object of Voldemort's. Hermione's face paled, but her resolve hardened. "So it's not over," she said, her voice steady. "He's still out there, in pieces. We have to find them." She said, "We," without a hint of doubt. Ron, when he heard, simply grunted. "Blimey. And I was worried about my Transfiguration essay." He looked at Harry with newfound seriousness. "You'll need help. Mum says our house is a bit of a fortress. You and Black should come for the summer. Dad's got all sorts of oddments from work, might be useful." The offer, so freely given, touched Harry deeply. The Weasleys, impoverished and loving, were offering sanctuary. It was the opposite of Grimmauld Place. Sirius, when Harry relayed the invitation, looked thoughtful. The Weasleys. Good people. Arthur's a bit obsessed with Muggle rubber ducks, but his heart's in the right place. And their house is unplottable. It's a good idea. He looked at Harry. But we have other options too. Potter Manor. It's been dormant, but the wards are strong. It's yours. We could go there. Make it a home. A base. Home. The word had so many meanings now. The cupboard, a prison. The tower, a sanctuary and a battleground. Grimmauld Place, a tomb of dark history. Potter Manor, a ghost of a life he never knew. The Burrow, a warm, chaotic promise. "We'll decide later," Harry said. For now, the tower was enough. His training intensified. Occlumency was no longer an abstract exercise, it was critical defense. Dumbledore himself took over these lessons, his probes into Harry's mind gentle but inexorable, teaching him not just to shield, but to organize, to detect foreign influence, to trace the feel of dark magic. Harry learned to recognize the taste of the diary's magic, a cold, oily, possessive stain, so he might know it again. Sirius and Remus trained his body and his spellwork. The duels in the tower became faster, deadlier. Sirius taught him the spells Aurors used to track and contain, while Remus focused on defensive charms and counter curses. Harry's magic, fed by his rings and his bond with the castle, grew more potent and controlled. He could now cast a Patronus, a shimmering, formless burst of silver light that pushed back the lingering chill of Dementor memories Sirius sometimes radiated. He couldn't hold a corporeal form yet, but the joy that fueled it was real. The memory of Sirius's first genuine laugh, of Remus's proud smile, of Ron and Hermione's steadfast friendship. He explored the castle's secret chamber less often, but when he did, it was with a new purpose. He asked the basin to show him not the chamber, but memories of Tom Riddle. He saw a handsome, charming boy winning awards, whispering in corners, his eyes occasionally gleaming with a hunger that had nothing to do with ambition. He saw him asking Slughorn about Horcruxes, his expression avid. He saw him vanish into the chamber entrance, and later, a girl lying lifeless in a corridor, a specter of Myrtle Warren. He was piecing together the puzzle of his enemy, and it made the monster seem more real, more terrifyingly human. A week after the solstice, a final piece of fallout arrived. An owl from Gringotts, bearing a letter from Ragnarok in a small, heavy box. Lord Potter. Our historical diviners have been cross-referencing the magical signature of the contained artifact with our records of unique magical objects owned by certain dark wizards. We have identified two probable matches from transactions made by the Riddle family magical line extinct prior to Tom Riddle's disappearance. One is a locket, once belonging to Salazar Slytherin himself, purchased by a woman named Meropgaunt, Riddle's mother, and later pawned. The trail ends there. The other is a cup, stolen from the vault of Hepzibah Smith, a collector, around the time of her death. Smith was a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff. The cup was Hufflepuff's. The pattern suggests a theme, objects of the founders. We believe he who must not be named sought to anchor his soul to the legacy of Hogwarts itself, perverting its history. Enclosed as a locator. It is attuned to the resonance of the diary. It will grow warm in the presence of a similar magical stain. Use it with extreme caution. Do not touch anything it identifies without consulting us. The hunt begins. Ragnarok. Harry opened the box. Inside, on a bed of black silk, was a simple, copper compass. But instead of north, its single needle was shaped like a serpent. It lay dormant, pointing at random. A Horcrux detector. And a list of targets. Slytherin's locket. Hufflepuff's cup. What else? Ravenclaw's diadem. Gryffindor's sword. He had the sword, but it felt pure, clean. Would Voldemort have dared? He showed the letter and the compass to Sirius and Remus. The atmosphere in the tower changed again. The brief respite was over. They had a mission. Hufflepuff's cup, Remus murmured. It could be anywhere. A locket, that could be in the hands of any dark family. Or hidden in a place meaningful to him, Sirius said, his eyes distant. He was obsessed with his own lineage, with trophies. He'd hide them where he felt powerful, or where he'd suffered. Harry looked at the compass, then out the window at the darkening grounds. Somewhere out there, in the vast, hidden world, pieces of a murderer's soul were waiting. And it was his job to find them and break them. That night, as he prepared for bed, a new note appeared. Not under his pillow. It was pinned to his pillow by a small, silver dagger with a serpentine hilt. The blocky writing was the same. You passed the test. The castle approves. The serpent's path is not one of mindless hunger, but of survival. You chose to protect the nest. Remember that when the hunt turns dark. The compass points to objects, but the true darkness lies in the spaces between. Watch the living as closely as the dead. Your friend. R.S.P.S. The dagger is goblin made. It will cut through magical protections and lies. Use it well. Harry picked up the dagger. It was perfectly balanced, the blade etched with runes that shimmered in the low light. A gift. From a friend who was still a ghost. Who knew about the Horcruxes? Who had access to goblin weapons? He had no answers. Only more questions, and a growing arsenal. He placed the dagger and the compass in the alcove with his other treasures. The cloak of invisibility, the sword of Gryffindor, the wand of his family, the notebook of his mother, the truth-teller file, and now, tools for a war he never asked for. He was 10 years old. He was a lord. He was an heir. He was a hunter. And as he blew out the candle, the last thing he saw was the serpentine needle of the compass, quivering ever so slightly, no longer pointing at random, but holding a steady, faint pulse towards the southeast. As if sensing something, far, far away. The hunt had indeed begun. And the shadows they sought were already stirring. Winter at Hogwarts became a season of secrets, each more layered than the last. The snow that blanketed the grounds in a pristine, silent white seemed to muffle not just sound, but truth. Inside the castle, the visible scars of the solstice battle faded. The silvery mark on the bathroom floor was worn away by hundreds of student feet. The absences of Filch, Knott, and Bulstrode were explained away with vague official statements. Life, on the surface, returned to its rhythmic, scholastic flow. But beneath the surface, in the West Tower and in the shadowed corners of Harry's world, a new, more deliberate kind of life took hold. It was a life of study not for exams, but for survival. A life of planning not for the next prank, but for a war against death itself. The copper compass became the silent third occupant of the tower. It lay on the central table, its serpentine needle mostly still, but every so often it would quiver, a faint, agitated shiver that sent a jolt of adrenaline through Harry. It was pointing consistently, weakly, southeast. Towards London, maybe. Or beyond. Sirius had taken the Horcrux revelation and forged it into a new purpose. The offer from the Auror office still sat, unanswered, on his bedside table. He had a different mission now. He spent hours in the Hogwarts library's most restricted sections, under special dispensation from Dumbledore, researching soul magic, dark artifacts, and the history of the Founders, heirlooms. He looked older when he read, the shadows under his eyes not just from sleeplessness, but from the grim knowledge he was absorbing. Remus became their strategist. He created lists, charts, timelines of Tom Riddle's known life. He cross-referenced disappearances of magical artifacts with known Death Eater activity. He was a scholar of the dark, and his quiet, methodical work was somehow more frightening than Sirius's furious energy. And Harry learned. Occlumency with Dumbledore was now a daily torture. The headmaster's probes were no longer gentle. The mind is not a fortress to be barricaded, Harry, Dumbledore said during one session, his blue eyes intense as Harry sweated with the effort of repelling him. It is a labyrinth. You must know every corridor, every dead end, every secret room. And you must be able to reshape it at a moment's notice. To hide the vital things in plain sight, or to lead an attacker down a false path to a trap of their own making. Harry learned to build not just walls, but mirrors. He learned to create false memories, a happy day at the zoo with the Dursleys, a complete fabrication to hide the real memory of the boa constrictor's escape. He learned to bury the feel of the diary's magic under layers of mundane thought about potion ingredients or Quidditch scores. It was exhausting, intricate work. But with each session, he felt his mental control solidify, his awareness sharpen. He began to sense the faint, lingering magical impressions in objects and places, the cheerful buzz of a well-loved book, the melancholic hum of an old portrait, the cold, oily stain left by a dark curse in a distant corridor. It was during one of these advanced sessions that Dumbledore shifted the focus. We have defended. Now, we must learn to seek. Legilimency is the twin to occlumency. To find a hidden truth, you must sometimes know how to gently look. Harry balked. You want me to read minds? Not minds. Surfaces. Feelings. The immediate, flickering thoughts that cross a person's consciousness when they see or hear something significant. It is a subtle art. And a dangerous one. To use it without consent is a profound violation. But to find a Horcrux, we may need to look where words dare not go. He taught Harry the basics, how to extend his awareness, not as a battering ram, but as a tendril of mist, seeking the emotional temperature of a person, the flash of an image tied to strong feeling. They practiced on inanimate objects first, then on willing subjects, Remus, who offered a memory of a full moon pain, and then Sirius, who reluctantly allowed Harry to sense the swirling cocktail of grief, rage, and fierce love that was his current state. Touching Sirius's mind was like stepping into a stormy sea. The darkness was there, vast and cold, but it was not the whole of him. The love was an anchor, solid and bright. Harry pulled back, shaken. You see, Dumbledore said quietly. Even in the most wounded places, light persists. Remember that. It will be your guide when you touch the darkness we hunt. ... The secret of the Horcrux hunt could not be kept from everyone. Harry, with Sirius and Remus's cautious agreement, decided to tell Ron and Hermione. They had earned the truth. He invited them to the tower one Saturday afternoon, under the guise of studying for history of magic. When they arrived, the map was open on the table, the compass beside it. Sirius and Remus were present, their expressions grave. Blimey, Ron whispered, staring at the moving dots. That's the whole castle. Hermione's eyes were wide with awe, but they quickly narrowed with suspicion. This is a profound invasion of privacy, Harry. And incredibly powerful. The magical theory behind it must be. It was made by my dad and his friends, Harry interrupted. And that's not why I asked you here. He took a deep breath. What we found in the bathroom, the diary. It wasn't just a dark object. It was a piece of Voldemort's soul. The color drained from Ron's face. Hermione gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. A Horcrux, she breathed, the word learned from some forbidden text. But that's the darkest magic possible. It means he's not gone, Sirius finished, his voice flat. And he made more than one. We have to find them. Destroy them. Or he can never truly die. He explained what they knew. The locket, the cup, the pattern of founders, objects. Ron looked utterly lost, but Hermione's mind was already racing, connecting dots. Hufflepuff's cup was reported missing in the Prophet archives years ago. I remember reading a summary in Hogwarts, a history appendix. And Slytherin's locket, the Gaunt family, they were his last living relatives. They were pure-blood fanatics, they lived in squalor. She was a natural. Harry felt a surge of relief. He wasn't alone in this. We want your help, Harry said. But you have to understand the danger. This isn't a school adventure. This is it. And if you say no, we'll understand. We'll obliviate this conversation and you can walk away. Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Ron squared his shoulders. He had his ruddy pet rat in my house for 12 years. He tried to kill you. He's the reason your parents. He glanced at Sirius and trailed off, but his jaw was set. I'm in. Hermione's eyes were bright with a fierce, intellectual fire. This is the most important thing any of us will ever do. Of course I'm in. Knowledge is our weapon. We'll need a system, research assignments, secure communication. And so, the core of their secret order was formed. Unnamed, unfledged, but bound by a terrible truth. Hermione took charge of research, using her prefect-level access to the library and her terrifying intellect to dive into genealogical records, old auction catalogs, and reports of unsolved dark magic incidents. Ron, with his insider knowledge of the wizarding world's more chaotic, lesser-known corners courtesy of his twin brothers and his father's work became their source on odd places, strange people, and magical junk shops where a precious heirloom might have been pawned. They met in the tower once a week, under the guise of a study group. Dobby, now fiercely loyal to Harry, became their lookout and message runner, popping in and out with trays of food and cryptic warnings if a teacher approached. One such meeting, in late January, yielded the first tangible lead. Hermione arrived, breathless, a sheaf of notes in her hand. The cup, she said, spreading parchment on the table. Hepzibah Smith was murdered. The case was never solved. But she had a house elf, Hoki, who was blamed for accidentally poisoning her mistress's cocoa. Hoki was devastated, confessed, and was dismissed. But look at this. She pointed to a line in a society column she'd excavated. A week before she died, Smith boasted to a friend about a dashing young visitor who admired her collection. The description matches Tom Riddle perfectly. He was working at Borgin & Burke's at the time, dealing in rare artifacts. He had access. So he sweet-talked his way in, stole the cup, and probably framed the house elf or even magically compelled her to poison her mistress to cover the theft, Remus deduced, his face grim. But where is the cup now? Sirius asked, leaning over the map as if it might show him. That's the question, Hermione said. But I think I know someone who might have an idea. Or who might know someone. She looked at Ron. We need to talk to nearly headless Nick. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington was, as always, floating disconsolately near his own portrait. He perked up considerably when Harry and Hermione approached him after dinner. Young lord, and the clever miss, to what do I owe the pleasure? We need to ask about a ghost, Hermione said, getting straight to the point. A house elf ghost. Is there such a thing? Nick's transparent face grew thoughtful. House elves. They rarely become ghosts. Their magic is tied to service and place. If they die with a great, unfinished task, or in a place of powerful bond, it is possible, but rare. Why do you ask? An elf named Hoki, Harry said. She served Hepzibah Smith. A look of profound sadness crossed Nick's face. Ah, poor Hoki. Yes, she is here. A faint, little thing. She haunts the linen cupboard on the 3rd floor of the Hufflepuff basement. She is still trying to fold the sheets perfectly, to atone for her mistake. She is not coherent. The guilt shattered her. A ghost. House elf, trapped in eternal, futile penance for a crime she didn't commit. The cruelty of it made Harry's stomach turn. They found the linen cupboard. It was warm and smelt of lavender. And there, a barely visible shimmer in the air, was the ghost of Hoki. She was tiny, even for an elf, and she moved in a continuous, looping pattern, picking up invisible sheets, folding them with heartbreaking precision, then sobbing silently as they unraveled before her. Hoki, Harry said softly. The shimmer paused. Large, mournful eyes, like cloudy moons, seemed to focus on him. We know you didn't mean to hurt your mistress, Hermione said, her voice gentle. We think a bad man took the pretty cup and made it look like you did it. At the word, cup, Hoki let out a soft wail. The pretty cup, Mrs. Favorite, Hoki polished it every day, then the nice young man came, he looked, and then it was gone, and Miss was cold, Hoki's cocoa, bad elf, bad elf. The nice young man, Harry pressed, using the gentle legilimency touch Dumbledore had taught him, not to invade, but to soothe and encourage. Where did he go? Did he say anything about the cup? Hoki's form flickered. A memory, sharp with pain and confusion, floated to the surface of her ghostly consciousness. Harry saw, through her eyes, a handsome, smiling Tom Riddle holding the cup. He heard his voice, charming and warm. Such a treasure deserves a worthy resting place, don't you think? Somewhere only the truly loyal would think to look. Then the image shifted. Not from Hoki, but a deeper, older connection, the castle's memory, bleeding through Harry's rings. He saw a different cup, not Hufflepuff's, but a simple, wooden one. He saw a kind, round-faced witch, Helga Hufflepuff, offering it to a tired house elf after a long day's work. The worth of a being is not in their blood, but in their heart, and in their hands, she said. The memory was one of kindness, of sanctuary. The connection snapped. Harry staggered. Hermione caught his arm. What is it? The cup. He'd hide it somewhere connected to loyalty. To service. Somewhere a house elf would understand. He looked at the weeping ghost. Somewhere only the truly loyal would think to look. It wasn't much, but it was a direction. Voldemort, in his arrogant sentimentality, would choose a hiding place that resonated with the object's history. A place of loyalty, of humble service. They reported back to the tower. The discussion lasted hours. Could it be another wizarding home with a loyal elf? A place like Hogwarts itself? The kitchens? The idea was overwhelming. As the clock struck midnight, the copper compass on the table gave a sudden, violent spin. The serpent needle whirled, then snapped to point, not southeast, but due north. Towards the forbidden forest. It glowed with a sickly, greenish light. Everyone fell silent, staring at it. It's never done that, Harry whispered. Sirius was on his feet, his wand out. Something with a similar resonance to the diary just woke up. Or just arrived. In the forest. Remus's face was pale. The solstice, the forced ritual, we sealed the chamber, but magic like that leaves echoes. It could have attracted something. Or someone. The forest. The place of the Death Eater attack. The place of ancient, wild magic. A perfect hiding place for a dark artifact, or a meeting place for those who sought them. The map was consulted. The forest showed no labeled dots, of course. But at its very edge, near the spot of the old ritual, the parchment was darkening. As if an ink stain was spreading. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said, her voice firm but scared. And we need to see, Harry said, the compulsion rising in him. The compass was pulling at him, a physical tug in his chest. The rings hummed. The castle was whispering of intrusion, of a thorn in its side. No, Sirius said flatly. Absolutely not. We are not going into the forbidden forest at night because a compass twitched. We are not you, James, he added, seeing the rebellious set of Harry's jaw. But the decision was taken from them. A sudden, piercing scream, raw with terror, echoed up from the grounds, cutting through the quiet night. It wasn't an animal. It was human. They rushed to the window. On the edge of the forest, where the trees met the snow, a figure was staggering out, clutching their arm. Even from this distance, they could see the dark splash of blood on the white snow. And stumbling after the figure, emerging from the tree line, were other shapes. Cloaked, their wands drawn, spelling jets of sickly green light that illuminated their skull-like masks. Death Eaters. Inside the Hogwarts grounds. Again. And the wounded figure, now collapsing onto the snow, was unmistakable with his lank, black hair and billowing robes, even torn and bloodied. Severus Snape. The compass glowed like an evil star on the table, pointing straight at him, or at what he had found in the forest. The cliffhanger of the solstice was over. A new, more immediate terror had just crawled out of the dark. And their potions master, their reluctant spy, was bleeding out on the snow, with hunters at his back. Dot. Dot. Time fractured into a series of frozen, crystalline moments. The sight of Snape falling. The dark bloom on the snow. The advancing, masked figures, their wands like skeletal fingers against the moonlit white. The compass's needle burning a hole in Harry's vision, pointing an accusing finger at the scene below. Then, chaos erupted. Sirius was a blur of motion, already at the tower door, wrenching it open. Remus, with me. Harry, stay here. Lock it behind us. No. The word tore from Harry's throat, powered by a surge of adrenaline that felt like the crackle of lightning in his veins. They'll kill you. There's too many. I'm an Auror, or near as damn it. Sirius barked, but his eyes were wild, fixed on the figures below. Moony, go. Raise the alarm. Set off every bloody ward. Remus didn't hesitate. He transformed mid-stride into his Patronus form, the spectral stag, and charged through the door, its silver light blazing a path down the bridge as he galloped towards the main castle, a living alarm. Sirius turned back to Harry, his face a mask of agonized conflict. Pup, I have to. We have to, Harry corrected, his voice shockingly calm. He grabbed the invisibility cloak from the alcove and threw it over himself. You can't see me. They can't see me. I have the map. I know the forest. And the castle, he felt it then, a pulse through the soles of his feet, a low, angry thrum in the stones. The castle won't let them hurt me. Not here. It was a gamble, a wild, instinctive claim. But Sirius, staring into the empty space where Harry's head was, saw the truth in the set of his invisible shoulders, heard the command in his voice that was no longer a child's. He gave a sharp, desperate nod. Stay behind me. Do not engage. You are a scout, not a soldier. If I fall, you run. Promise me. I promise, Harry lied smoothly. He would no more leave Sirius than cut off his own arm. They flew down the tower stairs and out into the biting cold. The screams and shouts from the castle were beginning now. Remus's stag had done its work. Lights blazed in windows, but they were still minutes away from any real help. Sirius sprinted across the grounds, a dark streak against the snow. Harry, under the cloak, ran beside him, the map clutched in one hand, his wand in the other. He could see their own dots, Black in his own, unnamed, invisible dot, speeding towards the cluster of unmoving dots at the forest's edge. And one dot, labeled S. Snape, pulsing a weak, fading red. They reached the scene. The smell hit Harry first. Iron-rich blood, the ozone of recent spells, and the cold, clean scent of pine. Snape lay on his side, one hand pressed to a deep, slashing wound across his chest, his breath coming in wet, ragged gasps. His black eyes were open, burning with pain and fury. 5 meters away, 3 Death Eaters stood, their masks turning towards Sirius's approach. "The dog comes to play," one of them hissed, his voice distorted by the mask. "The master will be pleased. 2 birds with 1 stone. The stone will crush you," Sirius snarled, his wand held in a dueler's grip. He didn't stop moving, placing himself between the Death Eaters and Snape. "Hogwarts is awake. Horrors are coming. You're trapped. We have what we came for," another said, a woman's voice, high and cold. She held up a small, dirt-covered object, a tarnished, silver locket. Even from a distance, Harry felt the compass in his pocket grow scalding hot. Slytherin's locket. Snape had found it, and they had taken it from him. A trinket. Sirius spat, but his eyes flicked to the locket, understanding dawning. "You butchered a man for a piece of jewelry. For a piece of history," the first Death Eater corrected. "For a piece of our Lord. Now, step aside, Black. Your death can wait for a more auspicious occasion. We have a delivery to make." They began to back towards the forest, their wands still trained on Sirius. They were going to get away. With the Horcrux. A rage, cold and pure and utterly Slytherin, flooded Harry. No, they would not take it. They would not win this peace. He didn't think. He acted. Still under the cloak, he moved laterally, circling around behind the retreating Death Eaters. He focused on the snow at their feet, on the memory of the forest fire, of the shield, of the power that lived in his blood and in the rings. He didn't need a spell. He needed an effect. Ice, he thought, pouring his will into the ground. Bind them. The snow around the Death Eaters' boots didn't just freeze, it congealed, shooting up in rapid, jagged spikes of razor-sharp ice, encasing their feet and ankles. The woman shrieked as a spike tore through her boot. One of the men stumbled, his balance lost. What the? Sirius didn't waste the opening. Stupefy. The red bolt took the stumbling Death Eater square in the chest. He crumpled. The other 2, panicked, fired wildly. Sirius deflected a curse, but a sickly purple bolt, grazed his shoulder. He grunted in pain but held his ground. Protega. A shimmering shield sprang up before him. Harry, his heart hammering, saw his chance. The female Death Eater was still trying to pull her foot free, the locket clutched in her hand. He ran forward, under the cloak, and slashed downwards with the goblin-made dagger RS had given him. He wasn't aiming for her. He was aiming for the chain. The silver blade, humming with runic power, severed the locket's chain with a sound like a snapped harp string. The locket flew from her grasp, arcing through the air. Harry dropped the cloak for a split second, lunged, and caught it. The moment his fingers closed around the cold, heavy metal, the world vanished. He was in a vast, dark space. Not a room. A landscape of the mind. Before him stood Tom Riddle, not as a diary memory, but as a man in his prime, handsome, smiling, his eyes red slits of triumph. Harry Potter, the vision purred, its voice a honeyed poison. "We meet at last, in the flesh. Or rather, in the soul. You hold a piece of me. Do you feel the honor?" Harry felt nothing but a deep, instinctive revulsion. The locket was a void, sucking at his warmth, his magic, his happiness. It whispered to the Slytherin ring, trying to find a kinship, a crack. "You could be great, you know," Riddle continued, gliding closer. "The heir of 2 founders. The conqueror of death. With my knowledge and your unique connection, we could remake this world. No more hiding. No more Muggle-borns diluting our power. A kingdom worthy of Salazar's heir. And a family. I could be the father you never had. The guide. Together, we would be invincible." The offer was seductive, woven from Harry's deepest, most secret wants, power to protect, a family, a legacy that meant something. It saw the loneliness of the cupboard, the confusion of the rings, the desperate love for his new, broken family. It offered to make it all clean, simple, strong. For a heartbeat, Harry was tempted. To never be weak again. To ensure Sirius and Remus were safe forever. To make the bullies and the liars pay. Then he saw, superimposed over Riddle's smiling face, the memory of Lily Potter's laugh. He heard Sirius's voice, "The blame lies with the murderer, not with the people who lived too brightly." He felt the solid, unglamorous loyalty of Ron, the fierce intelligence of Hermione, the weary courage of Remus. This thing had murdered his parents. It had tortured Sirius. It wanted to kill Hermione for her blood. It was a lie wrapped in a fantasy. "You're nothing," Harry said, his voice echoing in the psychic space. "You're a scared boy who tore himself apart because you couldn't understand love. You're a ghost in a locket. And I'm going to destroy you." Riddle's face contorted with rage, the handsome mask melting into something serpentine and monstrous. "Fool. You will die screaming. My servants will tear you limb from limb. They are here. They are." The vision shattered as a curse blasted the snow where Harry had been standing a second before. He had rolled, the locket clenched in his fist, the cloak lost somewhere in the scuffle. He was visible. The female Death Eater had freed herself, her face a mask of fury behind her skull. She and the remaining masked man advanced on him, ignoring Sirius, who was locked in a fierce duel with the other. "The boy. He has it," she screamed. Harry scrambled backwards, his wand raised. Protega. The shield was weak, buckling under their combined assault. He felt a slicing hex graze his cheek, warm blood trickling down his neck. "Harry." Sirius's roar was pure anguish. He tried to disengage, but his opponent pressed him hard. The Death Eaters were 10 feet away. 5. Harry could see the curse forming on the woman's lips, a killing curse, green light gathering at her wand tip. Then, the forest moved. Not the trees. The shadows between them. They detached, flowing like liquid night, coalescing into solid, towering forms. They were Thestrals, but not as Harry had seen them in Care, sleek and gentle. These were battle-scarred, ancient, their bone-white skeletons gleaming, their wing beats silent as death. And on their backs rode figures in silver mail, their faces hidden by helmets crafted like snarling animal skulls, wolves, bears, great cats. The Hogwarts Centaur Guard, a legend spoken of in whispers. The castle's final defenders. One of the mounted figures, astride a thestral with antler-like protrusions from its skull, leveled a long, blackwood spear. His voice was not a shout, but a resonant boom that shook the snow from the branches. "You defile the sanctuary." A volley of arrows, fletched with raven feathers and tipped with cold iron, shot from the tree line. They didn't aim to kill. They aimed to maim. One pierced the female Death Eater's wand arm, spinning her around. Another took the man in the leg. They fell, screaming. The Thestral riders advanced, a wall of silent, deadly intent. The remaining Death Eater facing Sirius took one look at them, at the lights and shouts now pouring from the castle doors, and did the only sensible thing. He turned and ran, vanishing into the forest with a crack of disapparition that was only possible because the centaurs, protectors of the forest, allowed it. The battle was over as quickly as it began. Sirius staggered to Harry's side, pulling him up, his eyes frantic as he checked for injuries. "You're bleeding, you idiot, wonderful, brave idiot." "I'm fine," Harry gasped, clutching the locket. It was quiet now, a dormant weight. The compass in his pocket had cooled. The lead centaur rider dismounted, his hooves sinking silently into the snow. He removed his helmet, revealing a face that was both ancient and ageless, with wise, storm-gray eyes and a long, silver beard woven with leaves and small bones. He was Megorian, chieftain of the herd. He looked at Harry, then at the locket in his hand, then at the wounded snake. His gaze was heavy, knowing. "The stinking one sought the poison heart in our woods," Megorian said, his voice like wind through rocks. "We allowed him to search. His intent was to remove it. But the servants of the Hollow Man came. They ambushed him. They took the heart. You have reclaimed it, Star Child." "Star Child," Sirius muttered, but he was watching the centaurs with wary respect. "He who wears the crowns of stone and beast," Megorian intoned, his eyes on Harry's circlet and rings. "The castle's chosen. The forest feels your bond. You saved the stinking one. You fought with the castle's wrath in your veins." He inclined his head, a profound gesture. "The herd recognizes you. The forest is your ally. But the poison heart, it must be cleansed. It burns the earth where it rests. We will destroy it," Harry promised, his voice firm. Megorian studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "See that you do." He turned to his riders. "Take the wounded. The human healers come. As the centaurs efficiently levitated the stunned and wounded Death Eaters, and gently lifted Snape onto Thestral's back, the reinforcements from the castle arrived. Dumbledore was at the front, his face like carved granite, flanked by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, and a squad of Aurors led by a grim-faced Amelia Bones. The scene was assessed in silence. The captured Death Eaters. The blood in the snow. Sirius, bleeding from his shoulder, holding a shaking but upright Harry. And in Harry's hand, the locket. Dumbledore's eyes went from the locket to Harry's face. He saw the cut, the determination, the shadow of the psychic battle in his eyes. He understood everything. "The forest guard has our thanks, Megorian," Dumbledore said, his voice formal. "Protect your star child, Albus Dumbledore," Megorian replied. "The winds smell of shattered glass and coming storms. The stars scream it." With that ominous pronouncement, the centaurs melted back into the trees, taking their prisoners and Snape with them, heading for the castle and the waiting Madame Pomfrey. Amelia Bones took charge, barking orders to secure the area. She looked at the locket in Harry's hand with a mixture of horror and fascination. "That is the object." "Yes," Harry said, his grip tightening. "It will be taken into Ministry custody immediately." "No." The word came from Dumbledore and Sirius simultaneously. "It is evidence in an attack on a Hogwarts professor and a student." Bones argued. "It is an object of such dark magic that its mere presence in your ministry could corrupt your entire department," Dumbledore said, his tone allowing no argument. "It nearly killed Severus. It called its servants here. It will be studied and destroyed by those who understand its nature, in a place warded against its influence. Hogwarts. Under my care, and the care of Lord Potter, to whom it is, in a sense, a dark heirloom." Bones wanted to fight, but the logic was unassailable, and the political capital Harry and Sirius now wielded was immense. She conceded with a stiff nod. "But I will have a report. A full report." "You shall have it," Dumbledore promised. As the Aurors began their work, Dumbledore herded Harry and Sirius away from the scene, back towards the castle. Remus joined them, having transformed back, his face etched with worry. Back in the headmaster's office, the reality of what had happened crashed down. Sirius finally let Pomfrey see to his shoulder, wincing as she applied a pungent salve. Harry sat, still clutching the locket, feeling its cold seeping into his bones. "You faced the memory," Dumbledore stated, watching him. "Yes," Harry said. "He offered me a deal." Sirius's head snapped up. "What?" "Power. Family. To fix everything." Harry looked at the locket, his lip curling. "He doesn't understand. The family I have is why I said no." Sirius's eyes glistened. He put his good arm around Harry and pulled him close, a hard, brief hug. "The location," Remus said. "Snape found it in the forest." Megorian said they let him search, Harry murmured, the centaur's words clicking into place. "Snape was looking for it. For us. He must have been using his own knowledge of Voldemort, or following a lead from the knight's confiscated items." He looked at Dumbledore. He was trying to help. "And they almost killed him for it." Dumbledore's face was solemn. "Severus walks a knife's edge. His motivations are his own, but his actions tonight speak of a realignment. The debt he owed your mother has perhaps found a new focus." He sighed. "He will live, but he will be weakened for some time." The locket was placed in a heavy, lead-lined box covered in containment runes, which Dumbledore sealed with a complex spell. "This will dampen its influence. But it cannot remain here indefinitely. It must be destroyed, and we now know the method." "How?" Sirius asked. "A Horcrux can only be destroyed by something so powerfully destructive that it damages the object beyond any magical repair. Basilisk venom is one such substance. Fiendfire, another. The sword of Gryffindor, impregnated with basilisk venom, would suffice." Harry's mind flew to the sword in his alcove. "We have it." "We do," Dumbledore agreed. "But the act of destruction is perilous. The fragment of soul will fight. It will scream. It will try to seduce or terrify the one who wields the blade. It must be done in a prepared, warded space, by someone whose will is absolute." His eyes rested on Harry. "It is your right. And your burden." Harry didn't hesitate. "I'll do it. We'll do it together," Sirius growled. "When he is stronger," Remus added, ever the voice of caution. They agreed. After Snape was healed, after they had prepared, they would destroy the locket. As they left the office, dawn was breaking, painting the snow in hues of rose and gold. The night's violence was already being covered by a fresh, gentle fall of snow, erasing the blood, smoothing the scars. Back in the tower, exhausted but buzzing with a grim triumph, Harry placed the sealed box containing the locket next to the compass. 2 evils, contained. One to find, one to destroy. He looked at Sirius, who was asleep in his armchair, a potion-induced sleep Pomfrey had insisted on. He looked at Remus, who was staring into the fire, his thoughts a million miles away. They had been attacked. They had been tested. They had won. They had a Horcrux. And as Harry finally lay down, the image of the Centaur chieftain's wise, stormy eyes filled his mind. The stars scream it. The hunt was no longer a secret research project. It was a war, declared on a snowy field, with blood and ice and ancient allies. And Harry Potter, the Star Child, the lord of a broken castle, was standing right in the middle of it. He closed his eyes, the cold weight of the serpent ring a familiar comfort now. Not a whisper of temptation, but a cool reminder of the cunning he would need. The lion's courage had faced the Death Eaters. The serpent's cunning would help him destroy the locket. And the boy's heart, he knew, would have to be strong enough to bear the weight of both. Sleep came, but it was shallow, filled with the sound of screaming stars and the silent beat of leathery wings in a dark, dark forest. Dot. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.